Good morning, everybody. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I take calls from the general public on TikTok Live very soon from a phone number. We are working on that sort of thing. I promise. There's a lot going on behind the scenes this week. You guys will see next week. Anyway, if you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, you can find a pinned comment that'll tell you when the first call starts, as well as some more comprehensive timestamps in the description. We got the producer for today, Raven, working double duty doing timestamps and the other production work in the chair. Jessie has the day off. So it's just me and Raven in the studio today. What's the news? The news is big. The news is that Cosmic Travesty sent 5 gift memberships to some of the viewers over on YouTube who are waiting for the show to start. Thanks for doing that. We got more people in for the members only stream, where we just like chill and answer questions, talk, and lean off screen to maybe do some things that the TikTok TOS doesn't like us doing on screen. That sort of thing. But no, seriously, the news is that Anthony Fauci, a Senate panel has voted to hold Anthony Fauci in contempt of court for pleading the fifth 100 times during his hearing. Straightforwardly, this is a clear and obvious weaponization of justice against Anthony Fauci, who has been pardoned preemptively by Joe Biden. He was one of those pardons he did on the way out the door. I don't think Fauci did anything wrong. If there are inconsistencies in his diary about exactly what was said here and there, it was a chaotic time in the beginning of 2020. I don't see anything that adds up to any kind of serious grievance, especially in consideration of the political landscape that we have today. And if he's going to be held in contempt of court for pleading the fifth 100 times after having been pardoned for the thing that they're actually really trying to go after him for, because he's pardoned, they're just throwing the contempt charge at him to give him something, because he's not pardoned for that. We need to bring up the fact that when Donald Trump was deposed, he pled the fifth 440 times. The only question he answered was about what his name was, which I don't even necessarily blame Trump for. That is what your lawyer might advise you to do. Like, the point of the Fifth Amendment right is to not give anything to the legal entity that's interrogating you that they could potentially use as any sort of corroborating evidence. They're going to try to trick you into using the wrong word. If you say be instead of was, that means something's current instead of past, and that's just a pattern of speech. So they're going to go for anything. So left or right, good or bad, right or wrong, innocent or guilty, it's reasonable to plead the fifth. And I've never really paid all that much attention. Like, I think it's funny watching people like, Jeffrey Epstein or Donald Trump plead the fifth a million times about basic questions. But I've never put that much stake into it because, that's what the lawyers would tell you to do. But here we are with a contempt charge for somebody. That contempt charge could add up to potentially something like a year in prison. The dude's in his fucking 80s, right? Like, they're just trying to go after him because it's popular for the chuds who think that he's a bad guy for some reason, even though he's dedicated his life to serving this country in a way that's not usually very public or obvious. Because he had a really long and impressive career of working in public healthcare through, I don't know how long he was head of the CDC. But I know that he came to a pretty high position back in 1990 or something like that. The dude is old, and he's done a lot of good a lot of good work as an epidemiologist. And what he did during COVID was really valuable. He was kind of pulling back on, he was the other guy on the stage speaking some reason instead of Trump, who was telling people to fucking inject bleach. Cosmic Travesty is not. Wait, hold on. No. I was about to say Cosmic Travesty is not the only one who gifted 5 gift memberships, but they are. They just did it twice. Thank you, Cosmic Travesty, and welcome to the 10 new members. I do have somebody in the request queue, so we'll get to that quickly. I don't think we have time to talk a little bit more about the fact that Mitch McConnell is still probably fucking dead, and Andy Bashir's letter was just a bunch of fucking nonsense that didn't have any fucking consequences. So even though the deadline's passed and it's just a threatening letter from a politician, doesn't fucking mean anything, apparently. We can talk a little bit more about that later, but I'm going to get my backup account in the corner. That's Oskar Quentin 2. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure you're following on there so that if I catch a ban like I did the other day, and I don't get it appealed very quickly like I did the other day, because I did get my ban appealed very, very quickly the other day. If I don't, the show is probably going to be hosted on this account, Oskar Quentin 2, and then as a backup to that one, I've got Oskar Quentin Music if you want to go the extra mile and follow me there as well. But without further ado, let's get the show on the road. Let's get rolling. I mixed up the two phrases by talking to jayaviationcontent. I like aviation content. Will I like Jay? We'll see. How old are you?
I'm 20.
20. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Why is that?
Not as much as I used to, but yes, I still support him.
Okay. Why do you support him?
Mostly because of ICE, Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement. I feel like that's a good thing. I know your sign says fuck ICE, but I feel like we need ICE, and I can give you multiple reasons.
Okay.
Okay, so Jocelyn Langray, a 12-year-old from Texas, she was about to go to sleep. Her mom told her, get
I'm
some
not
rest.
at all interested in a single anecdotal story. There's 12 million illegal immigrants,
Okay,
350 million
cool.
residents of the country. I could sit here and list thousands and thousands examples of people who aren't illegal immigrants doing something horribly bad. I'm not interested in that at all.
Question: would you rather want a safe country would you rather want a country of crime or a country with a little bit less crime? Which one? The same amount with an extra of illegal aliens, or would you want a little bit less? Sure, Americans do commit crimes. Everybody, has, done something bad, like crossed the red light. But I would rather want...
Dude, I kind of just detect that you're, like, not being serious. So I'm just going to ask you to pop your camera on to make sure you're not the type of person who doesn't want their, like, political ideologies associated with their face. Because I'm really only interested in talking to people who are willing to associate their political identity with their face. I do this a lot. I'm a professional at having these conversations.
Dean doesn't do that.
I'm not Dean. Go talk to Dean if you want to talk to Dean. I'm Oscar.
Are you trying to dox me? Are you trying to see my face and you trying to do something, bro?
I have no interest in any of the words that are going to come out of your mouth until I can see your face. Okay, but why do I have to show
my face? What if I don't want to show my face?
You were talking over me, so you might not have heard me, but I did explain it, and I'm not interested in explaining it again. Turn your camera on or get off my show.
Are you harassing me, sir?
No.
Neolibertarian phalangist, are you harassing me?
Yeah, so, there we go. It's a shame that young people don't take seriously what's happening. Quite frankly, that person who was on the phone could have been white, but I would judge their accent to sound maybe a little bit foreign, perhaps, which means that due to a Supreme Court ruling that was authored by Brett Kavanaugh, ICE would be allowed to detain that person. If they didn't want to be detained, ICE could break their car window, cut their seatbelt, take their possessions, throw them on the ground, beat the shit out of them for good measure while they're at it, because they don't actually really get in trouble if they do that either. So I really worry that ICE is going to do something really fucking horrible to the person who was just on the line. And if they were a little older, I might say, I told you so when that happened to them, but they're 20, and I consider a 20-year-old a kid these days, because a 20-year-old is a person who lost really important years in their primary school education, K-12 education, because of COVID. So I consider a 20-year-old a child, and I worry for that child's safety in our current political climate. It's a shame he doesn't worry for his own safety. It's a shame. Don't want to fearmonger. It's just, I've seen people ripped out of cars by ICE agents, like with my eyes, and it's not something that should happen to you because of your accent. It's not something that should happen to you because of your skin color. I am lagging. What's going on? Do we have stuff open? Let's see what's going on over here. Maybe pause this. I don't know why I'm lagging. Local workload? Let's see, what can I get rid of? Copilot, why are you open? I don't want you. Windows opens so much stuff. I need to go through and I need to reinstall Windows. That's what I need to do to get rid of the bloat on my computer. See, Spooky Haunter says that I don't want to fearmonger, but that's what I'm going to do. See, sometimes fear is reasonable. Like, you do realize, do you think that the weatherman is fear-mongering when he tells you that there's a tornado coming? Do you think that is an unfair practice that indicates that he's trying to unduly create fear in order to promote his platform? There's something to be said for the fact that sometimes we should legitimately be afraid about some things that are happening in the world, and I do fear for that kid. Amish Ko Die Hard Fun? I don't know. Long, messy username. Are they going to be a troll? We'll see. How old are you?
I'm Neolibertarian 13.
Yeah. So, I mean, he got all his accounts banned by Dean Withers, so he's wasting his time with me. I think I got to make sure that Raven's hovering the ban button today, because he'll be back. Oh yeah, he said it in the chat. Look at that. He said, "Can I debate?" No, you can't, because for everybody. See, this is the problem with the new libertarian phalangists, is that there are people who are watching this who think that that's a political ideology. Like, that's why this is kind of a frustrating troll. Which maybe he's listening, so I guess you can hear that it's working a little bit. It's made up. It's not like an actual neolibertarianism is a thing. Pardon me. Neolibertarianism is a thing. Phalangism is a thing. But putting the two together doesn't make any sense. So the troll is that a host like me is running away from this scary neolibertarian phalangist idea. Oh, well, how strong a position is this that I'm afraid to debate it? But it is just made up nonsense that doesn't have anything. So we waste time having to explain that I'm not just running away from a particular ideology. And then Minnesota Pride Mama says it's also not close to funny. It's just another waste of time, right? And that's the thing, right? We're in this place where it's very legitimately difficult to find a person who is actually serious about their support for Trump, who isn't a white nationalist. Like, if we exclude trolls and white nationalists, trolls and like open bigots who want to see minorities and other marginalized groups suffer, I'm having a hard time finding Trump supporters that don't fit one of those two categories. I don't know why I have such a mental block for usernames, but I have a particularly strong mental block for the username RF Kidding Me. Friendly? Mm-hmm. I'll say hello quickly, but that's a friendly. I'm sure I'll recognize his voice, because I know I've had this exact conversation with him before, where I don't remember who he is, but I will in just a moment. Remind me.
Oh, yeah, I'm a friendly, but I'm also part of the Neopet Librarian Philanthropist Party.
Oh, is that what it is? We're Neopet Librarian? I like that.
Yes, absolutely. You know, we're all about the freedoms.
Yeah. What's going on today?
Oh, not much. Just want to share some fun local news.
Sure.
We in Arkansas got a W. Arkansas Representative Austin Collins has been forced to resign due to abuse allegations. He had to write a resignation letter to Sarah Huckabee, the woman whose eyes are about as crooked as her politics.
Hey, I don't approve of making fun of people's appearances unless their politics are crooked, so you're in the clear.
I don't want to be ableist. I just want her to be able to focus on issues like she can on me in front of her.
Ooh. Well, I appreciate the update. You have anything else before I clear the line?
No, kids. I just want to say stay in school. Otherwise, Milani's going to send robot teachers to take over them and take over you.
Thank you, RF Kidding Me. I appreciate you. And I appreciate a couple people who sent in some donations overnight. Actually, just one, because I think Mark sent me $2 on Venmo in the middle of the night to say, wow, I do feel like an idiot for trying to defend John yesterday. I feel like you really tried with him, and that kid's a lost cause. Yeah, he did a really seriously disingenuous thing that I'm actually going to address, because I was talking with Raven about it before the show today. He accused me. What even was the accusation? He accused me of being. What happened was there was a previous caller, this younger woman, this 20-year-old woman who put on her camera voluntarily because she'd seen the previous caller get asked to do it. But people who watch the show know I only ask people to do it if I detect them being disingenuous. And in the conversation where he was like, why did you want, this young woman to turn her camera on? And I referred to her, I used the word girl, and he immediately jumped down my throat about like, what even was it he was saying about me having used the word girl? I told him the reason I used the word girl when I was talking about that 20-year-old woman is because I'm 31 and I really don't consider a 20-year-old a peer. I'm dating somebody who's a few years older than me. So when I think about a 20-year-old, like, yeah, I use the word girl reflexively because I just don't, it's maybe not the right word. But I also call my girlfriend who's older than me my girlfriend. So like, I don't know, there's this language thing about it, but I think the accusation was that he thought that I was like in some way romanticizing her or something like that. But I think what he didn't understand is that it's the Republicans who call a woman a girl if they're interested in them. It's the other way around for us, right? It's like calling it like you should be concerned about somebody calling a 13-year-old a woman, but he thought that me referring to a 20-year-old as a girl meant that I was into her, which...
Yeah, he connected the infantilization to romanticizing.
Yeah.
When that just is projection.
Yeah. Anyway, John was a disingenuous monster, and I gave him the good old Oskar Quentin try to show that he wasn't, but he really showed at the end that he is, and you might be banned from the show forever. But I am going to read a couple more donations before we get on to some of these callers in the queue, because a couple more have come in. Where we were with Sue. Sue should get in the Discord. Is Sue in the Discord? Sign idea, MAGA. They are feeding you lies. That's a good sign idea. Small words. I can fit that all in one sign. That's a good one. Because there's lots of good sign ideas I get, but they just have to fit physically with the big ass Sharpie that I draw these with every morning. And it just is a little difficult to get signs that work. That's a good one. Possibly the show can focus on pulling up fact checks and prove some of the more insidious claims and working through them. I feel like they need to see they are being played for fools. The difficulty with just like sitting down and doing the work of being like, here's a lie, here's the proof, here's a lie, here's the proof, here's the lie, here's the proof, is that one, doesn't please the algorithm, doesn't make the show successful. That is a show that will just dwindle in viewership. But furthermore, even if I have a caller's attention, I'm learning the sorts of things that can convince Trump supporters that they're wrong. And oftentimes it does not matter how clear the information in something like a table is. They won't look at a table with numbers in it. There's no amount of look like where this column is the year and this column is the inflation data for that year or the employment data for that year, whatever the fuck. People just don't look at numbers. So I intentionally limit the directions I take into avenues where the type of evidence I can offer is the type of evidence that's visually effective at convincing morons they're wrong. That's the skill here. So there often is really clear and obvious statistical, data-driven, mathematical analyses that show that these things are wrong. But, I have to remain authentic. I have to tell the truth, but I have to behave in a way that's actually effective at changing minds. And if I recognize a really good ironclad argument that would work great in like a college classroom, we're just not in a college classroom. We're in the court of public opinion and people are fucking stupid. So I need to navigate that carefully. That's actually one of the projects I want to keep working on. Is I'm always talking about getting my sources better organized. And we're doing the incremental work of getting our trusted parties on the Discord cataloged. A lot of you in the Discord, your names are going into a spreadsheet. We're starting to make notes about who we trust for doing what, so we can start making some more visually obvious like re-representations of data, because sometimes I go and I'm like, here's this source, but this web page is so boring looking. We need a fucking infographic. Like we need to take this table and make it a bar graph and represent the same data in a way where people can see, look at the trend over the years, because people aren't going to look at numbers in a table, on a screen, on a phone, on TikTok Live and do that sort of thing. So I want to come up with some standardized means of like, oh, look, that's an Oskar Quentin infographic. That's what I want people to say. Like, oh, that must have come from his library. Like that I want to make it so that people know what they're looking at. But we got to be really careful. Got to make sure the standards are really good. Got to make sure that there aren't mistakes that go into it. And we got to make sure that level of visual standardization doesn't affect the quality of the information and how accurately it's represented. We don't want to misrepresent data. We don't want to do the thing where we take the bar graph and cut off the bottom so it looks like there's a big difference between two bars, but really it's like one is 93 and one is 92, but the bottom of the page is 90, so it looks like one is 50% bigger than the other. Don't want to be doing all that. But Sue should definitely get in the Discord if she's not in the Discord. Link tree in the bio. Jacob sent a buck to say, what's your opinion on the new Texas laws? The green stuff, mainly. He didn't say the green stuff, but according to the TikTok gods, I gotta say the green stuff. I'm not familiar with strides Texas is taking. As far as I know, it's still illegal there. I live in a state where it's legal. I think it should be legal. I think adults should be able to use it. I use it. Not before the show, but definitely after.
They're actually reinforcing the ban, essentially.
Oh, fuck that. Fuck them for that. That's bullshit. That's regressive. We're always talking about how, thank you, Paradox of Tolerance, for this little quip about how conservatives have become regressive, Democrats have become conservative, and then it's but progressives who are actually liberal. And then, the leftists don't like that because I uttered the word liberal. I consider it a bad word. But anyway, fuck Texas for being regressive in that way and many other ways. For $2 from Nurse Elliott, it's truly a shame Trump is tarnishing Fauci's name like he has. Fauci has done so much good in the HIV, AIDS, and public health world. I don't want COVID lies to be his legacy. Yeah, the viewership's crept up a lot since I said this at the beginning of the show, because it is the news story of the day that Anthony Fauci was held in contempt of court in spite of his pardon from Biden, and in spite of him just doing nothing other than exercising his Fifth Amendment right to not self-incriminate during his hearing last week on COVID. And obviously, it's the Republicans that voted to hold him in contempt of Congress and the Democrats who voted against it, because it is just an obvious, clear as day weaponization of the justice system against him for political reasons, for reasons that have to do with Trump's hatred of him, for reasons that have to do with obvious conspiracy theories that are not based in science, which it is his job to peddle in because he's a fucking scientist. Terrible what's going to happen, or what is happening with Fauci's legacy. I also just think personally for him as the man, the life he's lived, he's in his mid-80s. He should be resting, It's fucked up that he's got anything at all to do right now. He should be relaxing with his family. He should be watching whatever he wants to do. I don't know what he does in his spare time, but he should be doing that instead of being held in contempt of Congress for fucking whatever he wrote in his diary privately while dealing with a global health pandemic that made him a fucking celebrity pretty much overnight, which is a difficult thing for people to deal with. Link tree in the bio if you want to become one of the supporters or follow me on any of the other platforms. Watch the show out when I'm not online on YouTube. Every episode goes up for transparency's sake and because people like listening to it. That's what the show is for people to listen. We're going to talk to Stacy, and we're going to see if Stacy is our next Trump supporting debate component or debate opponent. It could be a friendly conversation. We'll see. Stacy, how old are you? We're going to talk to Kim. We're going to see if Kim is a serious individual. Kim Tight. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Just looking for Trump
I just had a
supporters. I hear you. I know Serial is a Trump supporter, so we'll talk to Serial. Sorry, I'm a little quick sometimes on the friendlies, but I get a little looser as the show goes on. 4-hour show these days, usually. So if you want me to be a little more patient with a friendly call, just try towards the end of the show. Serial, remind me how old you are?
I'm 27.
I feel like it's been a long time since you and I have talked. I don't actually remember any of your positions. We can start at the beginning. You're a Trump supporter?
I voted for him, yes.
Are you glad that you voted for him? Are you glad that he's the president instead of Kamala Harris?
No, I was really ignorant and did not do any research when I voted for him, truly.
Is this tie?
Yes. Is that a bad thing? Is it because I'm autistic?
No, yeah, that's right.
Probably.
There's the ableist accusation. I want to give you the clean slate. It's been long enough. I can't remember why my audience is wary of tie. Perhaps they can remind me in the chat and I'll remember.
Yeah, because they don't think autistic people can change because we're not like intelligent or anything.
Who said that?
So that's okay. I mean, it's what people have said to me.
You're talking to me, and I do now recall you accusing me of being ableist. Why do you accuse me of being ableist?
Yeah, because you and a lot of other people.
I'm sorry. Wait, stop. I need to stop you right there because if you're going to accuse me of being ableist, you need to talk about things that I have done. I'm not interested in hearing what other people have done. So let's just focus on what I've done if you're going to accuse me of being ableist.
I mean, you seem to have somewhat like it seems like you only talk to people who like you deem to like be competent or like it seems that with people that struggle to talk, you don't see them as being serious.
I will be straightforward with you, and I will tell you that one of the things I consider about how a call is going when I'm running my show, it does have absolutely nothing to do with the positions of the caller, has something to do or sometimes nothing to do with their capabilities or their intellect or anything like that. Sometimes I'm just sitting here thinking, is this good listening? And people who speak a little bit more slowly or maybe aren't as articulate for whatever reason, I do have to consider that is bad for the performance of the show. I can watch the numbers dwindle when I have a caller up who speaks a little more slowly. That said, I really don't like kicking somebody because they have a speech impediment. I really don't like not giving somebody the time of day because they have some kind of speech issue or issue with articulation. I really try to work with that. I think what you're mixing up is that I do often accuse people of being completely disingenuous because I think that's unproductive in a much more insidious way, which is why I ask people to turn their cameras on to prove that they're maybe a halfway serious individual. But I don't think it's a fair thing to say that I give any undue lack of care to somebody who's disabled. In fact, I think if I detect that a person probably is disabled, I used to teach public speaking. There's certain speech patterns that I know are indicative of certain underlying issues, perhaps some type of autism or speech dyspraxia or any of these other more. There's plenty of common reasons why a person might have a hard time having a conversation on the show. And if I think that that's what's going on, I think to myself, okay, I need to be much more lenient than I normally would in terms of how I address this situation. So that's my answer to that. How do you feel about my answer to that?
I would think that it's very cool that you were like a teacher or did public speaking. Like my family are educators, but you seem to be a lot more considerate than a lot of other people.
Yeah, I try, and it is I'll be straightforward. There's some times when there's a friendly caller up who's very, very slow at speaking and just isn't good radio. And the chat knows, and I see the message where the chat's like, oh, poor Oscar, he's being so patient while I'm watching the viewers collapse, that tends to be why I put the friendly calls at the end, because whether or not they're good at speaking, they do tend to be bad for the performance of the show, even if the conversations are productive. I just put them at the end so the people who want to listen to them all the way through can, so they're there, but it doesn't hurt the health of the show for the rest of the day. That's the way that I look at it. I try to navigate that in a way that gives people the airtime that I feel they deserve, and just manages the fact that some calls that I want to have platformed on the show are just bad for the performance of the show.
Yeah, I understand that, and this is your job, and you want to see it improve, and I can see why you would not want that. You're not trying to be rude to anyone. It's just kind of like a business.
Well, I have to consider that it is a business. It's three people's primary source of income, so I have to consider myself and those people. I need the show to be successful. I just try to operate with transparency, which is why when I poll the chat, I have this joke that I like to do where I poll the chat and then the caller says, "I don't care what your chat says," and I say, "Of course, I don't either. They're very biased towards me. I just polled the chat to farm engagement." That's a lot of comments that are about to roll in. You know, I can say that, and that just means we're all on the same team about wanting the show to be successful. Because even if we take the money out of it, I still want the show to be successful. I still want lots of people to hear my political perspective. I still want lots of people to learn from me how to engage in these conversations in a way that's productive instead of just driven by even potentially quite righteous fury. Because I think that if we make our decisions in these conversations based solely on what we're upset about, that might be defendable, because we're righteously upset about some stuff that's happening in the country, but it's definitely just not as productive as I think my approach is. Where somebody like you can make this ableist accusation, and I can say, I can definitely see that people who have a disability that affects their speech might catch a stray in terms of me making a judgment call about whether or not to platform a call, where one of the things I have to consider in that equation is how it will affect the health of that day's show.
Yeah, and I understand that.
Do you still think I'm ableist?
I think that no, I don't think that you want to harm people who have disabilities. No.
Well, I'm glad to have cleared that up.
Well, yeah, I do understand a lot of the things that are going on in the world and the harm the president has done.
Okay, and I mean, you said you regret your vote. And I'm glad I asked the questions the way I did, because a lot of people say they voted, well, I did vote for Trump, and I go, right, that doesn't tell me anything. It's been 2 years since you voted for Trump. A lot has happened in those 2 years. You can judge much of the performance of the presidential term that you voted for. How do you think it is going for Trump?
I mean, if you want to say how it's going for Trump in terms of...
for the country, because Trump is... How do you feel his term is going?
For the people, not so good.
Yeah,
for money-wise, yes.
For Trump, it's great. He's made billions of dollars, and he's not in prison. And those are the only two things that he cares about. So that's great. Going great for him, obviously.
But for the people, recently, what's the jail in New Jersey that everyone has been at?
Delaney Hall.
Yeah, there was just a person that passed away recently, and that's the second person. Mm-hmm. That's not good.
Yeah, it's bad. Well, I guess what's the purpose of the call then? You came up and you
my question is, so with the midterms coming up, and obviously you probably talk to people who are more leftist and everything, and what do you believe is the best direction to kind of combat what is going on in the country? And do you think the divisiveness is good?
No, I don't think divisiveness is good. I think, unfortunately, if divisiveness is a symptom of a reasonable conversation about this stuff, if it creates division for me to speak openly and honestly about what I think is happening in the country, I'm not going to not speak openly and honestly about what I think is happening in the country just because it's going to cause some division. I think that I'm kind of a middleman there, and I shouldn't be blamed as the messenger for what's creating division in this country, which is the actions of the elite and our politicians. I think that across the board, across the political spectrum, those of us who want to fix this problem, which is mostly the left half of the political spectrum, I think that people spend way too much time thinking they know what exactly the path forward in this thing. People say we're not going to vote our way out of this, and I'm like, well, it's not impossible for us to vote our way out of this. But I also recognize their skepticism around that. I also recognize that putting a bunch of establishment Democrats in charge would just give us a new problem to fix. It'd be better if we could focus on that problem of the way that the United States is fascist on the global stage, fascist to the global south. I want to address those problems. There's all these paths forward. Do we overthrow the government? Do we vote our way out of it? Do we have a constitutional convention and really change the way we run politics in this country to make ourselves more impervious to the sort of thing that Trump and the Republicans around him have been doing for the last 10 years, which is really just a continuation of a process that started something like 50 years ago with Reaganomics? We could talk about all of that, but I don't know what exactly the right way through this maze is going to get us out on the other side. But I know what will be better for America is educating the general public, because whatever path forward it is, it's one that we have a greater chance of being successful successful at if more people know what the fuck is going on, which is why I focus on this show mostly on teaching people what is true and what is reasonable about particular policy positions, instead of trying to be like, vote for this person, do that, we need to form a coalition, do that. Like I'm just really just trying to, if I can have any influence on this whole thing, I want to make media better at keeping the public up to date on what is going on. And I think that's where we're so deeply lost right now.
Yeah, because like the last thing is that like with like being around people that were like in education, as like reading is like a big thing. I mean, you probably know a lot that the average reading level is horrendous in this country. And how do we expect people to understand what is going on when they cannot read or like anything?
I just got done being a high school teacher, and yeah, the kids can't fucking read. That's my assessment of having been a
generation.
Yeah. So when people say like, oh, you should show them this resource, you should give people this reading list, I'm like, well, the most effective conversations that I have, like the most minds I've changed on this show have been like 18 to 22-year-olds who I can throw on the teacher voice with and just get serious with for a moment and really just try to understand where they're coming from and where they like, hey, you're really, really confident on this thing about illegal immigrants. Why do you think, did Nick Fuentes tell you that illegal immigrants are bad? Did Kristi Noem tell you that illegal immigrants are bad? Like, what actually did they tell you? Why do you believe that, And I think that so many people who have a platform fail to recognize the benefit there is to being just a little bit gentler with a lot of the people who believe these reprehensible things, because our anger is not, it's not the best use of our anger to direct it at them. We should direct our anger at the people who lied to those individuals.
I do have one more question.
Yeah.
So because I've like listened to your show a few times. You said you're from Minnesota, right?
I'm from New York. I've lived in Minnesota for 10 years.
Oh, okay. Because there's like a small town in Minnesota my family's from. I was just wondering if you've heard of it before.
Yeah, you don't have to dox yourself. You can message me if you want. Maybe
I don't live there. It's that they live there. Like,
yeah, I don't know if you want to say it on the air or not, but I've been all over the state. Maybe I know it.
Okay, I'll try to DM you. Not on here though.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, but have a good day.
You too. That was weird. Isn't Thai normally very difficult?
Apparently.
I don't remember. The chat remembers, but I said I don't remember, so you get a clean slate. And I think that was kind of an interesting conversation. Got to defend myself on the ableist charges that I get sometimes. Because I see it in the comments. People say I'm ableist for like maybe being a touch impatient, or like when somebody's a really slow talker, it is horrendously bad for the show. So I will sometimes do the work of seeing where they're going and then quickly saying what they mean and checking if that's what they were going to say. And that gets the point out in 5 seconds instead of 3 minutes of them rambling. I'm doing that intentionally. I am helping them keep the attention of the audience. And even if I disagree with them, I do my best to do that little favor for them in completely good faith, because at the end of the day, I want the audience to listen. I want them to have a good shot explaining themselves to whoever's listening. And it is just one of the unfair things about life that your ability to speak really affects your ability to participate in these sorts of things, which is the advice I gave my students when I was teaching public speaking. If they didn't want to take my class seriously, they say, I'm not going to get a job in public speaking. And I'm just like, yeah, but you are going to use speech probably every day until you die. So maybe recognize that this cool thing that humans do, where we can make noises with our mouth that take thoughts that are in our brain and put them into other people's brains. If you get skilled at that makes you better at everything. That makes you better at interviewing for any type of job. That makes you better at dealing with any type of customer. That makes you better at dealing with any type of coworker. That might make you better at advocating for yourself on a first date. Maybe if you can really tell her what you're trying to say in a way that lands with her, instead of makes her think, gee, this guy's rambling. Speech is really important. Speech is really fundamentally important to how effective we all are at doing everything that we do. And I'm pretty good at speech, so I have a job now that is basically based around my ability to speak well. So it's particularly obvious for somebody like me that speech is important. But I think about that a lot when I'm dealing with a caller who's not so good at speech. It's like, what can I do to make it so that the reason they're unsuccessful in this conversation is anything but the fact that they're bad at speaking. Which is why I don't like fucking clown on people for tripping over their speech or saying the wrong word. Unless they've already been mean and we're already in middle school trash talk territory. You know, if we're doing that, fine. But, you know, even a caller who's being really reprehensible in their beliefs, I just generally don't switch to, like, making fun of them for the, like, making mistakes or just being inarticulate. Unless they start doing that sort of thing to me. You know what? If they make fun of my teeth, anything's on the table. We're going to talk to DJ the Fish Whisperer. Are we going to talk about fish or politics? We shall see. Is he there? Will he connect? I don't know. Go to the link tree in the bio. Follow me on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Threads, why not? I should do more subliminal messaging on the show. I don't think that DJ meant to connect. I think his phone's in his pocket and the queue is empty. So I will remind everybody that if you like the way I navigate the conversations, you can go to the link tree in the bio and follow me for free everywhere. Or, you know, donate to the show because the show runs on contributions from viewers like you. Thank you, PBS, for putting that phrase in all our heads when we were little. But it really does. And we got some cool stuff planned. We got some big improvements to how we run the show coming. Is this the letter I? Got another episode of Sesame Street. Let's talk about the letter I. Sorry, let's talk with the letter I about... Nope, nothing. He's gone. Goodbye. I will remind all 600 people watching that all 600 of you should be following Oskar Quentin too. If you're watching this show, it means that you're a person who watches this show, which means that you should be following Oskar Quentin too, because the show will sometimes be on there if this account gets banned for something, like it did the other day. Yay, TikTok customer service for dealing with that in a really, really quick hurry. Maybe we can talk about the other thing. Where the fuck is Mitch McConnell? What do our laws mean? These rules. Special election if somebody is dead before this particular date. It was supposed to be August 3rd.
If I had to guess where he's at, probably the 7th ring.
I think he's at the crematorium. That's where I think he is. Yeah, just like the governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear. I'm not going to pretend he wasn't already on my shit list, but writing a letter to Mitch McConnell and his staff saying we need better proof of life. He even referenced in the letter the 2 paltry pictures provided by McConnell's staff, which I'll say it again for everybody who hasn't heard me say it because the viewership's a little different on here every day. Pardon me repeating myself for everybody who watches the show every day, but you guys know I repeat myself a lot. If I was Mitch McConnell and my brain was working enough for me to be a fucking senator, because a senator is a very high-ranking position in our government. If you're a senator, you're among a list of people that is 3 digits worth of people, less than 1,000, who have the most power in this country. That is a big deal. If my brain was functioning such that I was a competent senator, somebody showed me that picture of Mitch McConnell, but it was me in it instead of Mitch McConnell, that first or second one they released, I would say, oh, no, we can't. The people think I'm dead. We can't release this. We need to release like a little video of me drinking some tea, reading a book, you know, talking to my wife. Maybe I'm still recovering. Maybe I'm still out of it. But allegedly the guy's verbal. Like, I would say no. If we release this photo, we are just feeding the conspiracy theorists evidence that I'm dead. Let's make sure that a reasonable person who's up to date on what photos are supposed to look like in 2026, because judging by the resolution of the photo, it's either AI generated or they used a camera from years and years ago. Like, why you tell me Mitch McConnell and his staff around him don't have an iPhone 17 Pro? I'm pretty sure the budget of this show is smaller than his staff, and I have 2 of the fuckers because they're good for doing social media stuff. Like, fucking what the fuck, dude? Like, that's what I would say. I'd say that's nonsense. You're gonna release that photo, and then to do it again, I would say, guys, we went through this last week. I was right. It didn't work. We're just gonna do it again. That's not gonna convince anybody. If my brain was functioning well enough for me to be a senator, that's what I would think when I saw those photos. So Andy Beshear, the governor of Kentucky, referenced those photos and said that they were, the read between the lines of this letter is that they're insufficient evidence of his proof of life, of his proof of competency. And I was reading the letter, and when I got to the bottom, I was very disappointed because there wasn't a specific deadline. He didn't say, like he said, hey, you need to provide proof of life, but he didn't say by when, and he didn't say what would happen if you didn't. And now here we are a week later, past the deadline for when they're supposed to call a special election, which I will remind everybody would give Thomas Massie, who I hate, but who also hates Trump and wants to incarcerate pedophiles, which puts him and me on the same team fucking for now. That would give him a chance to run for this special election as an upset candidate, and upset candidates like that can win special elections, and that is probably a vote for impeachment. Actually, not a vote for impeachment. That is a vote for conviction when the impeachment happens after the midterms. If the Democrats win the House of Representatives, because they vote for an impeachment to happen, and then the Senate holds a trial, and then the senators vote on whether or not to convict. They act like the jury. He'd be a jury member on that. So this is, we need a lot more votes than we're likely to get in terms of an impeachment conviction. But I don't think it's, as I was just saying earlier in this episode, I don't think it's reasonable for anybody to say how things are going to go right now. I think the whole situation is too volatile. I don't think we can trust the pollsters, and to say it's impossible for there to be such a sweep in the Senate that that Trump gets impeached and removed, I think it's frankly like getting rid of what little hope we can actually reasonably have, especially in consideration of the fact that, like, we already have this unprecedented time where there might be more Democratic senators after November than maybe the pollsters are expecting. And then we also have precedent in numerous things right now that there are members of Republican leadership who see the writing on the wall with what's happening with MAGA, and they know it's time to jump ship. Thomas Massie was one of them originally, which is why he betrayed Trump along with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert on the Epstein Files Transparency Act back in November. He is one of the people that is the reason that the Epstein Files were supposed to be released. They still haven't been released. They didn't obey that law when it was passed. But now I get to sit here and say that the Trump administration and his DOJ, full of his appointees who are corrupt people who've worked with him on things that he's exercised his corrupt nature on in the past, they're not following the law. And I get to say that they're directly violating a law that was specifically meant to address this because of individuals like Thomas Massie. So right now we're in a situation where they are straight up weekend at Berniesing. I don't know how to say that. They're fucking propping up a dead guy and saying he's a competent senator. And look, maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just a vegetable. I just, like I've been explaining here, I think it is utterly unreasonable to conclude, based on the evidence released by his staff, that Mitch McConnell is in any way competent to be a senator, and that it is in any way reasonable that they've made it to this deadline without calling for a special election, which would give Thomas Massie a chance. And hey, I'm happy to say vote. People get upset about me saying vote blue no matter who, and I don't say it anymore because it's not always true. And there's a situation where I'll say no, don't vote for a blue upset candidate, senator. Vote for Thomas Massie, even if you're a Democrat, because in Kentucky he's more likely to win. So vote, and they don't have ranked choice voting. So vote for Thomas Massie because that is way more likely to result in something like a Trump conviction and removal from office. And even if we take that off the table, that's still a senator. That's still 1% of our senators is one senator, because we have 100 of them who are now willing to vote against Trump on certain issues like sex crimes, like the war powers. Like, he did vote against the war powers. Like, was that in the House? Can't remember. My point is, he's not a Trump loyalist. He's a Republican, and I don't like Republicans. He's a conservative, who I think are regressive right now. I don't like conservatives. I don't like regressives. I don't like his team, but he's not a loyalist. And the issue that we have, the thing that is so putting our democracy in danger right now, is that so many of these conservative officials, so many of these sitting elected Republicans are loyal to Trump instead of the Constitution. And I just can't say that about Thomas Massie. He's one of the few who isn't. And they stopped him from having a chance to get back in the game, because I will remind everybody that he lost his Senate, or he wasn't in the Senate, but he lost his re-election earlier this year because he betrayed Trump and Trump turned on him. So I'm very, very upset about this Mitch McConnell thing. I for years and years and years and years, I keep thinking, surely it can't get more crazy than this. Surely we can't keep doing a bunch of zany nonsense that I think only happens in the movies.
We need to hold the people that are helping cover this up accountable as well. Like that one guy that said he had a 20-minute conversation with Mitch McConnell. If he can have a 20-minute conversation with a random senator, he can have a 5-minute conversation with Andy Bashir.
He can prove to the fucking public that he's alive, right? Like that to me is...
If that claim has been made publicly by a senator, he should be held accountable for that.
Yeah, that whole thing is so yeah. it's rare. There's a frustration that I have with this whole thing that I deal with, like dealing with all of these conspiracy theories and pieces of disinformation, which is that somebody will bring me a claim about Trump, and the prerequisite knowledge that's necessary to know that claim is bullshit. The things you have to already know to look at the claim and go, that's horseshit. It's sometimes a very long list of things. Sometimes you need to have a really comprehensive understanding of the way that the government works. Sometimes you need to have a really comprehensive understanding of some of the precedent that's existed, some of the judges that Trump's appointed, some of the executive orders that he's filed. Like, it's a big, long conversation that gets us to the conclusion that particular point is bullshit. That's just not the case with Mitch McConnell in this situation. Because like I said, any reasonable person can look at the pictures and say that in 2026, this is not reasonable proof of life. This is not convincing in 2026. RF kidding me wants 10 seconds to say something about McConnell, and then I'm going to get to it. This is an exciting username. The next person in the queue is Truth or Liberal. Yeah. What's up?
We know that the GOP is not opposed to keeping people medically alive to serve their purpose, because look what they did to the woman. They made a human incubator.
Yeah. Abortion policies are resulting in women being used in that way, and that's fucking reprehensible. So they're clearly not above it.
This is how pro-life they are. They're so pro-alive that they will force you to remain alive until you've served your purpose.
Appreciate the word in edgewise.
No problem.
Catch you later. We're going to talk to Truth or Liberal, which is like, it's like a cheeky username. It's like, is this the truth or is this some liberal bullshit? So maybe this is the type of debate we're looking for, but it does seem to be a little bit of that like debate space, like, let's get in the octagon and fight about it stuff. So we'll see what type of call it is. How old are you?
Yeah, you're beneath my pay grade, but I just wanted to step in. I'm just going to
ask you to turn your camera on if you want to stay on my show.
Well, that's a bit creepy.
I don't think it is creepy. You can see my face.
Why are you trying to get people? Why are you trying to get people?
I just don't think you're serious, because I don't think that you want internet videos of you behaving in this way floating around. And if you don't, then get the fuck off my show.
This is what I'm saying, dude. Like, why are you getting? I could be naked right now. Why are you trying to get people to turn their camera on?
You want to go put some clothes on? I'll give you a minute. That's fine.
I didn't say I was. It's just a bit invasive.
Because that's not the reason that you're not turning on your camera. The reason that you're not turning on your camera is that you're a cowardly bitch who goes on the internet and says things that they don't actually really care or want to stand by in their real life. And that's being demonstrated to the 1,000 people watching by you refusing to turn your camera on. Hello, you can see my face. I'd like to see yours.
Oh, looking like you, and you want to talk shit. All right.
You want to talk shit about looks with your camera off. Goodbye. What a pussy. David, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Oscar, one reason Governor Beshear isn't calling a special election is that Massey is on record supporting the SAVE Act. There would still be time to implement the SAVE before the midterms if it passed. Yeah, that's a toughie.
I've heard him saying that he doesn't support it, or at least he was calling it out that it is just purely a voting tax or something.
And I've heard him say that it needed reform to pass for him to be willing to vote for it. So, kind
of depends on what reform he wants.
Right. But compare him to anybody else who's going to win that seat in November, because McConnell is he's retiring. He's not running in November for re-election. So compare Massey to anybody else who's likely to win in November, and he's it's SAVE Act versus SAVE Act in that respect. So we can accept the fact that Massey's going to vote for the SAVE Act potentially, which is shitty. But the alternative is still going to be a vote for the SAVE Act, but not a vote for impeachment or not a vote for some of these other things that we're going to care about. So, worth considering, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about the lesser of two evils here. That's why I said a second ago, it's like I would endorse Massey over a Democrat running for his seat simply for the pragmatic reason that he's more likely to win, and that would be a soft endorsement. That would be quite. You know what? Never mind. That's not a soft endorsement. That is a flaccid endorsement. That is an unexciting. That is an unexciting endorsement. Drew sent me $25 to say thank you. Thank you, Drew. I appreciate you. Thank you for the $25. And then Daniela sent $2 on Cash App to say, yes, hold these cowardly motherfuckers' feet to the fire. Yeah, what a bitch. I cannot believe these people who think that did it protect his precious little feelings to attack my appearance with his camera off? Unbelievable. You can't write this shit. I didn't know until I got this job that adults could be such cowardly wimps. I didn't know we had such a problem with cowardly wimps in this country. I thought that when people grew up, they learned how to have a fucking backbone, and that for the most part, people meant what they said. But I've learned that that's not the fucking way that it is. That's not the way it works at all. Thank you.
The way he flopped from
I'm above your pay grade
to I'm a little keyboard warrior bitch.
Yeah.
That's so fast.
Yeah, he collapsed in a quick fucking hurry. Georgia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Georgia said, how would Massey be able to vote for impeachment if he's replaced by a new senator in January? It might happen that fast. It might get the Republicans would want to stall, but if there's again, I'm talking, this is like a fucking Hail Mary, but you still throw the ball hoping for a Hail Mary if there's 3 seconds left on the clock, right?
Absolutely.
Right? We're not going to not fucking try. That's the fucking problem with all these people who say voting ourselves out of a wet paper bag isn't going to work. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty fucking embarrassing if you don't fucking try. For all of history, we're not going to say that voting wasn't going to work unless we fucking tried. So yeah, I think if we get, I think it's likely that Democrats are going to win the House and that there's going to be impeachment articles voted on that week. I think that's reasonably likely. And then if we have enough of control of the Senate, the trial should start fucking immediately. And that's 2 months. Maybe. But again, what would the fucking coach say if you saw that there were 3 seconds left on the clock, looked at the hoop and looked at the basketball and dropped it on the ground instead of fucking throwing that thing from full court? Fucking try, people. This is our country. These are our fucking neighbors. These are people's lives. These are kids' schools' lunches. These are all of these things that we all fucking care about. All you have to fucking do is go to a place and write a fucking check mark on a piece of paper to say that we tried. And if you're not interested in doing that, call into my fucking show so I can talk some fucking sense into you. Thank you, Jennifer Ferguson, for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. She said, could you imagine not calling into work for 6 weeks and not communicating when you plan to return to work? Remember, we are Congress's bosses. I'd also like to point out that all of his staff are still collecting their fucking paychecks. He's still collecting his paycheck. His family's still collecting his paycheck. Jammer sent $5 to say 2 callers in 2 days saying it's creepy to turn on their camera, says the group putting up flock cameras. Fucking hilarious. Brand Does Metal for $2 said Oscar may be the best at shutting down douchebags. Yeah. I'm some people spend time getting good at, a sport they like or painting or something. I'm really enjoying getting good at shutting down whiny, wimpy, cowardly fucking traitors, because we got an infestation of them type of motherfuckers in our country, and they're fucking with our politics. And if you ask them to turn their camera on, you see their true colors pretty fucking quickly, even without their camera on. Jazz sent $2 to say you hurt his princess feelings by calling him out. Sure did. He didn't like it one fucking bit. Where was I on Venmo? More coming in. Holy shit. Thank you, Georgia Reed, again for that $5. And then we had $1 from Malachi, who said, will you recommend a non-fiction book to me? Slaughterhouse-Five. Go read Slaughterhouse-Five. That's a classic. If you haven't read that, All the Light We Cannot See. Tammy sent $5 to say, Rand Paul just led a vote to hold Fauci in contempt of court. And that's Mamazon Arrives over on TikTok, I assume. Yes, yeah, we covered that news at the very beginning of the show, so that's at the beginning of the VOD if you want to check it out. Yeah, fucked up that they did that. But I don't need to cover it all completely again, because I did have a pretty comprehensive description of it earlier in the show. All right. I think it is time to move on to Cred. Let's see if he's got any street cred in the debate scene. Or maybe he's going to earn some on this show by being reasonable and having a meaningful adult conversation. Or he's going to be one of those wimps who, shows that he is such a thing. How old are you?
How's it going?
Wait, hold on. My brain didn't work. Hold on for just a second. He said non-fiction. My brain totally thought fiction for some reason. A good non-fiction? Unweaving the Rainbow by Richard Dawkins. Not one of his religious books, but might be my favorite non-fiction book. Brain fart on that one. Anyway, sorry about that. Hey, Cred, how old are you?
I'm 39.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Oh, I'll give you a second if you got a question or a topic, but I'm looking for Trump supporters.
Yeah, I've got some disagreements on your Massey impeachment thing, and so I was just wondering if I could take a second to ask you a question about that.
Sure.
So, I understand wanting to get Trump in. I'm not 100% familiar. If Trump gets impeached, does Vance go with him?
No. Vance becomes president.
Okay. Right. So then do you think that what's happening, the current path that this administration is on, do you think it stops with Vance?
Well, it's that if Vance becomes president because Trump got impeached for violating the Constitution or whatever list of things it would be in the article of impeachment, it was 13 things the last time they tried with articles. So there's like a big list.
Yeah.
If Vance becomes president, he will be a president who knows he will then immediately be impeached if he goes and does the same things. So obviously I'm not excited about JD Vance being president, but I'm just excited about the president being a president in a world where Donald Trump got impeached for the things that he did. So that's what I'm excited about.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I don't have any faith in the entire Republican Party. My fear about simply impeaching Trump in any way at this point is that he doesn't actually face criminal jail time for what he's doing. And I also feel like we just need to start holding the entire Republican Party accountable for the actions that this administration has taken part. It is shameful to see all the people who are appointed be unable to answer the question of who won the election. It's shameful for people to have things pointed out that Trump is either moving money around or breaking laws, going against the Constitution, and them just totally standing up for him in all of these hearings. At this point, the entire party is at fault.
Yep.
And I just don't think that sacrificing a dementia-ridden, like filling his pants with shit PDF is going to, as a sacrifice to our goodwill, is actually going to fix the problem.
Well, it's not going to fix everything, but I do just think it will really neuter the ability of the Republican Party to keep steamrolling the Constitution for the second half of the term.
Okay, maybe. I mean, that's really all I wanted to say.
Sure thing.
But,
Yeah, no. That was a good point to add to the conversation, and it's something I do like to bring up when I talk about Trump's impeachment. So thanks for reminding me to attack that on the end. W's in the chat for cred. Good faith conversation. Even if he's friendly, still just a nice conversation. Dad Bod, I don't think he's friendly. I think I've spoken to him before. But I'll read Lucky Phil's Buy Me a Coffee. I think he said $5 to say, just saw the headline, RFK Jr. tells families to vaccinate children against measles amid the outbreak. The irony! Yes, very ironic indeed. Very ironic indeed. Greg sent a few bucks on Venmo to say, with all due respect, I prefer how McConnell is serving now more than any other time in his political career. Yes, he has caused less harm in the last few weeks than he normally does. But I still think it would be better for him to be, for us to acknowledge that he's probably dead. Dad Bod, how old are you? You're muted, Dad Bod. There you go. Oh, now you're muted again.
Yeah, I responded. I said 45.
45, okay. You support Trump?
I support elements of the administration. I always support.
You're driving a car, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm actually a passenger in a vehicle, though.
It is a little bit of road noise, and there's an automatic system that flags for it. So you're totally welcome to call in and be on today's show, but I need you not to be in a moving car. I think in general, just both for road noise and for not flagging the TOS, the rules like don't be in a car. I sometimes make the exception, but not today. And yeah, the chat lit up. Chat was excited, but let's see. Do we have any opposition in the chat? Because there's nobody in the queue. So I'm gonna go. Let's go hunting for somebody who. Let's go hunting for somebody who doesn't like me. Let's see.
I heard Screech was in the chat.
Is Screech in the chat today? We could talk to Screech if we got nobody else. I don't know. It's amazing to think that there's 1,000 people watching and none of them are opposition who want to call in. Try not to run that much of an echo chamber, but I almost feel like I'm so effective at shutting down the douchebags that it's like almost potentially like bad for the show that I'm so effective with them. Like I need to lure them in a little longer. Cause I don't know, maybe we could have gotten more clips out of that cowardly wuss that wouldn't turn on his camera if I'd let him go a little longer. But I think that call in its entirety is going to be a good clip on its own.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a good, that was a dinger. That guy just got me some followers.
Yeah, that guy would have been fun to talk to, but I think overall that was the way to handle it.
Brandon sent me $20 to say, hey Oscar, Puss Puss broke up with Dean. You're next. Well, yeah, that's just the thing. It's like I get fucking Dean's sloppy seconds on all the fucking trolls. So Dean's mods get them banned, then they come over here and my mods get them banned, then they move on to somebody else. Let's see if there's any like maybe in the request queue here I can find some people to invite. Maybe we have some regular callers whose username I'll recognize. I've also been thinking we need to maybe go unban some people. Give some people a chance, because some people get banned, and I just think that like these Trump supporters are inconsistent enough that somebody who got banned reasonably like a month or 2 or 3 months ago, like maybe we should start like letting some of those accounts back in just to see.
You know who hasn't wasted enough breath in this world lately? El Chico Tech.
El Chico Tech hasn't been here. Is his account banned though?
I'm pretty sure.
I think it is, because he got soft banned, which is when like you're not allowed on the show, but I don't ban your account. Just for being unproductive and having the same fucking conversation every time. And then I think Will, who just joined the call, I think Will banned him for being annoying in the chat, like shortly after that.
No. He was soft banned. We told him come back in, I think it was like 3 months, because nothing was getting through to him, no matter how many times you delivered facts to him. But last night I was on watching a different live, and he came in on a different account because he got El Chico Tech banned because he was putting up, in his words, pictures of his cousins who had gotten deported because they were P3DOs. So he's still out there up to his same old bullshit. So
yeah, he's one of the. He's one of them. Unfortunately, El Chico Tech EDU is one of the most unrelentingly consistent callers in terms of him not changing an inch. The guy is like, because he's so similar to Kimikaze, who was back on the other day. But when I realized that El Chico Tech EDU is 20 years older than Kimikaze, I thought, oh my god, this guy's a lost cause. But I don't know. We can check in with him. It's been a little while. Thanks for the update, Will.
Yeah, man, no problem.
Appreciate you. Liam, using slurs in the chat. You can get on the show if you promise not to fucking use slurs, buddy. He says that we love whining. I don't love whining. It makes me very unhappy that I do so much whining. I wish there was nothing for me to whine about. It's the things that I whine about that make me much more unhappy than the whining. The whining is a symptom of the things that make me so deeply unhappy about what's happening in this country.
If we're going to go with semantics, I don't think you whine because you offer solutions.
I whine sometimes.
All right, fair enough.
I do some whining.
Fair.
I do lament the conditions of our democracy. I've done it today.
But I only consider it whining if you're not offering solutions.
Yeah. Chat says not Liam. Not Liam. Is it the same Liam? I thought Liam's username wasn't Liam.
That's what I thought too, but...
We shouldn't just discriminate against people because their name is Liam. Is that Liam?
I mean, I don't know if I've met a nice Liam.
Klimfst. Am I remembering correctly? Is this not a Republican? Is this a lefty?
I have no idea.
I don't remember. We shall find out after he tells me how old he is. Hello, how old are you?
How are you? Oh, I'm 22.
22. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, I can go to the whole thing with Biden or Kamala not to vote for. I can go to the thing that Joe Biden early said in his career he's a Zionist, and I think it's kind of crazy saying that live on television.
I think that in 2024 both options were Zionists. Why does that make you? How did you end up on Trump as the better of the two options if they're both
better
Zionists?
Two options. Well, voting age. Okay, Kamala wanted to vote at the voting age is 16. Okay, she wanted to vote lower to 16.
Did she?
I have.
Is there proof of that?
Would you like video proof? I can give you video proof.
I would love to see that. Yeah, I disagree. I don't think we should. Even though it would benefit my side, I don't think we should lower the voting age to 16.
I remember her saying that young people are kind of stupid, which she meant, obviously in a joking way.
I'm just going to Google Kamala Harris voting age. So it says San Francisco Chronicle, Kamala Harris advocates lowering the voting age to 16. I wasn't doubting it, dude. I asked. I Googled it.
No, I'm just finding it funny. Like, again, that's the reason why I didn't vote for her.
Okay.
That's the reason why.
Why? Yeah, but why are you laughing at me?
I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at her statements. Not you. Her statements.
Yeah, but you already what? I'm sorry. What was her statement?
Her wanting to lower the voting age.
I'm sorry, I didn't read a statement. I read a headline. This is the problem with America, is that you can hear a headline and then you say, I heard the words that Kamala Harris said we should lower the voting age. She probably does. It's probably in this article. But why do you jump to that?
Why do I jump to that specifically?
Yeah, you said hear the statement. Why, but you didn't hear a statement. Like, do you realize how careless that is?
I actually have the video if you want to hear it. I have the video.
Can you admit that saying I said Kamala Harris advocates lowering the voting age to 16, right?
What is a statement?
Right. No, but I just want you to admit that it was shitty and irresponsible for you to say, for you to in that moment. We will look at the statement. We can watch your video. That's fine. I'm not running away from it. You can have as much airtime as you want for us to address this issue and I'm willing to do that after you address the fact that it was just a little silly for you to hear a headline and then say that it was a statement from her. Just don't.
I already admitted it.
Don't do that to people on either side.
Okay, I can go in for another reason.
I mean, we can look at the video. I don't need to. What do you want me to Google to find it?
I have the video right here.
Okay, what do I Google to find it? And what do people at home Google to find
it? Video of Kamala saying she wants to lower the voting age to 16.
Okay, I'm going to Google video of Kamala Harris saying she wants to lower the voting age to 16. I'm going to Google exactly the words you said. I'm going to pop this up on the screen. We're just going to have a look here. Do I go to the videos tab? What do I do to find this?
Go to the videos tab.
Okay.
The Daily of a CEO, I think.
Okay, which one?
I think it's the first one, or the first one or the second one.
Okay, we can watch this together. And I did finally fix it. The guests can hear the video, which is good. Oh, fuck you, Fox News. I do allow ads on Fox News.
Voting age to 16. I'll tell you why. So, Gen Z, they're aged about 13 through 27. They've only known the climate crisis. They missed substantial parts of their education because of the pandemic. If they're in high school or college, especially in college, it is very likely that whatever they've chosen as their major for study may not result in an affordable wage. They've coined the term climate anxiety to describe fear of not only being able to buy a home, but that fear will be wiped out by extreme weather, but fear of having children. It is expected that Gen Z will have 10 to 12 jobs in their lifetime. They are a larger number than boomers. They're a specific generation of people who are going to impact our nation and the world.
Yeah, I disagree with her completely on that. I even think that she gave one of the pieces of information that I give as a piece of counter evidence for why I think it would be not sensible to lower the voting age, which is that these are kids who missed out on their education because of COVID. They are less equipped than 16-year-olds might have been 10 or 20 years ago. Yeah, so that's an opinion. It wasn't part of her campaign policy. It was just a thing she said. But I disagree with her on that. I can say minus 1 point for Kamala Harris on that one. I'm happy to say that. I don't think that adds up to her being the wrong choice for president.
Okay, what about her saying that again? If you were anti-Israel, do you agree that she said her directly, I used to plant flowers in Israel's name, or trees in Israel's name?
Donald Trump is currently waging a war on Iran on Israel's behalf. So, no, that's just...
the Iran war.
I'd rather he plant some flowers.
I'm against the Iran war, but do you think Kamala would have been different? Are you 100% she would have been different on Israel?
I'm not 100% sure that she would have been different, but I'm 100% sure that Donald Trump would be the same because he is the president and we're talking about what he's doing. There's a 100% chance of Donald Trump starting the war in Iran because he already did, and it was less than 100% chance with Kamala Harris, and she said she wouldn't, and I tend to believe her on large policy positions like that.
I'm against the war in Iran. Again, I think going to Iran is one of the biggest mistakes. Again, George Bush, JFK, probably the greatest president, in my opinion. But George Bush, for example, very bad idea. Barack Obama doing it really bad. Okay. Joe Biden doing it really bad.
We can go back to the original question because the first thing you brought up was that they're both Zionists. I agreed. I said that's bad. That's one of the reasons in which we maybe are picking between the lesser of two evils, between an establishment Democrat.
The Biden tapes? No? The Biden tapes that got released?
What?
the Biden tapes that got released.
I'm sorry.
Biden
That's a pivot. I'm just reviewing the things we've covered so far, because so far we brought up this thing about Zionism. I think that it's true. Like if we're gonna force ourselves into black and white thinking and say that somebody is either a Zionist or not, yes, they're both Zionists. I don't think that they're equal caliber of Zionists, and I think that Trump's administration is probably hurting American people in a way that's greater in favor of Israel than an establishment Democrat would. But even if we were to just say that they were equal, which is really throwing you a bone, because I don't think that they were equal, just for the sake of conversation, we can say, fine, if we're gonna, for the sake of conversation, say they're equal on Israel, which again, I'm just doing for the sake of conversation. I still don't know how that arrives at us thinking that Donald Trump is going to be the better president. And you offered that Kamala Harris wanted to lower the voting age to 16, which is something that she said on October 30th, 2025, which was maybe a couple of days before the election. Or no, yeah, that was not a couple of days before the election. That was long after the election. So yeah, she said that last year. Sorry, my brain misremembered. I thought, okay, that was right before the election. No, it wasn't. 2025. The election was in 2024. She said this after losing, which maybe she has an ulterior motive and she's lying to us, and she's lamenting that 16-year-olds can't vote.
She lies to get in. She lies to get in.
But I'm saying maybe she's being dishonest, and the reason she wishes the voting age was 16 is because she'd be president right now if it was. Because I think that's probably the case.
She's coping.
Sure, quite possibly. Why I don't think that makes her a worse choice than Trump, because I could sit here and list things that Trump has done that are so much worse than her a year after the election, saying that she maybe thinks that the voting age should be lowered to 18. Donald Trump probably thinks that the age of consent should be lowered, probably quite a lot lower than 16. I think that's a way bigger issue than her wanting to lower the voting age to 16.
Well, I'm saying again, personally, I know she said that after the election, but again, her in her early in her career, said related stuff to that. I can even go through her as an attorney. I can go to her saying stuff again, lying about there's not a single soldier in an active combat war zone. Her lying about that, which was proven. There was a lie. But
get real. You know this is chump change against Trump's history of dishonesty.
Did you not lie about soldiers who are risking their lives, not being in a combat war zone? Did you not lie about that?
I mean, again, if we're going to go one for one, Trump did that by promising not to start the war in Iran. And
yes
then starting,
or no? Did Kamala do that? Yes or no?
I don't know which particular thing you're talking about. I'm saying that even if I just assume you're right about that, I can say that Trump did exactly the same thing by lying about not starting the war in Iran, which has killed U.S. servicemen.
Let's be woke. How about we the world needs to be woke?
I think that's a pivot. Answer what I just said.
No, you didn't
answer what I just said.
If I were to believe you, yes, Trump again. I'm sorry.
Do you not believe that Trump promised not to start any new wars on the campaign trail?
He did.
Did he start any new wars?
Did he start any new wars with Iran? But didn't Israel attack Iran first?
We got involved in a war that we weren't already involved in. But he
didn't start it.
I don't think that that's fair to say. We were the ones who struggled.
You just started.
We did struggle. We started it with Israel. We made the plans together.
Who initiated the first strike?
I think this is semantics, dude. He killed people by getting involved in a war. I'm not. Tell those servicemen's families that he semantically gets out of having caused their death when he made campaign promises that to a serviceman would suggest that they weren't going to die in combat under it.
I'm not going to. Okay then.
And also, by the way, we did start the war with Israel.
So who initiated the first strike, Israel or U.S.?
The U.S. and Israel teamed up and decided we're going to attack Iran. I do not care which military the first bomb came from.
So then then how about this? Then you have to say the same thing about Barack Obama when he killed innocent children.
We are not talking about Barack Obama. He has been retired for 10 years. We're talking about Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. You said that Kamala Harris lied about the danger to servicemen. I'm saying that Donald Trump did the same thing by saying that he wouldn't start any new wars in his campaign. Then starting a new war with Israel against Iran that has caused U.S. servicemen to die. Answer to that.
So again, how about this? Give me, if you have any proof that he started the war that he initiated. Starting a war has to be approved by what? A war has to be approved by what?
I'm going to ask you to turn your camera on if you want to continue. I don't believe you're being serious. I think that given that you're clearly knowledgeable about these things and you know your talking points, I think that it's completely disingenuous. No. We can get right back to that after you turn your camera on, because you asking for evidence that Donald Trump started the war in Iran suggests to me that you are not at all. Yeah, stop talking about that and look for the button on your screen that will turn your camera on, because I'm not interested in hearing another word you have to say about this until you prove to me, chat. Let me know who's doing the cooking, guest or host. Put that in the chat so he can see who the people watching this show. I am not interested in anything else you have to say until you turn on your camera, because I do not believe you're a person who takes these positions seriously. I do not think you want an internet video existing.
You don't want to go to a law point of view? You don't want to go to a law point of view?
I want to do that after you turn your camera on. Turn your camera on.
No, that's not, I'm not turning my camera
on.
No.
Why not? Coward.
Because again,
Wimp.
Do I have to? Do I force him to turn on my camera? Do I have the right to refuse?
Dude, if you turn your camera on and I can see that your shoulders are above your hips, that'll teach me that you have a fucking spine. And from where you're sitting right now, I can't see that you have a spine. I like to talk to people who have spines. Turn your camera on.
So you're gonna force me to?
I can't force you to do anything. Your options are to turn on your camera or leave the call.
You have borders. You have borders in your panel. You have borders in your panel.
My show. I'm in charge here. This isn't a country. You don't have to live here. You don't have to find a job here. You don't have to raise your family here. You don't have to figure out how to feed your kids here. You don't have to do anything that. You have to figure out whether or not you're going to leave the show or show my audience that you're not a coward and you have a fucking spine by turning on your camera. Fucking do it. Turn your camera on. You call yourself a patriot? You think you're the type of person who's going to make America great? You think that you're the type of person that America is about? You think that when the history books talk about this time, they're going to say, look at this guy. He really knew what he was about. This fucking faceless coward on the internet spreading bullshit that he knows is bullshit. He so knows that it's bullshit that he's unwilling to have that bullshit associated with what he looks like. You think the history books are going to say that you're the fucking man? Get real. Turn your fucking camera on, you coward.
I'm a coward.
You are a coward. You are demonstrating with every passing second that you were a coward. With every second that passes, you become more of a fucking coward. Thank you, Tina, for the whale thing.
How about this? I'll turn it on for 1 second. You can see who I look like, and then I'm turning it back on.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
No, you can take 1 second.
10 seconds.
Leave it, bro.
10 seconds.
Listen, man, I'm
10 seconds. My show. Leave if you don't like the rules. 10 seconds.
You can kick me, bro.
I'm not gonna kick you. I'm gonna sit here and demonstrate to the audience for as long as you let me that you are a cowardly bitch. And if you want to not look like a cowardly bitch to the audience, you can turn on your camera and start saying some of this shit to me with your face.
What happened to love? What happened to love?
I don't love you. I fucking hate you. You are what is wrong with this country. I fucking hate that people like you exist. It is because I have so much love that I fucking hate you. Turn on your fucking camera.
So you're not pro-LGBT then?
What the fuck are you talking about, you dumb fuck? Turn on your fucking camera if you're going to talk about that community. You got opinions about the LGBTQIA plus community? We can fucking talk about them after you turn on your fucking camera.
I don't have a problem with them.
Yeah, fucking prove it, bitch. Turn on your camera and talk to me about it.
You're crashing out, dude.
I am crashing out. The fact that there are fucking faceless Nazis like you running around our country, fucking up our politics by spreading shit in the town square where we all have to suckle at the teat of a TOS system that is designed to make billionaires rich instead of to get the truth out there. The fact that I have to swim upriver to tell people what the fucking truth is because dumb fucks like you can float down the lazy river of bullshit fed to you by the right. You think that makes you a man? You think that makes you a patriot? You think that makes you a good person? You think you have a fucking leg to stand on to tell me that I don't appreciate the LGBTQIA plus community? Turn on your fucking camera if you believe a word of the bullshit you are spewing on my show.
I'm a man, so what's a man? You said I'm a man, so what's a man?
A man is somebody who exudes the traits that people historically have associated with people who have X and Y chromosomes. And people throughout history have thought that men are people who have fucking spines. So even if you don't like my definition, even if you don't like the fact that I'm a little bit older than maybe some of the Zoomers on this platform, so maybe I use words like bitch, maybe I say man up, maybe I have a little bit of that ingrained misogyny that exists in a person who speaks fucking English. That saying that I'm a sexist for doing like that is like saying I'm not an atheist because I say god damn every now and then. I'm sorry, I speak fucking English. I also speak the fucking truth and I have a fucking spine. Turn on your camera if you want to get on board with that paradigm.
On paradigm? You said you're pro-LGBT, but pro-LGBT is all love. You're saying you're pro-love.
Camera! I fucking hate you. I will say it again. It is because of my love that I fucking hate people like you.
You hate me.
I fucking hate you, dude. You are worthy of my ire. You are worthy of my hate. You are worthy of the rest of history, looking back and studying people like you so we can ask a question like, how the fuck are we going to make sure this shit doesn't happen again? Because it happened in the 30s in Germany. Go read Hitler's Willing Executioners. How did millions of everyday Germans think, this is fine. It's not going to affect me. It's no big deal. This war's probably not going to kill 100 million people.
Barack Obama? What about the children's
We can talk about whatever the fuck you want after you turn your fucking camera on. Camera the fuck on now if you want anybody watching this show to be even halfway convinced that you give a shit about children, about the LGBTIQ plus community, whatever the fuck that long list of letters that's I can admit as a leftist is too fucking long. Whatever you want to say about those fucking people, if you want to prove to people that you care about democracy, that you care about basic human rights, that you care about the Constitution, that you care about law and order, that you care about rule in this country, if you care about any of that fucking shit, turn your fucking camera on.
Talk about law? You want to talk about law?
After you turn your camera on, I'd love to talk about Law and Order with you after you turn your fucking camera on.
When did Congress approve a war in Iran?
Turn your fucking camera on and we can have a conversation about that. You think you're going to slip out of this? You think the topic is going to be anything other than the fact that you are clearly, obviously a cowardly little wuss who doesn't want his big, precious feelings about the economy, about politics, about Trump, about any of these wedge issues? You think that the topic is going to be anything other than the fact that you know you are such a reprehensible monster that history is going to reflect on, that you don't want people to know it was you? You don't want your family to know it was you. You don't want your coworkers to know it was you. You don't want girls you date to know it was you. You don't want your kids to know it was you. You don't want to go through life worrying, God forbid somebody find that time I was on the Oskar Quentin show. You don't want to worry about that because you know you're a fucking monster. That's why your camera's not on. Turn your fucking camera on.
I'm a monster.
Yes.
So, do you have any scientific proof that I'm a monster?
There is no such thing as scientific proof, you monster. There's scientific proof, and if you want to talk about what it is, you can do that with me after you turn your fucking camera on. One topic. Nothing else is happening on this show except me yelling at this motherfucker who doesn't want to turn his camera on for all the reasons I just listed. I will keep listing them. They're great for the fucking viewership. We're up 300 viewers from when I started yelling. Oh, sorry, YouTube's doing well too. We're up 400 viewers from when I started yelling at you. Because it's good for
on me, man.
Yeah, it's actually like totally performative. I'm fine. Like I'm chilling. It's like good for the show though. If I just like keep it turned the fuck up and yell at you about the fact,
baiting your audience.
Yes, absolutely. I fucking prank the audience all the time by performatively crashing out about shit to get the viewership up. So people think, oh my God, Oskar Quentin's yelling. The caller must be a bitch. What type of bitch is he? Let's watch the show and find out. He's the type of bitch who won't turn on his camera. But no, it is performative.
Like, do I have to, by my amendment rights, do I have to turn on my camera?
No, you can. Sorry, I'm gonna go back to yelling. You can run if you fucking want. If you're the type of coward who can't handle the heat, if you want to fucking leave, you're perfectly welcome to. There's a button that does that too. It's right next to the fucking camera button.
I'm not leaving, dude.
Why not?
Because I don't have to.
You don't have to, but you're like, you are. I gotta turn it back up. You are helping me by being such a bitch who won't turn on his fucking camera because he knows that he's a monstrous piece of shit who's making the world a better place or a worse place. You think you're making it a better place. You say you're making it a better place. You come on here and act like you're defending what's good and right, but you won't even associate your own political ideologies with your identity by turning on your fucking camera. Why wouldn't you do that? If you actually, you don't have to. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to eat. I don't have to pay my bills. I don't have to go I don't have to fucking do anything in this world. There might be consequences, and the consequences of you not turning on your camera is that nobody watching takes you seriously, and we all know,
one takes me seriously?
Those Trump supporters are a bunch of faceless Nazi bitches who want the world to become a terrible place for minorities. You are a fucking Nazi. Turn on your camera so we can see what one looks like.
What's a Nazi?
You're somebody who wants this nationalistic approach to politics where we have a consolidation of power that ruins the rights of marginalized groups. You want that to succeed, and that makes you a Nazi in my vocabulary. I'm not going to sit here and fucking argue any of this shit with you, and I don't care how many views I get. I'm not going to put up with it for much longer. So if you got anything else other than not turning on your camera before I kick you and move on to somebody who maybe is worth my time to talk to?
Sure. You said I'm a Nazi, but I believe if you grab a child, I think you deserve to die. Is that a Nazi point of view?
Camera on, and we'll talk about it, you bitch.
So you don't agree with that? You don't agree with unallowed?
No, I didn't say that. Don't put fucking words in my mouth. Let's see your pretty face.
Say it.
I'm refusing to answer because you're not turning on your camera, and I've said it a dozen times in a row. I'm not going to answer anything until you turn your camera on. If you think that means you can just throw words at me and then say I have an opinion about them, that makes you look like even more of a bitch because the people watching don't work like you. They don't think that this sort of like dick measuring competition of like, oh, define Nazi, oh, define. No. People just watching can use their own fucking social skills and their understanding of the politics to know that you're a fucking piece of garbage. And there's not a word you can say that will demonstrate to anybody watching that you are anything but a fucking coward. My face is visible to these people. People know where I'm going to be on August 22nd. I'm going to be out here defending my community from fucking dangerous Nazis who regularly come here to spew their hate and physically fucking assault us. You turning it on?
I'll turn it on for 5 seconds. Deal?
You know what? On this show, I'm willing to say that sometimes you have to negotiate with terrorists. I offered 10, you offered 1. I'm willing to compromise with 5. Get that camera on.
Sure.
Am I about to get banned? There we go. Here he is. Can't believe that worked. Cool.
I understand why you didn't want to turn it on.
I wasn't going to say it, Raven.
I got you.
All right, cool. No. Now we can chill out.
You think I'm scared. So here, you call me a Yahtzee.
Hey, I don't care what you think about me. My little game where I yelled at you for 5 minutes to get you to turn your camera on, it worked. That's a win for me. Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
So You said I'm a Yahtzee, but I agree that if you grape a child, I believe you should be 6 feet under. If you grape a woman, you deserve to be 6 feet under.
I'm trying to hear you.
If you grape a child, I think you deserve to be 6 feet under.
I think that Trump. I think it's almost certain that Trump has done that.
But is there proof that he did that?
Well, he's hiding all the proof that would show that he did or didn't do that. But do
you have any by a law point of view? Do you have any proof that he did anything?
I'm sorry, I was answering that, and my reasoning is that I think that a person who didn't rape any kids would release the evidence about all the kid raping that happened that they are legally obligated to release because of the freshly passed Epstein Files Transparency Act that he worked very hard to prevent from passing. I think that that's really strong circumstantial evidence that I think, with my brain, with my own noodle, with my own ability to reason, yes, he's continuing to break the law.
Why did Biden want to hide the Biden tapes? Why did Biden want to hide the Biden tapes?
What are the Biden tapes?
The Biden tapes where
I'm not interested. No. We're not pivoting over to Biden. You're talking about Trump. No, listen.
Just like Trump.
There's a thing I just said that I want you to respond to that I don't understand. I don't understand.
He's hiding all the evidence.
Okay, now you're just interrupting me every time I say something. We've brought the temperature back down. I can control myself and come back to a calm place. Can you come?
He's not hiding evidence.
Why did Trump do the things he did? Why did he try to stop the Epstein Files Transparency Act from passing? Why haven't the Epstein Files been released in a way that's legal? Because there's two things wrong with the Epstein Files Transparency. You think he should
release?
Right. Okay. I agree. Why hasn't he?
Why hasn't he? Well, again,
I think the only reasonable.
He's hiding proof. I'm not going to disagree.
I think that, right. And I think that the only reasonable explanation for the fact that he's hiding this evidence is because it's evidence of his wrongdoing. So I think it's very likely that he. I don't say it's certain. I think it's certain, I think it meets the legal standard for what he did to E. Jean Carroll. Like, I can talk about that with certainty. I can talk about certain things I've seen.
No, he did not do anything to her, dude. That's crazy.
Well, let's not pivot onto that. My point is that with this particular issue, his crimes against children, I'm very careful to say that he very probably, I'm almost certain that he did these things, because I just can't see any other explanation for the fact that he's hiding the evidence in the way that he is, other than that he did some bad shit to kids, or that he facilitated some very bad stuff happening to kids. I can accept the possibility that maybe if Donald Trump didn't do any of the raping himself, he definitely sold some of those children to Epstein.
But is there proof of that?
It's in the Epstein files, I believe, and I think that's we're just in this circular thing where it's like the proof is in this box. The proof will tell you whether or not I raped any kids. Can you say, can I look in the box? And I go, nope. And then they go, wait, no. The court's actually ordered you to show me what's in the box. You have to show me what's in the box. And I go, no. We don't look in this box.
By your logic, with that meaning, then you should not believe grave victims without any evidence, correct?
No.
So you should believe victims. So a guy actually give you a kiss.
I'm judging him by his behavior, and his behavior I cannot explain unless he did horrible things to children.
Again, I think he did, but again, I cannot say he did by a law point of view.
I don't care about a law point of view. We're not. This isn't a courtrooom. We're on a podcast, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about whether or not we as people think it's reasonable for this guy to be.
Why is grape bad then? Why is grape bad if it's not a law point of view? Why is it bad? Why should it be illegal? Why should it be illegal?
Slow down, dude. Rape is
Why should grape be illegal? Why should it be illegal?
You're not letting me talk. I'm trying to answer your questions and you're just yipping them at me. Actually, here. I'm gonna try your strategy. You lead the conversation and I'm gonna behave the way that you were behaving just now. Let's try that.
Go ahead. Sure.
Yep, I am. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna behave just like you.
Go ahead.
Yep, I am. You're the host now. You're in charge.
I am in charge.
Yeah, you're totally in charge. You can do whatever you want.
I can.
Yeah. Anything you want. Anything you want to do, you can do it.
I know.
You're in charge. I just put you in charge. What are we talking about?
What are we talking about?
Yeah, you're in charge of the show. I just put you in charge. What are we talking about?
Give me proof that.
No, I just want to know what we're talking about.
I know.
Yeah, I'm just going to behave like you and say, what are we talking about? What's the topic? What's the question?
I think Nickelodeon.
Yeah, what are we talking about? I just want to know.
I think Nickelodeon.
Just tell me what we're talking about. I don't even know why we're talking. Like, come on, what are we talking about? Dude, just tell me what we're talking about.
I think Nickelodeon.
Dude, I'm trying to listen. Just tell me what we're talking about.
I think Nickelodeon.
I want to know the question. What's the topic? I can't hear you.
I think Nickelodeon.
Yeah, dude, just get to the point. What are we talking about? You see how that's how you were behaving, and that made it really difficult.
I think Max and Ruby was a good show as a kid. I think Max and Ruby was a terrific show.
Anyway, why do you think Trump is hiding the Epstein files? What do you think the reason is?
Why do you think he is? Well, again, FBI can lock them away. Again, if he forces them, I think that's wrong. But there's no proof that he is forcing them to keep them away.
Why doesn't he want the FBI to lock them away?
Why doesn't he?
Yes. Why? Yeah, you said that. I asked a very straightforward
I don't
question.
know what he wants. Again, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing his name should be on there.
Right.
Multiple times for that act.
Right. That's very bad.
Well, yes, but again, if you want to go to morals, then. If you want to go to moral based on thing and not by law, let's go to morals. Let's go to moral point of view. Trump, bad. Epstein files to the children. Not going to name who. Gave the Medal of Freedom to the Epstein clients. Is that a bad act?
Who did what now?
Obama gave the Medal of Freedom to the Epstein clients. Yes or no?
Is there? I don't know. Maybe Chad will probably let me know.
That's a bad act. That's a bad act.
Well, that's only bad to do if you know that you're doing it. If you know. Did he know? Do you have?
Yes, Obama knows.
Do you have?
You're telling me someone who ran the country. Someone who ran the country.
I'm sorry. I have a question. Did he have? Do you have proof that he knew?
Do I have proof that he knew? Yes. Anyone knows.
What?
It says all politicians are corrupted. Just go to APAC.
So wait. Oh, all politicians are corrupt. He must have known because they're politicians. It sounds to me like everybody who's given a Medal of Freedom to any politician is therefore corrupt. No, that's nonsense. I think that for you to say that he gave the Medal of Freedom to an Epstein client, Obama would have to think, yeah, I'm putting this medal on this guy who I know to have raped kids. That's not what happened. I think that's disingenuous
So then
bullshit.
why hasn't he made a statement he wishes he never gave it to them?
Oh, he probably should.
But why hasn't he?
Maybe if Donald Trump released the Epstein files, Obama would say something like, now they're dead to rights on having raped those kids. We know that they're... Look, listen. Maybe Obama's responsible enough that he, as president, shouldn't publicly recant on having given somebody the Medal of Freedom unless they're fucking incarcerated. That's probably that something makes sense in this political climate. We probably wouldn't want the right going after him even harder than they currently are, even though he's retired, if he did something so irresponsible as recant a Medal of Freedom offering because of speculative things about people having done things. Because nobody's been incarcerated in the Epstein files, except for Epstein himself and his immediate closest associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. And the reason for that is because Trump won't release the Epstein files. And I am still, just a moment ago, I asked you to give me a reason why Donald Trump didn't release the Epstein files. And you brought up Obama. The reason you gave me... I told you why. You said it was because the FBI would investigate those people or indict those people. Why doesn't he want that to happen?
Because the FBI will not release something, because if they release it, Trump will go nuclear. Again, I believe he will go nuclear to
Do you think that Donald Trump has ever done anything bad to a kid?
Anything bad to a kid?
Like, do you think that there's any credence to the fact that I think that there's evidence in the Epstein files of him having either physically...
You can go to Miss Universe, yes. Miss Teen Universe, yes.
Well, there's that. You're talking about the Howard Stern tape, right?
Howard Stern tape, yes. That, you can also go to this thing, he would marry his daughter in 10 years, which I think is kind of disgusting.
Okay. So would you say that it's fair to say that Donald Trump has a history of sexual misdeeds against children?
Do I think he has? Well, again, morally, I think yes, but that's a law point of view now.
Okay, I understand. Yes, I'm saying, but you believe morally he has a history of sexual misdeeds against children.
Yes.
Okay.
Morally, yes.
Okay, we're gonna call that Proposition 1. I'm gonna get my crayons out. Okay. Here. Where are my crayons? Here. We're gonna do a red crayon today. Okay. So I'm just gonna draw A. Okay, you following? See how it says A on my piece of paper? A is the proposition. What I want A to represent is the fact that you think that Donald Trump has a history of sexual misdeeds against children. Are you following?
Yes, I am following.
Okay. You support Donald Trump as president?
Do I support Donald Trump as president? Yes, but all for different reasons.
Yep. Okay, so we've got two propositions. We've got Proposition 1, which is that you believe that Donald Trump has committed sexual misdeeds against children, has a history of sexual misdeeds against children. You actually offered some of your own, which shows that you really certainly believe A, and you were happy to admit that Proposition B, you support Donald Trump as president, right?
For different reasons, yes.
Right, but you do support Donald Trump as president.
Do I support him as president? More than Kamala, yes. More than Kamala, yes.
So just yes or no, do you agree that B is true? The B says that cflmst, or whatever your username is, supports Donald Trump as president.
Yes, for reasons.
No, it's just so we're doing propositional logic. So these have to be either true or false.
Propositional logic.
It's true that you think that Donald Trump has a history of sexual misdeeds against children.
You support Joe Biden.
B, we're not talking about Joe Biden. We're talking about B. B is that you support Donald Trump as president.
Sure, I support Donald Trump. I'll entertain you. I'll support Donald Trump.
Okay. So here, so we're gonna do just a little. We're gonna use an operator called the conjunction. It's the simplest operation in logic. So we've established that A is true. We've established that B is true, and there's this handy dandy thing when you have A and B in logic, which is that you can then conclude that A and B is true. The statement A and B if you were to just say it all as one sentence, A and B is true. Do you agree that the logic follows here?
Yeah, I'm a crappy person because I believe certain views.
No, I didn't say anything about your character. We're just talking about the two propositions that you are aware that you believe that Donald Trump has a history of sexual misdeeds against children, and that you support him as president. These are both true, right?
Not proven, but sure.
No, we already cut. Why are you changing? We went back. You said A is true. We were happy.
I said to a moral view, yes, but to a law point of view, no.
Yeah, we're not talking about laws. We're just saying that you think he did the bad thing. Bad is moral, not legal.
Do I think he did it? Yes, I think he did.
A, you think he has a history of sexual misdeeds against children. B, you support him as president. You following?
Yes.
Okay, so now I want you to read the bottom line out, but instead of saying A and saying B, I want you to say what A and B represent.
I support Trump being a PDF.
That's not, no. Here, let's really simplify it. I want to make sure you understand. A represents that you believe Trump has a history of sexual misdeeds against children, and B is that you support Trump as president. And I don't want you to change the wording at all.
Yes,
I just want you to
done stuff to children. I support Trump. Yes, I said your words.
He did it. Okay, why is this true? That's fucked up.
Why is that true?
Yeah, it's fucked up. Why do you believe? Why are you okay saying that Donald Trump has a history of misdeeds against children, and I support him as president anyway? Because when we say and, the operator and in logic can represent a lot of words. Like,
you're not letting me talk for that.
Yeah, okay, let's do it. Why the fuck, dude? What?
Okay. So I'm saying I support him. You're making me say that I support him because he did stuff against children.
No. It's not. That's a different operator, right? So like this is an and,
How's that
right?
A different operator. You're making me say
I'll tell you. I'll explain it. I'll explain it because what you just said that you support him for president because you think he did things. That's different. If A is, because then we could say that A means that he did bad things to kids, and then we could say if A then B. I'm gonna use the arrow. I could say that if we know that A is true, then we know that B is true, and then you could conclude B. That would be that's different. That's not what we're doing. Yeah, no, that's not how the logic works. So we're just pointing out.
I would argue that he said that he only supports A if B is true.
If B is true.
That's what he's accusing you of accusing.
No,
him.
yeah. Whichever way, we're not using any sort of modus tollens inference of that kind.
I'm not supporting him because he's a PDF.
Yeah, I'm not accusing you of that. So again, the word and in logic can represent a bunch of different things. It doesn't represent an if. That's a different symbol. It's a different operator. It has different logical rules. But we can say that actually another thing that can be inferred from this is that we can say B and A. Do you see how that's not any different? Like if A.
Hold on. By your logic, but again, there was no proof or any speculation.
You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish my clarification.
When did the Epstein files come out?
Hold on.
When did the files come out?
Hold on. You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish my explanation.
When did the files come out? Just tell me when they came out.
Dude, you're gonna have to let me finish my explanation here, which is that
when did they come out? When did they come out?
They haven't been released yet. Shut your fucking mouth. Use your ears, not your mouth.
I can't support a PDF in the files because they were released as president, correct?
But you support him now, today, right now, here in this conversation.
But I voted for him before that, so therefore I cannot be a PDF. Thank you.
No, you support him today. Do you regret your vote? Do you wish that Kamala?
I'm today fully. I'm supporting him today.
Do you wish that Kamala Harris was president?
Do I wish Kamala Harris? No, I said neither wish for president.
No, but that's not how the elections work. You had to choose. You made the wrong choice, right? Because now that the Epstein files have come out, more evidence of them has come out. Not all of them. They haven't been released.
I would vote for either or.
Right. Right. But so you would have not voted in November of 2024.
Yes, if I knew today what Trump was going to do, I would not would have voted. And same with Kamala, with her point of views, I would not would have voted.
Okay, that's like a halfway measure, but that's still a bad decision because because you're leaving it up to other people whether the child sexual predator becomes president or the person who's not a child sexual predator becomes president, which tells to me that you don't care whether or not the child sexual predator becomes the president.
Let me ask you this: Kamala says being woke. I can give you a case where a transgender person raped a 6-year-old in the bathroom, in the women's bathroom. She wants to make that.
what? If we're gonna move on past the propositional logic, I think it's time for me to read my donos. You're gonna have to sit through that, and I don't like muting people, so you can get a word.
Like talking about that.
Well, I gotta, these people pay my bills, they pay Raven's bills, they pay Jesse's bills. 3 people work on this show. I gotta thank the donors, and they might have some words for you because a lot of these have come in while I'm talking to you. Sherry sent $10 on Venmo to say, "Love your style, keep it up." Appreciate you, Sherry. Always working on that style, trying to keep it one that's effective for the way that I like to run the show. Daniel, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. He said, "You're an absolute champ. Never back down for Nazis like that last guest." I don't even think he was talking about you. Previous Nazi guest didn't turn on his camera. You did though. I can't believe that's the longest it's ever taken. I was really thinking I maybe should have already kicked you, but I'm glad we got past that part of the conversation. I really am. Jen sent $5 to say, "Love your calm discussions, and I'm absolutely here for crash outs against Nazis." Yeah, definitely.
Your chat
no, we're not going to hold on. I'm going to finish reading the donations. The donations are going to upset you. I promised. You have to pick the thing that's most upsetting and discuss it with me after I read all of them. So just keep listening. Brian sent $5 to say, "Take my money. Watching you is cathartic, my friend. Get 'em." Yeah, today has been cathartic. I agree. It's been cathartic for me as well. Candace sent $25 on Venmo to say, "Love you. Keep it up." Thank you very much, Candace. And then Malachi sent another buck to say, "Bro, the last 5 minutes have been more entertaining." Oh wait, hold on. This is a longer message that Venmo cut off. Let me open it up. Bro, the last 5 minutes have been more entertaining than more than 300 hours I've watched of some other streamer. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I did change the name because why are we going trash talk? No trash talking. We are all mostly on the same team. Us on the left. Let's not disparage. For $2, Vicky said, "Do you really believe Massey would vote with the Democrats on important issues?" I do not. I do not think he would vote to impeach Trump when all he said is he's still a Republican. Well, I just think that there are some issues where he would probably rely, and he's done that. He has this track record of doing that, and I think that a Republican who's likely to win in an upset election who might vote against Trump on some certain things is a better path than throwing your vote away for a Democrat who's not going to win, who definitely would vote against Trump. So I think I would prefer, obviously, the Democrat win in that case. But pragmatically, I just don't think it's the best way to spend your vote if you're trying to affect an outcome in the country that we're going to be happy with. Daniela sent a buck on Cash App to say he knows he's a big shitbag. Tell him I said fuck you. Yeah, dude. Daniela said fuck you. Thank you for the buck.
Love you, Danielle. Love you, Danielle.
Yeah, I don't think that Daniel loves you. Oh my God, Lucky Phil coming through on Buy Me a Coffee. You sent me $2 to say Kamala didn't fuck any kids. She's the preferred option. Yeah, I think that's hopefully going to stay the topic after I'm done with the ad reads or with the donation reads. Lucky Phil also sent $2 to say W for the lazy river of bullshit. Oscar's dropping bars. Yeah, I was like in a little bit of a flow state for a second there. It was kind of fun. Got some new ones out. Oh, look at that. My Venmo balance went up again. That's due to Amanda sending me $5. She said, but Biden. I think I read that correctly. Kevin also sent $5, and he said, oh brother, this guy stinks like a Nazi. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate you. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, we get a big old pile of donations to read. Thank you very much, Little Boots, for the $10. Cat Tax is in charge. I'm going to turn off the cat cam because there's no cat on my desk right now. But I'll try to remember to turn it on when she... Oh, wait, no, I turned it...
I already turned it off.
Oh, you're already managing the cat cam?
We have a producer today.
Fucking W Raven, minding shit that I'm not minding while I'm, crashing out of the guest. Thank you for the $10, Little Boots. I appreciate you. Justin sent $2 to say, I appreciate what you're doing, Oscar. I appreciate what you're doing, Justin. Thank you. I Hate Milk sent $10 to say, keep holding their feet to the fire. Well done. Yeah. We're hoping he'll be well done all the way through, all the way by the end of the call. Phil sent $5 to say, LOL Raven, love the work y'all are doing from your fellow Minnesotan. Keep up the good work. Thank you from a neighbor. Few bucks from 709. Imagine siding with a PDF file. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, right? Non-Bobber sent $2 to say at least he didn't bring up bananas. There we go. All right. I think that's everything. I think we're through all the donations. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate all that. Where are we going, Klimst?
Yeah. My thing was saying, how about this? Kamala wanted people to be woke, and she had said that earlier. And if you believe to be woke, let me read you this. Transgender Wyoming woman was convicted Wednesday of sexually assaulting a 10-year-old girl inside a bathroom. Michelle Martinez, it's also known as Miguel Martinez.
I'm not interested in individual cases. There's millions of trans individuals. There's millions of illegal immigrants. Dude, there's enough trans people that have
Trump cases.
There's enough. Are you talking about a politician? Are you talking about an elected official? Are you talking about somebody who matters? There are enough trans people that some of them are criminals. I don't care.
Transgender
Should we lock up gay people because some gay people have domestic violence? No, listen. Why are you giving me an anecdotal example of one person doing something?
Here, I'll give you a transgender lawmaker actually caught watching child pornography.
Yeah, lock them the fuck up. if that happened? What's your
So then
point?
how about this? I'll give you this to a low point of view. If I grape 20 women and identify as a woman, should I go to a female prison?
I don't have enough information to answer that. I don't
Do you have a
think.
medical history affirming?
So hold on. So in order for me to value your claim that you are a woman, I need it to be consistent, persistent, and insistent in your history, as determined by a doctor. That is what gets you into the women's prison, regardless of the crime that landed you in prison.
But again,
in the first place.
but if I have a penis, would you put me in a prison with
It doesn't
females?
have to do with whether or not you have a penis.
Like, should I have one in a female prison?
Hey, actually, I did tell you what it depends on. It was 3 characteristics. What are they? I said them 1 minute ago.
The mental state.
No, I said I said that your mental state needs to be 3 things, and I listed 3 adjectives. Are you listening? What were they?
What you said? Diagnosed by doctor. Okay.
Yes,
diagnosed by
yes, and the doctor needs to agree that your mental state is 3 things. I listed them. Are you listening? Do you value this conversation? Are you at all interested in what my perspective is? You didn't listen to my argument. You don't know what my argument is. What were the 3 words?
I'm not repeating your words because it doesn't matter.
No, you're not repeating my words because you didn't fucking listen, because you don't give a shit what my perspective on this is, because you think it's wrong, so you're unwilling to even entertain.
You're okay with making women unsafe. You're okay with making women unsafe.
No, that's not the conclusion. You're just asserting that. I would take you so much more seriously if you told me what the 3 words I said your mental state needs to be.
Go ban people from going in the washroom. Go ban people from going in the changing room then.
Dude, why would I engage with what you're saying to me right now when you didn't
Because
listen?
again,
You asked me a question. Stop. You asked. Stop. I am not. Stop. I am going to start this sentence over every single time you interrupt me.
I don't know what you said.
You just interrupted me, so I'm going to start this sentence over every single time you interrupt me. Great, we got through that one. I'm going to continue that rule. I'm going to start my sentences over if you interrupt me. So shut the fuck up and listen. You asked me a question. The question was whether or not you belong in a women's prison after having raped 20 women. Now, I would argue that if a person who had a history of raping a woman or belongs in a women's prison, they belong in solitary. Obviously, to protect the women in that prison. No fucking question. That is irrespective to my consideration about whether or not you would belong in a woman's prison. I told you what mattered to me for whether you belong in a women's prison. I told you. I said that your mental state, as you described it, had to be 3 adjectives. You did not listen. You do not care what I value. You're not interested in the fact that if you'd rape...
I don't care what you fucking value, dude.
Then why are you on my show?
Why am I? Because I'm disproving you. It doesn't matter. If you have to decriminalize for 3 aspects,
you just a moment ago accused me of not caring about women because you created an example where somebody who had raped women would be sent to a woman's prison, and I said that if a person who belonged in a woman's prison who had raped 20 women, which by the way, hypothetically, if a biological woman, if somebody with 2 X chromosomes who had never exhibited any trans identity or anything like that, if they had raped 20 women, do you think it's possible for a woman to rape a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so you can imagine a woman raping 20 women, right? Which prison does she belong in?
Can they get impregnated by sperm from the
You're
penis?
moving the goalpost. Why does pregnant...
Answer the question, Stuart Little.
No, they can't. Is whether or not a person can become pregnant a determinant...
Therefore, do not put men in female prisons.
You've moved the goalpost. Do you think that... No, it's not that simple, and you know you moved the goalpost. You're being disingenuous. Yes or no? Can a woman rape a woman?
Yes, but can we get impregnated?
Okay, dude, I got a vasectomy. Am I any less a threat to women? Actually, I guess I would because I can't get them pregnant. You're right about that. Yes. But is the concern, dude? No, stop interrupting me. I will start playing the game again of forcing you to let me get through my sentence. If you interrupt me, I'll start it the fuck over again. Stop asking pivot questions. Listen. Use your fucking ears. You know you're cornered. That's why you're talking over me. I'm not going to fucking let you do it. I'm not going to let you talk over me. You are presenting a situation that I am happily willing to engage with. Let's engage with your example. Stop asking me that fucking question. We can get to that question after you listen to the topic that you yourself brought up. You don't like how confidently I am addressing your own consideration. You don't like... Stop fucking talking. I'm talking. You are not in charge here. This is my show. I don't use the mute button. If you want to keep looking like a bitch, earlier in the conversation it was because you wouldn't turn your camera on, but you want to talk to me, so you eventually gave up and turned your camera on. Congratulations. If you don't want to look like a bitch at this point in the the conversation. You need to let me engage with your own hypothetical. I am happily and confidently engaging with the hypothetical that you offered me, and you are running away from my ability to do that, and it is transparent to everybody watching. So back to the beginning, because you have stalled for long enough that the viewership has increased from my tone and my cortisol being elevated. Even though it's entirely performative, I'm actually completely in control on the show. It's like
so engaging.
Anyway, I'm just going to remind all the people who have come in, because the algorithm have noticed that I've elevated the tone a little bit. The caller said that if he raped 20 women and then identified as a woman, would he be sent into a women's prison? And I have already clarified that if a person who had a history of raping women was going to a women's prison, I would want them in solitary to protect the other women in prison. His accusation is that I don't care about women and I want to send a women's rapist.
You want that, but it doesn't happen.
No,
you want that, but it doesn't happen.
Yes, but stop. Shut your fucking mouth and listening. Listen, I am summarizing what has happened already. You want to shut your fucking mouth. It is not your fucking turn yet. Sit the fuck down, you child. If you want to stall longer, if you want to make me more money by getting me to yell again and get the algorithm to see that we're upset here on the Oskar Quentin show, that's good for my fucking wallet. Keep it going. I don't fucking care which version of it is. I'm gonna start the fuck. I will start the fuck over at the beginning if you continue stalling my direct and confident response to your own hypothetical. This is my job, you dumb fuck. My God, you don't think I make money doing this? That's fucking hilarious. You're the most profitable caller I've had in fucking weeks. Shut your fucking mouth and listen. You said, shut your fucking mouth and listen. I'm going to start over the hypothetical every time I hear your voice. You said that if you raped 20 women and then identified yourself as a trans woman, should you be sent to a women's prison? And I immediately said that, well, actually, I said the second thing first. I'm going to do it out of order here. First of all, if a person who's going to a women's prison has raped 20 women, regardless of what's between their legs, regardless of their chromosomes, put them in fucking solitary, obviously. Fucking obviously. We don't need to consider trans rights as an issue, because if a woman raped 20 women, which you admitted a woman can rape a woman, you moved the goalpost to say that they can't get them pregnant.
But they're biological.
I don't give a fuck, dude. What I'm saying is that if somebody rapes 20 women, they shouldn't be in a prison with women, so we put them in solitary if they are supposed to go to that prison. The only thing I care about for whether or not somebody goes to a women's prison is whether or not they're a woman, and then we can start talking about the trans rights. And I listed very clearly exactly the things a doctor looks for when they identify whether or not a person is a woman. Because if you got caught for raping 20 women and said, oh, I'm a woman, please send me to the women's prison, I would call bullshit. I'd say I don't think that you're actually trans. I think you're doing that to go to the women's prison instead of the men's women so that you could do the raping instead of getting raped. I would think that obviously, because what the doctor would look for is three things that you couldn't even read back to me after I told them to you. I asked you 30 seconds after I said these three adjectives what they were, and you proved to my audience that you weren't even fucking listening to my answers to your disingenuous bullshit approach to this conversation, because you don't give a fuck what I actually think. You're just here to spew your fucking misleading talking points, and you don't like that I've now detected your strategy in this thing. So I will tell the audience the three things that the doctor would look for, which is that your mental state about identifying as a woman is persistent, consistent, and insistent. And if I saw somebody who suddenly out of the blue identified as trans after being caught for raping 20 women, I would say, nope, that's not persistent, that's not consistent, and that's not insistent. Send them to the men's prison. Now you may speak.
Okay, I'll give you the simple logic. If you believe from a psychological
level... What were those three adjectives?
Consistent, inconsistent, and by doctor being proven. Again, I read your whole
Try again, bitch. What were those three adjectives?
I heard you, bro. Oh my God. I'm not repeating it.
Why not?
I already heard your point.
No. You have to prove that you're capable of fucking listening to the conversation.
Dude,
try again, or ask me, sorry, Oscar, I forgot the very important crux of your argument, which is the three descriptors that a doctor looks for to determine whether or not somebody should go to a men or women's prison if they identify as trans. What are those three adjectives? Or tell me you don't know so I can say them again.
I don't know, Oscar. I don't know, Oscar.
Okay, the three adjectives are consistent, insistent, and persistent.
There. Persistent, insistent, consistent. There. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Now I'm going to read this to you. If you believe that, do you believe we should give doctor's notes to schools to go in the changing rooms?
What?
Do you believe I have to give a doctor saying that I do identify this as my mental state?
Can we talk about how he's reading prompts?
Should I go to the changing rooms? Should I be able to go to female changing room without giving a doctor's note?
What, like a locker room?
Locker room, yes. Should I be able to?
On what context?
What content? If I am a woman, if I identify as a woman, right? Do I have to show proof that I do identify to go to the changing room in a school?
What time? I think it matters what like type of school we're talking about. Like, are we talking about elementary school?
No, it doesn't matter because again,
no, I think it does matter.
Prisons. You want proof that they actually identify as this.
Yes.
It's like schools should show proof that you identify as this.
Yes.
So then, why don't schools do that? Why don't they?
Because the consequences of sending somebody into the wrong prison who's raped 20 women are different than the consequences of somebody using a different changing room. So the burden that's required is greater.
But just like the Wyoming case where the guy actually raped a woman because he was allowed to go in the female changing room or the female, washroom, can that happen? Whereas a man, I can just identify to watch a woman change.
Do we have Raven? Are you aware? Is there a case from Wisconsin where a trans person used the wrong?
Wyoming. Sorry, Wyoming.
Yeah,
Wyoming,
are you aware of that case?
No.
Let's find out. Here, I'll take that case seriously if we can find evidence of it. What do I Google to find it?
Cis men go into women's restrooms.
Hold on, Raven's talking. Let Raven talk.
Cis men go into women's restrooms all the time and commit rape.
Yeah, I don't think that the sign on the door stops rapists. But anyway, what's the Wyoming story that we're looking up? What do I Google?
I can give you the name. Michelle Martinez. Michelle Martinez rapes 10-year-old.
So we're back to anecdotes.
Yeah, of course. This one trans person's action means that none of this matters, and everything else about all the other trans people doesn't matter.
Can men lie? Can men lie to watch women change?
Michelle Martinez.
Men can just go into bathrooms and rape women.
Can they lie? Yes or no?
Sure.
In a school, so therefore you have to keep them safe.
But nothing about any of this is going to stop. Like, I could dress up convincingly enough as a woman to walk into a women's restroom and people wouldn't notice. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, what difference does it make if somebody?
Hold on, you're just saying I'm lying about the case. Can you read it for me to prove them wrong if this person actually did something?
Okay, yeah, you found an example of a transgender woman. She was convicted in October of 2017 of sexually assaulting a 10-year-old inside a bathroom. That's terrible. Yeah.
Oh, we have to go back almost 10 years.
Tell your chat that I'm not lying. Tell your chat that I'm not lying because you're saying I'm lying.
Okay, but it wasn't a public restroom. It was in a residence.
So even worse.
But it wasn't a gendered bathroom at all.
But it's a restroom where he should not have been.
Then why are you telling me? Why are we talking about what bathrooms people are allowed to be in if this example is not a public restroom where this is like at issue, but was a private residence? Like, what? No, dude, come on.
If it's an all-gendered bathroom, he's
also,
or she is allowed in there.
You're telling me, so if there's two bathrooms in a house with you and your wife,
dude, no. Are you suggesting that this house had a men's room and a men's room and a women's room? And are you suggesting that this house had a men's room and a women's room, and the reason this rape happened is because a person was allowed into the wrong one?
But in public places, like a porta potty, is that a public restroom to everyone? Yes. But should someone go in there, or should someone go in there?
Why did you bring up this story? We're talking about a terrible thing that happened in the privacy of a residence. What does this have to do with public policy about bathrooms?
Privacy? You want private? How about this privacy? How about a transgender shooting?
I asked a question. No. Shut your mouth, child. I've got a new question. The new question is what? No, shut up. We're not talking about shootings. We're still talking about this Wyoming example that now that I've looked up the details of, you are running away from. Why did you bring this story up in a conversation about which facilities in public places or public services like prisons, women or trans women or any of those? Like, why did you bring this up when it?
Trans people don't do crime. You're saying trans people rarely
answer the fucking question. Why did you bring this case up? What is it evidence of?
Because again, it still proves that trans people are they are mentally ill.
No. One example of a group of people doing something. Here. What's your race and gender?
What's my race and gender? I'm white.
Oh, okay. You're a white dude?
Yes.
School shooter. Columbine shooting. Lock this guy up. We caught one. Guys, we found a white male. Lock him up. They're so mentally ill and dangerous. I can find well more than one example of a white dude doing something bad. We have to say they're all mentally ill now. No, dude, it's nonsense. It's completely ridiculous.
If there's a school pew-pewing happens,
no, we're not talking about school shootings.
Are you going to assume it's a white guy?
Stop. We're not moving on yet. We do not move on until I allow it. Welcome to the Oskar Quentin show. What is this Wyoming case evidence of?
Why is it the evidence? What the evidence is?
You brought it up because we were talking about whether or not women who are trans.
No, he didn't ask for the evidence. He asked what it is evidence of.
What was this an example of?
Trans people are mentally ill. They should not be associated.
Okay, so is Columbine evidence that white dudes are mentally ill?
Well, again, then I answered your question. If a person shoots up at school, are you going to assume they're white?
Answer the question. If a white dude, yes or no, Is it
I answered your
evident?
question.
Okay, I didn't hear it, and maybe if you want me to know the answer, you can grace us with the answer
Yes or
one more
no?
time.
If someone shoots up a
Yes
school,
or
you just
no?
gonna-
Stop talking over me so that people
already answered
watching
the
this show even know what question you're answering. I know you're trying to make this hard to follow, because if it was easier to follow, it would be easy for everybody watching this show to see that you a bitch. So answer the question. Answer the fucking question. Is it evidence that white people are mentally ill that the Columbine shooting was done by a white person?
But yes, again, I'm going to assume that yes.
Yes. So you are mentally ill, and whatever you want for trans people, we should do to you, right?
Well, again, assumption, yes, because it happens to white people all the time. White people cannot get racist towards, right?
What?
Yeah, white people can't get racist towards. You can't be racist towards white people.
No, dude, you're just semantically pivoting away from this bullshit.
I'm not pivoting away.
You know, right? I am accusing you of knowing perfectly well that an anecdotal example of a trans person doing something bad is not evidence that trans people are dangerous. What you would need to find is that trans people are more likely to commit this sort of terrible sex crime, a 10-year-old being raped by a person. That's really, really bad. You would have to show me that trans people are more likely to commit that sort of crime than any other group or than like the general population. And I'm actually perfectly happy to assert that I would expect that white dudes are probably way more likely to rape 10-year-olds than trans individuals generally. And I don't think you're at all interested in any evidence like that. You just want to keep calling into lives and saying, look, a trans person did something bad. Yeah, dude, there's fucking millions of them. Of course they've done bad things. Like, get real. I don't even need to explain this any further to you because I know from your behavior that you know really? I'm the one making sense here. You are just hateful of trans people. You want them to suffer. You want to enjoy being the group that is not the target of that sort of thing from the government right now. You are enjoying that place of privilege, and that is transparently obvious to everybody who's listening, because the idea of one trans person doing something bad, meaning that they're mentally ill and they don't deserve these rights, is nonsense, because the conclusion from that sort of reasoning is that the number of trans people who have to do something bad in order for us to judge them as a group has to be zero for us to not judge them as a group, which is fucking nonsense.
So then you have to answer my question then. If a person shoots up a school, are you going to assume they're white, yes or no?
No, of course not.
You will. Your chat said they would assume.
I mean, if I had to, like if somebody said, Oscar, you have to pick a race and place a $20 bet, I'd be like, yeah, it's probably a white person, because most school shooters are white.
And how am I racist? If I'm if a stabbing or unaliving happens in Chicago and I assume that they're black, am I racist? No. It mostly happens.
You are running so far away from the trans issue. Okay, how about this? If somebody rapes a 10-year-old, are you going... He ran. I was going to ask him, if somebody rapes a 10-year-old, can we assume that they're trans? That's I think where the fucking question was going. Yeah, I love that he had to add Chicago, because Chicago is like so like what's the black population in Chicago? It's like,
it's higher than normal.
Is it higher than 50%?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if it's higher than 50%. I know it's higher than the 12 or 14% that we have like in the country. So yeah, that was. Can we get some some like running emojis in the chat to keep the engagement up? Because that was quite the fucking run, dude.
Do you mind if I poke some holes in his arguments real quick?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a glass of water. You talk to the audience for a moment.
Do you want me to come over?
No, stay there.
Okay. So first of all, he's worried about trans women getting women pregnant. I can't get a woman pregnant. It doesn't produce that anymore. So that right there is kind of stupid. And then second of all, per capita statistics of rape and school shootings among trans women are statistically significantly lower. So by like a mathematical significant number, I don't know exactly what that margin is, but there is a number out there that makes it significant. And trans people commit it at a lesser rate. So yeah, all of their points are just kind of stupid. My pronouns are they, she, by the way. I am technically non-binary, but I keep it simple with most of the time and just say I'm a trans woman. But trans femme is technically more correct. But yeah, W to chat. Thanks for all the engagement today. We definitely could do better on the likes today. We're doing good for normal, but let's pump those numbers up. As a friend of the show, Law the Wild, likes to say, if everybody fills up that bar at the top twice, we'll be into like 350,000 in no time. So yeah. All these trans topics lately have been pretty wild. And I'm pretty sure half the time they don't even know that they're talking to a trans person, because whenever I do mention it, they seem to get real quiet. But I want to let Oskar cook that guy because he was in the zone today. But he is almost back. W Scout today for making an appearance, by the way. Scout's amazing. And we got to see Merlin recently. Now we just got to get Suki, which Suki's over here with me, being an absolute doll. Oh, somebody's asking a difference between transsexual and transgender. Transsexual is kind of like an older term. Transgender is the more politically correct, I guess, way to say it.
Transvestite is something different, and people don't always know that.
Some people still do identify as transsexual, and I've seen a lot of people who have had the bottom surgery want to make that distinction, which one can argue if that's transmedicalist or not. But, you know, I'm not here to police how people identify as long as they aren't trying to force it on other people.
If you enjoy the way we handle bastards like that motherfucker who is just on my show, you can go to the link tree in the bio and follow me on all the other platforms for free. You can find me hundreds of hours of me on YouTube, because this show gets uploaded every day, and we're doing 4 hours every day now, every day that we can anyway. So there's lots of me up there. You can go watch it. Almost getting to 10,000 followers on YouTube, and that's kind of exciting. We're up over 8,600, up over 8,650 today, because we got some new followers from the show. Jeffrey sent me $1 on Venmo. You can find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon in the link tree in the bio or in the description if you're watching on YouTube. Buy Me a Coffee is international if you don't live here and you want to help out. He sent me $1 to say, does this guy understand that TikTok isn't Grindr? No, I don't think he did understand that. I think he wanted to go on a date with me. Miss Angel, I'd love for him to defend himself on that, but he ran, so he can't. Miss Angel sent me $2 to say, crashing out on Nazis. Thank you for the $2. Casey sent $1 to say, guest is way too focused on graping. Shout out to my boyfriend who loves the show, Alex. Alex, thanks for watching. Appreciate that you're here. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, we've got Amaranthia sent $10 to say, this is for you and Raven to get a coffee. Y'all are awesome. Maybe we will get a fucking bite to eat after we wrap today, because fucking...
Yes, please. I have not eaten today.
Burning some calories on today's show, dealing with the fucking Nazis. Glad we got that guy to show his face before all that nonsense. Blancs sent $5 to say, if he's worried about one trans person, wait until he hears about all the Republican lawmakers that have been caught. Percentage is way higher. Yeah. Amaranthia became a member. Welcome. Oh my God, and Amaranthia so enjoyed being a member that they immediately sent 5 gift memberships to other people. Thank you very much for increasing the army of people on the YouTube subscriber list, because those people get into the members only stream that we do Sunday evenings around about 9 p.m. Central Time, after we do the evening show, which is a YouTube only show that happens at 7 p.m. Central Time on Sundays, where we talk to a special guest. I'm looking for some more oppositional guests, like some bigger people, because I'm getting a little tired of just debating these I mean, that guy was weak sauce. Like the yelling, like that was a challenging call in terms of commanding the conversation, which is why I was really yelling. That was not an intellectually challenging conversation, even slightly, though. Like that was some basic bullshit. His arguments were very, very bad, and that's why his only strategy was to gish gallop and just bring up too much shit for me to. That's what gish galloping is. I like to educate the audience on this. Bring up so much shit that the host can't answer to it, which is why I kept on going back to the previous thing. Oh, you're dodging my race question. No, you're dodging the question I just asked you by bringing up race. That's what's going on there. Nikki Rose sent $5 to say, a man who hurts a boy still goes to a male prison, so even though he likes to hurt males, so what's the difference, caller? He was not willing to engage with that argument. I even made roughly that argument about the idea that a woman could rape 20 women and then get sent to a women's prison. And if it was reason, I would hope that a serial rapist of the gender that they're going to the prison for would be put in solitary. But the prison system's broken. He's like, oh, that wouldn't happen. And I'm like, that's bad still. Like, it's not fixed by hating trans people, dude. That's because my example isn't even about trans people. So like, you're just poking holes in shit and saying that it makes it okay to hate trans people for some fucking reason. Pat in the chat sent $5 to say, we need a runaway soundboard with run, Forrest, run, and Monty Python's run away. I don't actually remember that from Monty Python. I'd have to hear that one to do the impression. Do you remember it?
I'm pretty sure it's something like high-pitched and kind of comical, like, run away!
Yeah, I think I do remember that. And he bravely tucked his tail and fled. Thank you very much for the $5, Pat, in the chat. Let's pop over to the other pay method, make sure I don't miss anything, because I get a little locked in when I'm dealing with Nazis like that. Yeah, Joseph sent $10 on Cash App to say, let's go, bro, keep doing what you're doing. Never gonna stop, dude. I could become president. I'd still want to do this 2 or 4 hours a day. And I think our politicians should. Can you imagine imagine if politicians in this country had to do this as part of their work schedule. They had to do like 6 hours a week of engaging with the public. We kind of... What? I got a harassment and bullying flag. What the fuck?
Well, before we reset, that guy's a bitch.
Yeah. Live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. That guy's a bitch. Lazy river of bullshit. All right, yeah, that was everything. So I'll remind everybody about the link tree in the bio, but we are going to have to restart the stream because it hurts a lot. It's a shame. We got good viewership from that guy. So all 741 of you should, one, be following me, which, like, I know if you're opposition, you don't want to follow me. You don't really have to. You can find me in 20 seconds when I'm live again. But, you know, if you did follow me, that means that, you know, you don't actually have to follow these instructions. You can just go back to your message box on TikTok and then the red ring will show up in like 20 seconds when I'm live again. Or you can just stay here because after I hit end, my profile picture is going to be at the top of your phone screen. You can click on that and then wait 10 or 15 seconds, drag down on the profile, and then you'll see that the red ring at the top is back. And that just means I'm live again because I'm only going to be offline for like 10, 20 seconds. YouTube, you guys can kick it. You don't have to do anything. Nothing's going to change on your end. You're actually going to get the mid-roll show that is me not on TikTok live. I like to say some things that I'm not allowed to say on TikTok in between the two streams when I have to reset. So 700 of you, I'm going to see all of you in 30 seconds, right? We're going to get right back rolling. You guys are going to get double tapping away on the screen the moment you get back in to get the show pushed back out to the For You page so we can get some new Nazis to talk to. Tvbiasc and Bailey, you guys are in the queue. You guys can be in the queue on the new show in 20 seconds. I'll see you in 20 seconds. See you all there, every one of you. Yo, Trump definitely raped those kids though. Like fucking, like maybe not definitely, like not as definitely as some of the other bad things, but like fucking sold all those child sex slaves to Epstein. He's hiding it. Fucking kid raper Trump. I'm confident enough to say that Trump is a child rapist, but I just can't say it that clearly on TikTok. I really got to dance around it. Anyway, going live again. Hopefully we can find somebody who wants to argue about that sort of stuff and have a meaningful conversation with all this energy we've got from the first half of the show today. Let's keep it going. Got the concurrent up to, with the YouTube going up. I don't think we got too close to the TikTok record, but we got, the concurrent was pretty high. The concurrent was like 1,500, so maybe we'll get back there. That's pretty exciting. Lucky Phil. Is that a nuke buy me a coffee? I don't know. All right, we got people in here. First, Bobby. You got first. Joey says, what's up? Chillin'. Hello, Blair. Hello, Raphael. Hello. And Tvbiasc is here. I'm actually going to wait just a second, Tvbiasc. I'm going to wait until we get a few hundred in here so everybody can hear the start of the call. So I appreciate you hopping back in the queue. Running sound effect in your Discord DMs. Wait, I do have a running sound effect? Thank you for the buck, Lucky Phil. Oh, yeah. Where is it? Is it in the live chatter? Stick it in the operational. I don't know. I could get a soundboard. Soundboards are tough. You got to be really sparing with a soundboard, or they're damaging to the show. People get very, very sick of hearing sound effects on podcasts. So it's got to be cautious. Got to be real cautious. What else is in the news? We covered the big things today. Mitch McConnell and Fauci. I have not seen anything else. What's happening, Bloomberger? Can either producer do the Running Man dance? Which one is the Running Man? I think I can do the Running Man. All right. We got most of our viewership back. We got 600 people watching. We'll be back above 1,000 very quickly. So we're gonna bring in Tvbiasc. How old are you?
Yo, I'm 20. I've been on your little stream before.
You gotta turn the music off. Yeah, I might have to. If you're watching this on YouTube, after the fact, the start of that call had music. It might have gotten cut out for copyright purposes. So just there might have been a small edit there. Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 20. I've been on here before.
Okay. I talked to like hundreds of people, so I'm sorry.
I understand.
That's cool. You support Trump?
Yes. By your definition, yes.
Which is to say that you are happy that he's president instead of Kamala Harris.
No. Your definition that you gave me last time was that I voted for him over Kamala.
Well, right, but I've been we're getting farther away from the election, so I've been moving to say, like, are you happy right now that he's president, or do you wish that Kamala Harris won?
Good. No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Actually, that to me means you're not a Trump supporter. That means that you've jumped ship.
Well, that's what I told you last time. You were trying to tell me that I was wrong for thinking, or that I was still a Trump supporter because I voted for him over Kamala.
That just means you were a Trump supporter on the day. If I said that, then maybe I did a bad job hosting that day.
No. You didn't say that. You said, would you do it back? And then what I said to that was yes. Like I would, if things were to change, yes, I still would.
Well, okay, but is that still true today? Would you still vote for him? Like if we reheld the election, if they said, hey, there were shenanigans, we're going to rerun it today, go vote for Kamala or Trump, would you vote for Trump?
Yes. I don't like him, but it's just.
Well, okay, hold on, because now we have this inconsistency that we need to address. Because a second ago you said that you are not happy that he's president instead of Kamala, but you'd still vote for him again. Those two things are in conflict for me.
This is besides the point. This is what I only got a little bit of time, and I'm just going to bring something up that we were talking about last time. I did a little bit more research on. I want to hear what you got to say about it.
Okay, I just so far I am kind of stuck on the fact that your perspective makes no sense to me already.
We can talk about that. Let's talk about that first.
Well, yeah, just how is it that you're both sitting here wishing he hadn't won the election, but saying that you'd still vote for him again? I don't get that. That makes no sense to me.
I didn't say that. I just said that I don't support him anymore. I said I'm not a fan of him.
Right. But we're not talking about whether or not I'm not. Very few politicians I'm a fan of. I'm not a fan of Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm not a fan of. So I don't get it.
I never said I was going. I never said like. Never mind. I forgot what you said. But yeah, just tell me what was it?
Can you do me like the quickest favor?
Yo, what's up?
I'm gonna kick you. Can you just hop back in?
Yeah.
I just forgot to put my backup account in the corner. If you're watching the show, make sure you're following Oskar Quentin too. They're just supposed to be on the bottom, so on YouTube you can see I'm pointing off screen because we want the collar. There we go, to be up there. Thank you. That fixed it. Yeah, I don't quite understand like whether or not you are happy he's president.
I never said that. If I were to vote for him again, I'd do it again. But I never. You could rewind this live. I never said that I was happy as him as president.
Right, but I just mean that like if you had a button right now that you could push, and pushing the button would by some legal mechanism be like zoop, Kamala Harris is president. Would you push the button?
No.
Okay, so you would prefer that Trump stay president. You're happy that he won the election. Okay, that to me does make you a Trump supporter. I get, it sounds like you've lost some favor for him, but when I ask that question, it's never about do you like the guy. It's never do you think he's cool. It's never do you find him entertaining. Do you think he should be the president?
But would I see that? No, I don't think he should be the president. I think he should be the president over Kamala. But the thing is, what I think a supporter is, somebody that actually enjoys the person. I don't enjoy him. I don't follow him.
Okay, but just for the sake of being on my show, like, yes. Okay, how about like you're a Trump endorser?
Endorser?
Endorser means that you support somebody holding a political office. Like again, I'm just really.
I endorse him over somebody, but that doesn't mean I endorse him. I endorse him over Kamala.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. Very specifically.
All right, we're over that. Yes. So yes, I'm a Trump endorser.
Okay, why?
I think he's just better than Kamala. I didn't like what I seen with Joe Biden, and I thought
What didn't you like? I think it's fair to judge whether or not you want Kamala Harris to be president based on Biden's presidency. I think that's totally fair. She was his vice president. She was the vice president on the ticket that she eventually replaced him as president on, and she said herself that for the most part she was going to repeat his policies. So I'm 100% with you on that. But my question then is, what did Trump do that you didn't like? Or what did Biden do that you didn't like?
All right, well, you're more knowledgeable on the topic than me, so, like, because I'm not going to lie, I'm not educated on what he didn't do. I'm just saying, like,
well, hold on. I could list reasons why I think you should like what Biden did, but you just told me that you didn't like what you saw with Biden's presidency, and that's why you're sitting here supporting...
I didn't like being a citizen of the United States while we were under Biden. I think he's very incoherent. I think he's I don't think we should have somebody like that in a leadership position. I'm not saying, and you
I'm
can
sorry,
try to count.
Do you think that Trump is coherent?
I think he's a lot more coherent than Biden. Yes.
No, I don't think that that's fair to say at all.
I think that's very fair to say.
I think on the day that the debate happened in the summer of 2024, on that day, Trump was having a better day than Biden. Absolutely. Completely. That's totally clear.
I think that sounds like an excuse, though.
Well, I'm just saying that if you look at their speeches generally, Trump is a blithering nincompoop most of the time.
Yeah, no, and I'm not gonna lie. In that debate, Trump wasn't. He only won that based off he was actually able to speak. He didn't win based off the fake facts that he gave out.
Right. And I think that in general, okay, so I can say that you think that Biden was blithering and too old or whatever. Fair, yes. He was, but we are talking about Kamala Harris, who was going to follow Biden's policy positions.
What did Kamala do? Because I assume that Kamala did damn everything for that president. because he couldn't probably do shit. He's probably at the golf course all day. So what did Kamala do?
Trump for every year that he's been president, Trump has taken more vacation days than Biden. You are aware of that, right? It's by a factor of 2 to 4, depending on the year that you pick.
I'm also aware that the FBI has been working more.
We're moving too quickly here. Just like why are you telling me how much Biden golfs when Trump golfs more? And which is also a pivot away from what we were talking about just a second ago, and I am going to bring us back to that previous question. But before we go back, why are you telling me how much Biden golfed when Trump golfs more?
I wasn't aware of that, so that's something I just learned.
Okay, so you said that when I asked you why you wanted to support Trump over Kamala, you said you brought up Biden's policies. I said that's fair because she was going to continue his policy. She was going to continue his ticket for the most part.
Really? Okay.
But listen. I'm not done rewinding us. I need you. You are.
I don't need to rewind me. What I'm saying, I don't need to rewind it. I'm ready to answer your question.
The audience needs to rewind because we've gotten away from the question. It's important for the people watching the show understanding that we rewind. So I need you to stop stepping on my toes. I need you to let me structure the conversation some.
I'm not trying to. Just go. You don't have to explain.
Yeah, but I do, and I now have to start over. So please just stop. Just let me finish it.
Okay.
You're doing it right now. So just take a breath, okay?
All right, bro, quit talking to me. Like, come on, get on with it.
Okay, so you said that the reason you support Trump over Kamala is because you didn't like what you saw during Biden's term, and then I said that's sensible because Kamala it was going to continue his policies. That's what she told the public, and she was the vice president on his ticket. That makes sense to me. So then when I asked you about what you saw during Biden's term that you didn't like, you said that he was incoherent, which doesn't make sense to me because Kamala Harris isn't going to become incoherent by taking over his policies. Now we have a much more coherent person pushing his policies in 2024. That was Kamala Harris, who you didn't vote for. Do you think that Kamala Harris was incoherent?
All right, so I'll give you I did have a hole in my argument right there. You're right about that. So I'm saying it's kind of like the whole. It's not just Kamala. It's the whole left wing stuff.
Well, hold on, stop. Because let's get back to where we were. Where we were is that you said that you supported Trump over Kamala and still do. We took a little ironing out to figure that out exactly. But you are happy that he won the election, and the reason you gave, you just admitted. I've dismantled because Biden being incoherent doesn't say anything about Kamala Harris.
Yes, I was wrong.
Right. Yeah. So I need to hear more of the argument to know why you preferred Trump over Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and I'm trying that, but I'm also trying not to speak over you at the same time, and you're not giving me enough time to speak. So that's just all I'm saying. Can you re-say that question because I got off track? Re-say the question.
Why do you think that Kamala Harris was going to be worse than Trump?
Just her stance on abortion. I don't like the states that have control of everything. I kind of like federal, stuff like that.
Hold on, but overturning Roe v. Wade took some federal level control, which is that the Constitution had given women the right to abortion, and it gave the right to the states to figure it out in any way they want, and that has resulted in some very harmful things happening to women.
Yeah. I mean, I don't support Roe v. Wade. I don't support none of that. I don't like abortion. So
why don't you? Dude, I'm gonna steal an argument from Parker. I heard this argument on Parker's live stream yesterday, and I'm just stealing it. It's so fucking good. 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. Something like 12 million civilians. Tens of millions of soldiers.
Yeah.
Which would you prefer? We're either gonna prevent abortions for 30 years. We're going to prevent abortions for the next 30 years, which is save more people. Or we're going to kill 6 million people in another Holocaust.
I kind of already see what you're trying to foreshadow. Let me think about that real quick.
We're gonna let's say there's about 1 million abortions a year in America. We're gonna stop 30 years of abortions. We're gonna save 30 million unborn, or we're gonna pick a group of people we don't like and kill 6 million of them violently. Which? Well, no, we're gonna do both.
Boy, am I happy that's not a real decision that a person got to make.
Great. But I think what you see where I'm going, which is that like when people say it's murder to kill an unborn, I'm like, no, it fucking isn't, because it's really different than like shooting a guy in the face.
Oh, it is different. It is most definitely different, and I'll give you that. That's why it's a hard decision for me. because it is different. Like,
but that's the problem for me. It shouldn't be a hard. It shouldn't
become
be
more sentient. Like more, you have more of a conscious as you grow. I agree.
That's the thing that I value when it comes to whether or not a person has rights. And because the unborn prior to 20 or 24 weeks don't have consciousness, don't have sentience. Sentience is that word I use. Consciousness, phenomenology, the capacity for suffering. Because they lack that, I don't weigh them, and I would sacrifice many unborn to save one life.
I'm more against the abortions that happen like after the heartbeat. I'm not like the ones that.
Why does the heartbeat matter?
I just think that once I'm not very religious, but I'm gonna use the religious route right here because I do believe in Christianity, and I don't believe that you should kill a soul that is intended to be on earth. And I know you and your audience are gonna like that argument, and it's a hard argument to kind of rebuttal.
Yeah, it is because I just have to like argue with you about religion because if your religion tells that, but before that, what does the heartbeat have to do with anything?
I mean, that's the only reason I have is I think that God put that being there for a reason.
But what is
like you shouldn't involve
the Bible tells us that life happens at first breath, not at first heartbeat.
Okay, but it's not that I support. I agree with it. It's just that I can come at ease with the world.
I'm asking why you brought up the heartbeat.
Because I can understand before they have a heartbeat why people would want to get an abortion, and I think that's justifiable. Like it's justifiable to not have an abortion.
But what's different the day before? What's different before, like the day before the heartbeat starts and the day after the heartbeat starts? What's like so fundamentally different that means that your ethics?
Oxygen gets pumped to the muscles, to the brain.
Oxygen gets pumped into a bike tire when I use my bicycle pump. It doesn't give the bicycle rights. Like, what difference does it make?
Throughout your body, though. Throughout your body, not through a bike.
Right.
I'm talking about throughout the body.
Right, but doesn't the bike now have rights because there's oxygen being pumped throughout its body?
No, because the bike isn't living.
Oh. Okay. But what does oxygen have to do with rights?
But oxygen has to do with right. So what I'm saying, I believe that the child, once there's oxygen being put in his veins and blood put in its veins and stuff like that, makes it living at that point. So that's why I don't agree.
Well, that was already happening prior to the heartbeat. It was just using the mother's heart to supply the blood.
You just taught me something. So
So the cells in a developing unborn person need to be oxygenated, but they're oxygenated as part of the mother's body. And then when people say heartbeat at 18 days, maybe I'll teach you something else. What they mean is that an ultrasound technician can look at the zygote or embryo or whatever stage that is and see the little, I call it a flicker, where there's like a little teeny tiny bit of movement, like a little bit of muscle fiber is twitching, and that's the heartbeat. And that is the little nerve signals that are firing to cause that little twitch to happen are the nerves that are going to tell your heart to beat when you grow up, if you make it that far. But it's not a heartbeat. There's no blood being pumped at that point. The blood is still being supplied by, like the beating, the flickering starts way earlier than the oxygenation from that heartbeat. For weeks and weeks after that, the unborn is still being oxygenated by the mother's body.
All right.
And none of this to me matters to do with ethics. Like you actually landed on suffering and consciousness, which is what I really care about. And there are conscious adults walking around who don't have a heart. We have mechanical hearts that we give people.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna lie. It's hard for me to like be on here, like, and I understand it's your show, so yeah, you need to be like talking majority of the time. But it's hard for me to be on here and actually have a good conversation with you when you're speaking like 80% of the time.
I'd speak a lot smaller percentage of the time if you'd answer these questions directly.
I would try. I'm trying to, but you're giving a whole few minute spiel. After I don't answer it the way you want, I'd rather just me give you another answer and then we can talk about it from there.
I have an idea.
Okay. I do have an argument.
Wait. Hold on. I know. Hold on. We got an idea. I've pulled up a chess clock. A chess clock is a clock that, let's see.
I play chess. I know what the chess clock is.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. How does this work? So we can play and pause. Switch. Switch. Okay, Raven.
You gotta take the intervals off though.
Well, yeah, I'm going to start it over. I'm just learning how to use it. So I think if this is playing, and then like my time is counting down, right? Like I'm talking, and then the caller starts talking. Raven, my producer, can click on it, and then you're talking, and then so on. Yeah, you ready to refresh the page so it goes back to normal? We're gonna say my clock's gonna be on the left, and your clock is gonna be on the right, and we're gonna use a chess clock to see who's talking more. And I'm gonna pay attention to it, and I'm gonna work really hard to give you the floor. But I want to start. Here, you can get the clock going, Raven, because I'm already talking. So here, I'm taking away. So my question again is, why is it important to you when cardiovascular structures start to develop in terms of ethics? I don't understand that at all.
Yes. All right. So let me start. So I'm trying to ask you to, because the whole time you were talking, I reframed my thought, and now I'm thinking, because you're giving me time to think about it. So I'm thinking now that when does the brain get, because that's when the real nerve endings start to, when is the brain developed?
Well, so in the way that's important to my understanding of all of this consciousness and suffering thing, I could say the same thing about the brain that I do about the heart, which is that very early on, there's like parts of structures that will become the brain later, but they don't have any activity. They're not like hooked up yet. It's around about 20 to 24 weeks that the experts are pretty sure that the brain structures that are necessary for the sort of stuff that we're worried about for consciousness and suffering start to develop.
Okay. So then my viewpoint on that changes. I believe whatever that 24 mark you say, I believe that right there is the point that abortion should be cut off.
I actually agree with you for the most part, except after that, I do allow abortions out of medical necessity to save the mother and like some other type of edge cases like that. Or if the child is like not developing a brain, they have some type of encephaly that's like they're not going to be an alive person when they're born. If the doctor can tell, then we can terminate that pregnancy. Okay.
All right, looks like we're on the same page. We're on the same page.
Hey, under 60 seconds of talking time each. And that's okay. I want a couple seconds back from earlier. So I think we can stop the chess clock. Did I convince you on abortion in like a minute?
I mean, I think I already did. You can stop the damn chess clock, man.
That's fair.
All right. So I'm not saying. I changed my mind because I didn't know when like most of the endings and stuff were made. But this is all besides the point. I'm trying to talk about the Veil of Darkness study that you brought up a while ago, and I did a lot more research on it. So
tell me what research you did.
Yeah. So it was a study. It was done in a lot of different cities. So first off, that may skew the information more. And guess what? It was only done from the times from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. In times like this, like it'll be light outside until 7 p.m. You still can see a black person in the car. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's about being able to see. By the way, just for background, Veil of Darkness study was shown that police officers are more racist after dark. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the thing is, it's not because they're like harder to see. It just has to do with the psychology of it being nighttime, which is like, I live in a bad neighborhood, and I can admit I check my shoulders a little more carefully at 2 a.m. than I do in 2 in the afternoon.
My bad. Just because like, so you're saying it's because just like nighttime is more associated with like danger and stuff like that?
Well, yeah, it puts people more on edge, and I think that when people are more on edge, like I'm speculating a little bit here, but I think that the reason for the Veil of Darkness study is that people who have racial biases, which racist people certainly do. I don't know if you're aware of the distinction between racism and racial biases. Maybe we could go over that. But I think that when somebody's racially biased in a way that makes them behave differently around different races, the degree to which that's likely to affect their actual behavior increases if they're on edge. And I think that the degree to which somebody's on edge increases at nighttime. So that I'm speculating, but that's why I think we see that result.
I don't think that study is really like valid, to be honest.
Wait. The chat says it's the opposite. It showed the opposite. It said during the day they are pulled over even more. Oh, okay, there we go.
A major findings.
What?
I can give you a major findings.
I'm going to pause the chess clock so Raven can educate us about the study, because I only heard about it from I only heard about it from running the show like recently. So I'm not. Forgive me for mixing that up. Let's hear it, Raven.
So it says a landmark nationwide project by Stanford researchers analyzing roughly 95 million traffic stops found that black drivers were pulled over significantly more often during daylight than after dark when their race was masked. The inference of bias is this reduction in minority stops after sunset provides robust statistical evidence that routine police stop decisions suffer from persistent racial disparities rooted in officer perception.
Are you good with me taking the timer down? Did we prove the point on that one?
Yeah.
For the confused.
I think you started letting me talk more when we had
Well,
that time.
I did. Well, I also, I think we both tried a little bit harder to share the floor more fairly, which I think was good. Now I'll bookmark that at chess clock so we have it for the future. But yeah, some people in the chat were already confused why there's a chess clock up on the screen. We were taking turns talking. Yeah, I thought that I knew that the study had like pointed to some racism, so I guess I just made the leap of assuming that it was like people being.
I think I misquoted you.
Well, I just misunderstood what they were looking at. I didn't know that they were looking at the number of people who were being pulled over, which is like where the racism was detected. I thought it was like what happened on the stops. So I was just wrong. I was just misinformed, or I made an assumption there. But it does sound to me like what's going on is that if the police officer can see the race of the person driving, that makes them more likely to pull over disproportionately many minorities. Is that
okay?
Is that
in the daytime they're pulling over more black people?
Yeah.
Yes, that sounds like that's what they're trying to claim with that.
Yeah.
So they're trying to pull over, or no, they pull more black people over. My bad. What the fuck am I? Yeah, they pull more black people over in the daytime than they do the nighttime, is what the study is saying.
Yeah, if the officer can tell that you're black, the officer's more likely to pull you over, is the conclusion. At night, they might...
Okay, my bad. So her name is Karen, correct?
Raven? My producer?
Raven? My bad.
Raven.
My bad. Yeah, I've only been on this show twice.
No worries.
So, Raven, can you tell us if the study was based on percentage or volume?
Well, any reasonable study to say that sort of trends, like this always gets brought up when we talk about, for example, the criminality of illegal immigrants, where it's like they don't commit as many crimes, and then people say, well, obviously there aren't as many of them. No serious person is going to present a study and say that it's because the absolute number is smaller. That's ridiculous.
According to the wordage of this summary, it says that black drivers were pulled over significantly more often during the daylight. So that would imply that proportionally the number is higher black drivers.
I don't think that indicates
get pulled over during the day.
Because what a lot of illegitimate articles do and stuff like that is they'll say stuff like that but not specify. I think that at least, even if I'm wrong by saying that, I think at least they should specify in that study.
I mean, if you really break it down, though, if there even is a difference between daytime and nighttime, because it's saying black drivers are pulled over more often during the daytime than compared to at nighttime. So just the mere difference shows that there is a difference, that something along the line matters, and you would assume it's visibility. You can see who you're pulling over in the day. That's why the number is higher of black drivers being pulled over, because they can see it before they even have them pulled over that they're black.
Do they specify anywhere like how more often or anything like that? Because I think that's something that actually needs to be known.
I mean, you'd have to pull up the study itself. It does not state in this summary.
Okay, well, I can't really talk about it anymore. Oh, are you looking at it?
Well, I mean, I guess the reason that this sort of little avenue is like not super interesting to me straightforwardly is because I can ask a question like this one. Do you think that law enforcement in this country treat black people fairly?
I think they do. That's a hard question to answer on the internet. Just because of my job.
You've exercised good faith. I'm not interested in making you put your camera up, and I don't know why your job would make a difference.
I'm in the military. There's certain stuff I can't say.
Well, I don't think you're gonna get identified, and I'm okay with you wanting to hide for that reason. But I also don't think. Raven, you're a veteran. Someone in the military is allowed to say something so obvious as the fact that law enforcement mistreat African Americans disproportionately, right?
Absolutely. The only thing you can't say is you can't directly denounce the current administration while in uniform.
And also just want to put out anything that I'm saying right now does not represent the Department of Defense or the Army.
Yeah. Wait. So Raven, I know because we had that. What was his name? The guy who wore his uniform and then said impeach, convict, remove. He had that sign on the steps of the Capitol, and he got arrested because he was renouncing support for the current administration in uniform. So if that's the rule, even if you had your camera on, even if you're identified, which is I don't see any purpose for on this show. Sometimes I do ask people to turn their camera on, but I don't feel a reason.
I turned my camera on here before. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't. My point is, you're not in uniform. You're not representing the military, and it's also just. You happen to be wearing a uniform right now?
No,
Yeah,
see,
I'm on lunch right now, bro.
But you didn't need to fucking tell me that. But you're still allowed to. You're still allowed to say that opinion because it doesn't violate. Raven, you do the
you can
talking.
have negative opinions while in uniform. You just can't speak out against the current administration.
Understood. So what was the question one more time?
Do you think that law enforcement generally in this country treat African Americans fairly?
I think that they don't treat you. I think that's too broad of a question because there are places.
I really don't.
I think there are great administrations out there, and I also think there are very poor administrations.
You mean jurisdictions?
Is that like yes?
Yeah. Because of like a particular sheriff's department. Yeah, I think that if we were to stack rank all the different law enforcement agencies, all the different sheriff's offices, all the different police departments, yes, some of them rank better or worse than others. But I said generally, just like across the board, do you think that police officers not treating you fairly is something that it is reasonable for a person with black skin to worry about?
I mean, honestly, I don't like getting into this race stuff in general, whether I was in or off, because honestly, I don't see a difference in an individual based on their race.
Okay, I think that, frankly, I think that's fucking silly, and it's a disappointment for a person in 2026 to not be aware that law enforcement have a long institutionalized history of mistreating people who aren't white.
Institutionalized? Yeah, and do they have a history of it? Yes, I can say, do they have a history of it? Yes.
That history includes, decades past and this morning. Like there is
a problem where they mistreat people. Yes.
So when we sit here, the reason I'm not super interested in like digging on like exactly how the Veil of Darkness study was done or whatever is because I think that for the sake of a conversation like the one we have on this show, I just don't think that we need the Veil of Darkness study. I think it's obvious to anybody who's been paying attention for.
Yeah, it was just something you brought up. You brought it up to me one time, and it was just like a little supporting piece for.
Did I bring it up?
I want to say it was in your first conversation, and you may have misrepresented it at the time.
Yeah, maybe I saw it in a message.
No,
maybe I got the wrong idea in my head.
I could have quoted you wrong too. Bro.
I talk about the veil of ignorance on this show pretty frequently, which is a different thing. That's totally.
I do remember the Veil of Darkness being brought up.
Yeah, somebody after DM'd me about it and was trying to educate me about it. So that's kind of what led me on the rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's clearly not a strong talking point for me because I didn't even I was wrong about it on this episode and we had to correct me. But again, I just don't. I wasn't wrong about the conclusion. The conclusion is that officers are racist on average. But I just think it's really, really obvious because of that study.
Officers are racist on average? No, I don't think the average officer is racist. I've met a lot of police officers and I know them closely, and I know that's a personal anecdote. And yeah, but I don't believe that. In general, most police officers are racist. I don't believe that.
Are you the guy who read Hamlet?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Kicked you because you accidentally said the name of a substance.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. This is fitting in with the context of that conversation better because I do believe.
I'm glad you remember me, bro.
Yeah. No, I do. I do believe that it's perfectly reasonable is not the word. It's unsurprising that there are people like you who grew up in an environment where you can say that you've known some police officers, but my problem with you saying that you've known some police officers and that your general impression with law enforcement has led you to believe that they're not racist. I've seen your skin color.
Yeah, it's in my profile.
If he's been willing to turn his camera on before, can he actually show us that he is in uniform? At least just the collar?
I'd rather not, but do you really, if you really want me to, yeah.
I would really appreciate it.
I'm gonna stay out of this one. But there we go. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
All right. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Facts.
Cool.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. So my issue is that I don't judge from my own experience as to whether or not police officers are racist or like even shitty, because if I were to just judge by my own experience, if we're not counting the times where I've like gone out and protested and kind of identified myself as opposition to them, but like my dealings with police officers like have been good. When I got caught smoking a J on the street with my buddies, drinking a beer on the street with my buddies in New York, and a police officer rolls up, it's like, oh, fuck, we have to talk to a police officer for 30 seconds. But I don't fear for my life. It's usually a pretty pleasant conversation. dozens of times that sort of thing happened to me in my youth. Not once did I ever get so much as a ticket, or once had my parents called and they made my parents come pick me up. My friend's parents come pick us up. But I can judge by that experience and be like, oh, the NYPD, those guys, they wag their finger at you sometimes, but they're not the worst. But I know that I cannot judge them based on my own perspective, because I just know that that's not what it's like for black people. Yeah, it's not like that at all. I've had times where I had a friend with me under such a circumstance who was like, where I'd say, hey, let me talk to these guys, because I at that point know I should be the one doing the talking. And then the police officers leave and they're standing there like, nothing. We didn't get in trouble. We didn't get taken in. We didn't get any tickets. We didn't get put up against the wall and searched. They just talked to you and left. I know that my experience with police officers is a reflection of their racism in a different way.
Bro, so what I'll tell you is I grew up 1st grade through 5th grade in a rich neighborhood, but in middle school I transitioned to a very opposite. I went from a high class neighborhood to a very low class neighborhood very quick, so I could see the difference. And it's like, I can't really say anything for the first neighborhood because, truth be told, there wasn't a lot of African Americans over there.
Right.
But in the second one, they treated all people the same. They pulled me over, cussed me out, and but yeah, you're right. I was never fearing for my life though.
Right. And if you've interacted with a police officer and never feared for your life, then you probably lack a little bit of understanding of what it's like. And I lack that understanding because
I think that's also a false narrative, because the news, they only put they don't really say a white person gets mistreated by the cop. They're not going to put that on the news. They're going to put,
and there are studies about this, and the Veil of Darkness study is one of them. And the Discord popped up. I think it was the Proletariat over on the Discord had a much bigger meta-analysis of.
No, I'm not peeing.
That's labor market discrimination. That wasn't the one that he put up. But anyway, there's a widespread problem of police officers mistreating minorities that shows up in a bunch of places. Most of the African Americans receive disproportionately many exonerations. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that word means?
Okay, no, but dude, I could bring up the 13% study.
Wait, but you didn't know what I just said, and you didn't. Can I teach you what the word exoneration means? It's an important word to know.
Can you reach back to that? Can you reach back to that point after that I just told you?
Yeah, we'll get to that. So an exoneration is when a person gets convicted, but they're able to successfully appeal their conviction and get it thrown out. So the courts say, we got this one wrong, and disproportionately many of the convictions that the exonerations that we have in this country are for African Americans, where we find that the police had done something corrupt. I mean, there are large departments in big cities that have been caught red-handed planting evidence on there's many angles from which I could tackle the question. Are police racist? Do police mistreat minorities? And the answer is a clear and resounding yes. If we look at anything.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I gotta go. I gotta drive back to work. I'm on my lunch break.
I appreciate.
I appreciate the question right now. I'll come back on later and we can talk again about this or something else.
I believe you. I appreciate your good faith engagement.
All right, man. See you.
Catch you later.
All right, bro.
And I mean it. That one's savable.
Absolutely.
That dude is misinformed and biased and misguided. I don't think he's hateful. And I think he's good faith. I think when he answers a question, he answers it. Sometimes he's quick to rush onto some other thing. He does some of these maybe not so helpful. A little bit of gish galloping happens when people just start bringing up things they think. Gish galloping is not always intentional. Mm-hmm. I think people who are misguided often gish gallop, and I think people tend to think that gish galloping, bringing up too many things to cover all at once, is necessarily bad faith, but it's not. Same with sea lining. Asking so many questions that we just get lost on the topic and get stuck bogged down in these details that aren't always so relevant. So my bullshit, my disingenuous meter that I have running in my head all the time to make me good at running this show, it doesn't trigger for that guy. I think he really, and I think that's why he called back in, because he wanted to keep talking about it.
That he put his face in uniform on screen shows that he's pretty good faith.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he's just by the way, I'm pretty sure that was an Air Force uniform, BDUs. Pretty sure he's a young airman in the dorms. That's why he sounds like he's in a bathroom.
Yeah, concrete building. Yeah.
No, they're not even concrete, but they're just thin paper walls that vibrate when you talk.
Oh, okay, yeah. He said army, though I will say, even colloquially, people say army to refer to all four branches, even right?
Not the people actually in the military.
Usually.
I won't ever say I was in the army.
Raven was in the Air Force. Yeah, if you enjoy the show, if you like that that one of my two employees gets to be an expert on certain topics, including military issues, because Raven served in the Air Force guarding our nuclear missile silos for 6 years. So glad you didn't get to use them.
Me too.
That's a win. Yeah, if you like all that, you can go to the link tree in the bio and follow me for free on all the other platforms. It doesn't cost you a dime, and if you have a dime that you want to spare, you can send it to my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee's international if you live somewhere else and you want to support anyway. I appreciate all the people who do that, including Jeffrey, who sent me $1 on Venmo. Just $1 gets your message read on the air. Does this guy understand that TikTok isn't Grindr? Sometimes he gets your message read twice, because I already read that one earlier. I remembered that Jeffrey was the last one, but I forgot that I'd already read Jeffrey. Miss Angel. Oh, no, I'm about to read hers twice. Crashing out on Nazis. Yep, she got hers read twice again. Somebody definitely sent me some new ones because the balance went up. That was Casey with $1 who sent, this guest is way too focused. Well, I'm just reading them all over again. I'll give Alex a shout out again. Hello again, Alex. I'm double reading the messages today. No, this last one, definitely new. $12 from Jace. Thank you, Jace. Love the way you run your show. Relatively newer listener, but love to you and those involved. That's you, Raven, and Jessie, who gets the day off on Thursdays. We've got a more... specific schedule for the month of August, and right now it is expected to be Raven on Thursdays and every other weekend.
Thursdays, Saturdays, and every other Sunday.
Oh, is that the way we're doing it?
I'm fairly certain.
Well, we have a calendar for that purpose, but it is going to be mostly Jessie for the month of August, and then September is going to be all over the place. There's lots of cool stuff going in September, but I'll keep that stuff a secret for today. Let's see, is this a new one from...
By the way, Will, I'm not a nuclear rocket scientist. I'm a nuclear rocket mechanic.
I was gonna say technician, right?
Yeah.
That's slightly different. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, this is the dude that had some racial bias. He's Army duty, put his camera on. You had a good long convo with him. I felt you made some great progress. Then he said WEED, and you encouraged him to call another day. Yeah, I think I should really try to remember that username, because he's one of those like, we got one type of callers where it's like, no. Let's figure out where we disagree, because he wants to figure out where we disagree. He wants to understand it. And that's so much more than I can say for so many of the people who call into this show. So W's that guy for being good faith and patient and all that. Even if we had to chess clock it a little bit, because sometimes when there's a lot of bullshit spewing, I do need to control the conversation in a way that gives me more airtime than the caller. Anyway, so it goes. I think a healthy relationship, like in terms of what I think about when I like review an episode, I think the right ratio is like me talking like 2/3 of the time, which it is the Oskar Quentin show. Thank you, Joseph, for the $5 on Venmo. He said, new money, LOL, awesome as usual. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate you. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, Lover of Life said, stupid argument, sausage space versus taco space.
I want to say that was in regards to the prison separation.
Yeah. We're a little far behind here. A few more bucks from... Oh, this one's new, but somebody else donates DKK, so I know the conversion rate. That's a couple bucks. Jack Ruse, I think it is. Thank you very much for that. No message with it, but thank you. Rags Galleon sent $10 to say, sometimes I forget that I'm actually watching live. Hi, chat. Hi, Oscar. Just wanted to throw in there that the Veil of Darkness study also adjusts for things like shorter days in the winter and vice versa. Yeah, it's hard, like... That's kind of the sea lining where it's like, oh, the study showed that like police officers are racist because they're less likely to pull people over if they don't know their race under the veil of darkness. And then somebody can say, well, wasn't that from 5 to 9 p.m. or wasn't that from this or that? Or like, what exactly were the hours? And it's like, no, yeah, okay. Like there's a degree to which we have to trust that a study wasn't just complete bullshit. And thankfully I have like a ton of people in the Discord who might go like, do the work of checking if that bullshit is afoot while I'm talking about it live on the air. But it's not a good use of airtime to sit here and just be like, let's like nitpick all these random fucking things, because like it is complicated to correct for all these things, and we have to analyze that. We have to trust sources that don't do the sort of bullshit that you can do by hiding it in the details that it was maybe a little bit dishonest. Maybe they picked a community where I don't know, maybe they picked a community with a demographic split where the time of day that you could expect a person to commute based on their race, based on what neighborhood they live in and where they worked, like would be different. And then we found like that, oh yeah, they're pulling over more people in the daytime because that happens to be when most of the people who work in this neighborhood that's majority African American happen to drive home from their jobs or some shit like that. Like that's the type of shit that the experts are always looking for when we release studies, but that's why studies have to be transparent.
And peer-reviewed.
And peer-reviewed. So when we talk about peer review, it's people who are experts looking for bullshit of that sort in a study. So if something is published on a reputable source of peer-reviewed studies, we can assume that sort of scrutiny has been done and analyze the results instead of sea-lining on a debate show about exactly how the fuck this study was done. But I do I can at the same time, to play devil's advocate, say we have to be prepared to defend our studies. I can't just assume a study is good because it agrees with me. That's confirmation bias. So we have to look at the sources of these things. But again, that would be too much work for one person, which is why it's so incredible that so many people contribute their time and effort to this show by making sure that studies that get mentioned on the air both are good studies that should be trusted. And we saw it in real time today. I started yapping about that study and I got it wrong, and the chat lit the fuck up saying that Oscar is wrong, and I corrected myself quickly. Thanks, everybody. Got me educated on. Emily Klein, thank you for the fucking $25 on Venmo. Hello, lovelies, especially Raven, sending you my usual love and support. Thank you, Emily. I appreciate seeing your name pop up.
Thank you, Emily.
And it's, as you know, the donations are meaningful, but it is also just neat when it's like the same person every day. It just, you know, makes me feel like there's lots of people excited about what we're doing over here, and that's fun for me. I like that a lot. Al sent $10 on YouTube Super Chat to say, I had to have a D and C, which is a type of late abortion due to medical needs. Because medical issues were making me anemic. Family members have died from this. Complete abortion bans won't do that because it's used for abortion. Complete bans kill women. Yes, for cases like yours and other cases, women are in danger of essentially being murdered by a broken healthcare system if we try to legislate on the edge cases. You had an edge case where a doctor decided that an abortion was the solution. And if the legislators had decided that no such edge cases existed, you would have died. And that's very fucking sad. So I think about people like you. Jennifer Ferguson sent $2 to say, can you explain what the veil of ignorance is? I think that's old enough. I think that's an old message. We've definitely covered that one. Let's just get a couple of refreshers going on the app. So before I move on, Linktree in the bio if you want your message read, or just to follow me on all the other platforms. And we're going to talk to the Moonlight Fox as our next caller.
Did you technically talk about the veil of ignorance?
Oh, the veil of ignorance, not the veil of darkness. That's right. I'm mixing the two up. So Moonlight, just hang out a second. The veil of ignorance is this thing that John Rawls, who is a philosopher who studied ethics in the latter half of the 20th century, he had this thing about the veil of ignorance, which is that if you design a policy of any kind, like a set of rules or anything to do with ethics, what you need to do is put yourself under the veil of ignorance and say, I don't know who I'm going to be in society. So if you make a policy, say, for addressing policing, you have to ask yourself the question, would I like this policy not knowing who I was going to be, not knowing whether I was going to be black or white or rich or poor or a man or a woman or whatever? Is this a policy that I'm okay instituting if I had to roll the dice on myself again and figure out who I was going to be? And if you exercise consideration for the veil of ignorance, it makes you make policies that are on average good for people in general. Because if you put yourself in the shoes of not knowing who you're going to be, you're much less likely to maybe not mind that the policy that you're pushing is bad for a group of people that isn't you. So big fan of the veil of ignorance. I just mixed it up for a moment with the veil of darkness, which is a study as opposed to an ethical consideration. I like John Rawls though. His critique of utilitarianism is also really good, and his stuff is very much a foundation of like my normative system for ethics. Hi-Fi Mike sent $2 to say, take my money. I will. Thank you. Melissa sent $5 to say, Collar is goals for the regime, however, is very savable. Let's cross our collective fingers, he returns. WChat, Osketeers. I like, people have been trying to come up with the names for like the chat and the group, and I kind of like Osketeers.
I like the Osketeers.
Osketeers sounds a lot less silly than the Oscar fans, which, just so you can abbreviate it, OF.
That is cheeky. But
I do like a cheeky reference. I think it'll be so. I'm really considering making an OnlyFans and then just putting like my music on it.
That would be hilarious.
It's like $1,000 to get into the Oscars OnlyFans, and it's like me sitting there fully clothed playing a guitar.
By the way, we did have confirmation that Tvbiasc is Army and lives in the Army dorms, which is why it sounds like crap.
Yes. But yeah, I agree that he's savable, and when Collar's goals for this regime, it's like he's the target of the misinformation. Mm-hmm. He's a young person who already has some biases from his upbringing that makes him think that people on the left are unreasonable. So we're sitting here trying to make him see that we're not being quite so unreasonable as maybe he thinks that we are. And he's listening, and that's great, because I think he's detected that I'm not lying to him. I think he's detected I'm not like trying to be, poor faith or whatever. Where is Kronos? That's a good fucking question. We haven't heard from Kronos today.
Been silent all day. I miss him.
No, his YouTube chat, is he okay? He's probably just sleeping. I hope he's sleeping. He doesn't sleep enough.
Truth.
We're going to talk to Orion and see if we get another good debate in today. Today's been a fun show. I had fun yelling at that other guy. That was softball for me.
Hello.
Hello, how old are you?
July 18, 2001.
Okay, that's old enough. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm a Republican conservative.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Activist. I support Donald Trump because he's just going to be one of the most tremendous and respectable leaders since Teddy Roosevelt. Go ahead.
I think that's nonsense. I don't think that very many people respect him,
I
especially.
didn't ask for your opinion.
Turn on your camera. I'm not interested in having a conversation with you unless you do. I don't think you are an activist, and I think if you were, you'd turn on your camera.
Yeah, let's do it. Go ahead. Let's do it.
Okay, yeah, I don't... What do you think that... What, in your opinion, is going to make him so respectable?
This isn't about opinions. Do you have an argument?
He does things that causes world leaders to not respect him. He does things that...
Not an argument. That's a statement. Try one more time, buddy.
Keep or kick, chat. Let me know.
Keep or kick, chat.
Isn't respectable in opinion, though?
Yeah, and I don't respect this caller, and I don't think that the chat does either.
You asked for my opinion, and I want a rebuttal to my opinion.
You stated an opinion.
Here, I have a concern. This isn't an opinion. My concern is that
give me the...
No, it's my show. I'm in charge here. You can do whatever you want, but you're gonna listen to my concern before I kick you because the chat wants you gone. I'm not going to shut the fuck up. It's my show. You can listen. I want you to hear my concern. My concern. Stop talking. I am not going to tell you what my concern is until you stop talking, so you can stop talking or wait until I get sick and kick you. You can call me a bitch. Come to Minneapolis on August 22nd. Come to City Hall and tell me in person that I'm a bitch. If you think I'm a bitch, you activist, you alleged activist.
You're a bitch.
All right, you want to listen to my concern?
Give me the 3 laws of logic.
Do you want my concern? I'm not.
Why did you run? Do you want my concern?
You're running away from my concerns. The little baby boy. Give me some baby bottles in the chat for the little baby boy who wants to run away from my concern. My concern. No, I'm not doing it. My concern is that an ICE agent's going to pull you over, break the window of your car, cut your seatbelt, slam you on the pavement so hard you end up with your teeth looking like mine. You don't want that. They're going to step on your back, and I'm going to have to go protest for your fucking death. I'm concerned that that's going to happen to you because Brett Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court has given ICE agents the right to detain people based on the color of their skin or the accent with which you speak English. And you have skin color that means that can happen to you. I've seen it happen to people. Well, I haven't seen anybody killed by an ICE agent with my own eyes, but I have seen it on camera. And I'm fucking worried about that type of shit, dude. And if you think that coming on here and being that type of bitch is good for you, good fucking luck, dude. I'm going to look out for people who looked out for their neighbors when the war comes. You can get fucking lost. We're going to talk to Storm Clown. And we're going to see if he's also a clown. Hello, how old are you?
I didn't mean to join.
Goodbye.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Sorry.
No worries. Need a primary 14. Hello, how old are you?
What's up? It's 50.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why on earth?
Nobody supported Kamala. I'm an independent my whole life. Nobody in her own party supported her, so she seemed like a very bad choice. She couldn't even get on the primaries. I could have went either way if her own party supported her, but they didn't.
This is cue ball, isn't it?
No, I don't know who that is.
Oh, then turn on your camera and show me that you're not cue ball. I know what cue ball looks like.
I can't. It's a new account.
False. The button's here.
You can't.
False. They see it on the live stream. It's right here. Turn your camera on. Invite to turn on camera. This is grayed out if a person can't. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see me hovering over the option to invite to turn on the camera.
Who is cue ball? I don't even know what that is. I just want to have a conversation. Can't we just have a...
Remember a second ago when you lied to me and said that you couldn't turn your camera on? Turn your camera on.
What's the difference who I am? What the hell's going on with the phone?
We can discuss that after you turn your camera on because you've lied to me twice. I think you are cue ball. I'd like to be proven wrong on that. And you lied to me when you said you couldn't turn your camera on because as you said that, there was already an invitation on your screen that had popped up to show your camera. Let's see your face, dumbass. You know I don't want to see your fucking ceiling fan. Oh, congratulations! You turned on your camera. Yeah. You knew that I meant to do it so that I could identify who you were. I'm not interested in looking at your ceiling. Get on camera or get off my show. Those are your options.
He says it's a private account as his camera's on.
Why are you showing me your ceiling?
It's an awesome ceiling.
I don't give a fuck, dude. Let's see your face.
All right, get me off.
Sure. Goodbye. We're going to talk to a women's alt. See what the fuck that means. See if they're also a fucking coward like Cue Ball who needs to hide behind the fact that he has so besmirched his name. See, that's the beautiful thing about what's happened to people who've turned on their cameras, that people know not to take Cue Ball seriously, and now that guy can't go around, and maybe that's the reason I ask people to turn on their camera. I want to see if you're one of the faces I recognize as one of the monsters in this community who shouldn't be taken seriously. I'd be willing to have another conversation with Cue Ball if he showed his face, so that people could associate this conversation with all the Cue Ball conversations that we know. Anyway, somebody in the chat says, who is Cue Ball? Cue Ball's a bitch. That's who Cue Ball is. House of Dax. I'm going to see who that is. Hello, how old are you?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to join, but I do have a question.
Oh, shit, I'd already hit the button when he said he does have a question. We're getting to that point in the show, or maybe he can get back in the queue and get his question asked, but we're going to talk to Mazia Marshall. Mazia Marshall? Masla Marshall?
Messiah?
Is it Messiah or Masla? Is that an L or an I? I can't tell. Looks like an L, right?
It looks like an L.
Well, they can tell us what their name is when they connect. How old are you?
I'm 18.
You have a Bluetooth device connected? You're a little muffled.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I don't have a good microphone.
If you don't have a better microphone than this, I am going to have to kick you. You don't have a Bluetooth device you can disconnect?
It's not functioning well for sure.
Sorry, I could hear it, but I bet the audience couldn't even hear that. Logic League was in the queue earlier. I feel like they left earlier. I don't remember. I don't know if I've spoken to Logic League.
Hello?
Hello, how old are you?
I'm 18.
I'm going to believe you for now. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why is that?
Well, because I'm a constitutional conservative and my values align with Trump's more than the other candidate.
A constitutional conservative should have voted for Kamala Harris. She wasn't going to disobey the Constitution, and Trump has done that many times during his second term. How do you answer to Donald Trump's constitutional violations as a constitutional conservative?
Well, could you name the violations for me?
Executive 14160 is an attempt to overthrow the 14th Amendment. He specifically quoted it and said that his interpretation of it is what should be put in place instead of the Supreme Court precedent from the late 1800s where they determined that, yes, in fact, the 14th Amendment is supposed to apply to the children of undocumented immigrants. That's one example. There are many.
Okay, maybe I don't agree with every policy, but yes, constitutional conservatism aligns more with Trump.
That wasn't what policy. That was an executive order, which was an attempt to overthrow an interpretation of the 14th Amendment. And in many ways, even though the Supreme Court has thrown out that executive order and said that it can't apply in any way because it is so obviously unconstitutional, the effect of it is that a great many Americans think that the children of undocumented immigrants don't have their right to birthright citizenship, which really damages the constitutional strength in this country, because having so much of the electorate misunderstand the Constitution because of the president, because of the president's executive orders, is something that should really concern any constitutionalist, regardless of which party they represent.
Okay. How do you think Kamala would be any better?
I'm sorry, I want you to answer to what I just said.
Wait, what?
I just said that Trump doing that, even though it was thrown out by the Supreme Court, has convinced a great many people that illegal immigrants, or the children of undocumented immigrants or illegal immigrants, don't have access to birthright citizenship when they in fact do, according to the Supreme Court and the Constitution, which you as a constitutionalist should value. How do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump has weakened the authority of the Constitution by making many members of the country not recognize how it's supposed to be interpreted? That's dangerous. That's bad. How do you feel about that?
Well, if that was true, I would feel bad about it.
Do you think it's not true that lots of Trump supporters think that the children of undocumented immigrants shouldn't have birthright citizenship, even though that's what it says in the Constitution?
Maybe lots of Trump supporters think that.
And there's lots of Trump supporters, so that's lots of Americans. That is a problem. We're talking about millions of people. Millions of people think that now because of him.
Okay, yeah, that's a bad thing, obviously.
Okay, that's one example. There are others. Can you name one example of that sort of thing happening that you think would have happened if you had elected Kamala Harris president? Because your immediate concern when you called in was that you're a constitutionalist. That if you're a single issue voter, I'll actually say that the Constitution is a pretty good single issue to be a single issue voter on. Most of the single issue voters aren't very reasonable. I think that's kind of reasonable. What do you think that Kamala Harris was going to do that was worse than that?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm a single issue voter.
Well,
at all.
Okay,
No.
You're a constitutionalist, so you care about the Constitution being followed, yes?
Yes.
Why do you think that Kamala Harris was not going to follow the Constitution as well as Trump would? Or do you not think that?
Well, not only that, but also policies.
So you don't care if Trump follows the Constitution?
Of course I do.
But you say that because of his policies, you're willing to accept the fact that he doesn't follow the Constitution.
No, that's not true. That's not what I said. But
Okay, then it doesn't
I
make
said-
sense to me that you support him. Because if somebody valued the Constitution over policy, which they should, because the Constitution has authority over the policies, it's like higher in the tree, it's higher in the umbrella. Like you wouldn't bring me policy when I asked you about the Constitution. That suggests to me that you're either not a Trump supporter or you're not a constitutionalist. Which is it?
Well, okay. I'm not exactly like I don't believe in everything that Trump does, but out of the two, he's definitely the better candidate.
Why?
Border policies, abortion, conservative values like that, gun control.
Right, and one of his attempts to like address immigration, like this border related issue, was to violate the Constitution with Executive Order 14160. So why, like, so you don't care about the Constitution more than you care about those wedge issues, right?
I don't have. What do you?
You're bringing me those issues and saying that you're okay with a president who regularly violates the Constitution because you care so much about his position on those issues. I'm saying that decidedly makes you not a constitutionalist.
Okay, sure, yeah, but still, you haven't proved to me that.
I'm not usually this strict and rigid in these calls. Like, I'm being really aggressive in this call with you, but it's because you announced yourself as a constitutionalist, which means this is a fucking softball conversation. Because until I get you to admit that you're not a constitutionalist, I'm going to keep questioning the fact that you announced yourself as one because you support the least constitutional president in American history.
Okay, I'm a conservative, and those values also.
But not a constitutionalist.
I'm a constitutional conservative.
No, you're not. You don't act like it. Constitutional conservatives call for Trump's impeachment because of the things I'm bringing up.
Also, I really joined.
We're not moving on.
No, okay. The reason I joined is because I wanted you to prove to me that Harris is a better candidate.
I can do that. Spend a lot of time talking about that, but I'm still and we can get onto that if you hang up this bullshit. You're like a stolen valor constitutionalist. You don't give a shit about the Constitution. I'm not willing to drop that. Like, you can settle that with me if you want, and then we can move on to why I think that Kamala Harris was better generally than Trump. But one of the biggest reasons I offer is because she was going to follow the fucking Constitution.
All right, buddy. You can believe that I don't care about the Constitution, but I know that I do.
You've demonstrated that you don't.
Because I support Trump over Harris?
No, because when I offer you the reasons that I think that it's silly for a constitutionalist to support Trump, you pivot over to his policy, which suggests to me that you're more interested in his policy than whether or not he's going to follow the Constitution, which makes you something other than a constitutionalist.
Like I said, out of the two, I support Trump more. That doesn't mean like I also said,
it does mean that you're not a constitutionalist, though.
Then why should a constitutionalist support Harris over Trump?
Because she would follow the Constitution, and he has shown that he's not.
How would she follow the Constitution more than he does?
By not disobeying it. By not doing things that are against it. By not filing executive orders that are in direct conflict with the language of the Constitution.
You don't know she wouldn't do that.
Yeah, you have that to fall back on, that there is this like unknown about what she would have done. But is there anything in her track record as a human being on Earth that would suggest to you that she would do anything like that? Because there's lots in Donald Trump's history as a human being on Earth that suggests that he would do that sort of thing, especially many of the promises he made on the campaign trail, which is why I'm not at all surprised to see his constitutional violations.
Not that I can name for you. No, sorry.
Okay, so why is it that you are sitting here arguing that it's not sensible for me to think that a constitutionalist shouldn't support Trump but should support Harris, especially because she knows and understands the Constitution better and has a long resume of working in all three branches of government and along the way not doing those sorts of violations, whereas Trump has a long history of not working in politics, but he did do some things that were a little bit unconstitutional during his first term, and then in addition to that has spent his life being a fucking fraudster. The guy doesn't have any respect for law and order, which suggests to me that he's not going to have any respect for the Constitution, which is the foundation for our legal system, when Kamala Harris, working in all of those branches with different positions such as DA and senator, has to respect the Constitution in the course of her duties, which she has a long history of doing.
Well, I don't think that, which is one thing you said, I don't think that Kamala understands the Constitution any more than Trump does. I'm not sure why you said that. What makes you believe that?
I could just rewind 30 seconds and say what I just said again. She has a long history of working in all three branches of government where she has to follow and abide by the rules of the Constitution. She has shown for decades that she does that, and Trump hasn't. He's done the opposite.
She slept her way to the top. Like, how do you...
That's
What do you mean?
Turn your camera on. I'm sorry. This like misogynistic bullshit about the fact that she like had sex with somebody who was important sometime means that she slept her way to the top. I'm sorry. Sleeping with somebody doesn't get you 75 million votes in a fucking presidential, or 70 million, whatever the fuck she got. Like I'm not interested in somebody so disingenuous and so obviously misogynistic pulling the eject cord out of this conversation because I know you have you fucking cornered by just accusing her of sleeping her way to the top. If you actually believe that about her, if you actually think that's a reasonable position for why you think that you support Donald Trump and think that he follows the Constitution better, turn your camera on and say it to me with your face.
I'm not doing that, bucko.
Goodbye.
I keep myself anonymous.
You keep yourself anonymous because you a bitch. Call back in if you want to put your camera on. That's it, everybody. I'd rather talk to nobody than that guy. I'm not interested in talking to people who don't stand by their political convictions, but call into my show and act like their political convictions should be important to anybody. You can masturbate. We don't want to watch. $5, Georgia Reed said, constitutional conservative equals only cares about the Second Amendment, aka bro wants to fuck his AR, even though only Trump has violated that amendment in recent history. Yeah, I could bring up the fact that Donald Trump tried to take away the Second Amendment from trans individuals for no other reason than them being trans, which is really fucked up.
Also, executed Alex Petty for it.
Yep. Well, Trump didn't do that, but he defended it.
He supports it.
He supports it. Lucky Phil sent a buck on Buy Me a Coffee to say Oscar knots. See, that works in text because it looks like the word astronauts, but it doesn't sound like the word astronauts very much. Maybe I should let that guy flounder a little longer. I was really surprised we got that guy to turn his camera on earlier in the stream today. I yelled at him for what, fucking 10 minutes, and he eventually turned his camera on. I puffed my chest enough for him to want to win, so he stayed. Was not a wise choice for him, I do not think. Oh man.
If I may add in about the Second Amendment, one thing that goes highly unnoticed is one time during an interview, he was talking about people that were suspected of crime, and he said that the right thing to do would be to take away their guns first and then investigate them and then arrest them.
That doesn't sound like due process to me. Not one bit.
Not one bit.
Not one bit.
That was before the election, I'm fairly certain.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking Cameron the moment he said that, because the moment he started by saying he's a conservative constitutionalist and that's why he supports Trump, because I'm like, no, that's bullshit. And when somebody tells me that they're a constitutionalist, it does actually give me the expectation that they're better read than your average caller, because most callers don't even know what it means to be a constitutionalist. They don't understand that being a constitutionalist is a political perspective that really values the way we have constitutional order in this country, where all of our rules and ways of addressing modern issues has to depend on the Constitution. And I'm a little bit of a constitutionalist. I think that's an important system, but I also think we're in a situation right now where it's maybe time to, I think we're due some amendments. I've said that before on the show. There's some things that we need to address about how politics works in this country. And some would argue that makes me not a constitutionalist. Some would argue that that's compatible with being a constitutionalist, because a constitutionalist can still say that we want the Constitution amended. A constitutionalist respects the amendments. So that kind of all kind of works together. That all goes hand in hand. And that's really just up for semantic debate whether or not that makes me a constitutionalist. But I know one thing for damn sure, and that is I am more of a constitutionalist than that piece of shit who was just on my show. Nicholas, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. He said, today is the bitch show. Loads of bitches today. Where's Bitch David? Dude, if Bitch David could make an appearance, that'd be fucking great. Orion, did he run earlier?
He's the bitch.
Which bitch?
The bitch that turned his camera on and then just kept bitching.
Oh yeah, right. I was Rolodexing through the bitches today. He was the most recent bitch.
He's the bitch that's gonna get pulled out of his car by ICE.
Second most recent bitch, the one who I'm very worried is gonna get pulled out of his car by fucking ICE. I kicked him because he wouldn't let me talk. He was just yelling over me, and you don't get muted. You eventually get kicked on this show if you just refuse to engage. And if you want to have a fucking shouting match, I'm good at winning a shouting match, but if it is nothing but shouting, if there's no back and forth, it's just me shouting and you shouting at the same time, I'm just gonna kick you. It's bad for the show. But yeah, somebody said he's a self-hating Latino. I don't think he hates himself. I think he hates other Latinos, and that's really fucked up. Race traitor? I say that on the show sometimes. I get called racist for calling people race traitors for being traitors to their race, but I'm okay with the 10 or 20% of people who are offended by me saying that.
Also, fun note, that Orion person apparently has a marriage counselor or something in their profile, and all I gotta say is he's got to be counseling him to the fastest way to divorce. Marriage coach.
Dude, that dude's a marriage coach? That's fucking bananas. That's fucking crazy. What? Dude, what the fuck? You're a marriage coach? And you behave like that?
How to drive it into the ground.
At all? What the fuck, dude? What a monster. Because he's not a marriage coach. He's a troll on the internet who probably goes and fucks with people's relationships by giving them bad advice.
Most likely.
Most likely. Yeah, that's really fucking reprehensible. He's in the chat. Everybody tell him how reprehensible that is. But use like creative vocabulary words like reprehensible so that TikTok doesn't give us a flag for bullying. Just tell everybody what you think, like in plain, polite English, like what you think about a person who behaved that way on my show, behaving that way in the chat. Just like write a little, write how that makes you feel. Yes, Jessie, we did restart the stream today. It was a really strong stream before we got a harassment and bullying flag for a totally mysterious reason. We were just like doing co-host banter. There wasn't even a caller up when we got the harassment and bullying flag, and I wasn't even being all that dang spicy.
No, we were having like friendly conversation. All of a sudden, harassment and bullying.
Logic League says he's now 0-1 against Oskar. Look at that. You're going to get muted in the chat for 2 reasons. Actually, 3 reasons. There's 3 reasons I'm muting in my chat. 1, so you used all caps, which is not allowed. 2, you spammed your message, which is also not allowed. 3, you refused to turn on your camera, which means that it's 1-0. If you want to settle the score, get back up here and put your fucking camera on. But until then, we're going to talk to Italian guy.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Remind me how old you are, Italian guy?
I am 28.
What are we talking about today?
Yeah, so we had a conversation the last time. I wanted to follow up on another point that I made, and this is what I'm curious about. In regards to certain, like, do you think that women in America, actually, how do I say this in a way that's, okay, with gender ideology, stuff like that, can we have a conversation about that for just a minute? Is that okay or no? You prefer not to?
You know, we're talking about banning it as a topic for a little while, for just like to clear the air a little bit. But I also have Raven here, who I tend to bring in for trans topics. So it's not banned yet, but that topic is on thin ice for just taking up too much of the airtime on this show while being an issue that affects too few people, which is kind of the reason I give it airtime, because I worry for those people. I worry that the Republicans are weaponizing misinformation to make sure that harm befalls the few trans people that there are in this country. So for you,
let's talk about something different then. Something different.
Okay.
Something different. We'll do something different if you want to. Okay, let's talk about, I think that the tariffs are a good thing.
Why?
Do you disagree with that?
I do disagree with that.
Okay, I think that America, let's say it this way, I think America is basically being under attack in terms of actually being able to innovate, to make money. Small businesses is at risk because of like other countries like China. I think that China utilizes slave labor of children to manufacture things at a price that America can't.
I don't think that tariffs do anything to benefit that state of affairs.
It's it's somewhat of a roadblock to some extent. If we tariff a country that's utilizing slave labor to manufacture goods at a price that Americans can't compete with, then it puts some sort of roadblock in the way that makes it so that these actual countries aren't doing this, even though they probably still will. It's going to raise the cost of these goods, and I think that the slave labor that's used is just not good. Do you agree that slave labor is bad?
I do agree that slave labor is bad. I don't think that like here, if Trump had said, look at all these countries that disproportionately use slave labor, we're going to tariff goods from those countries, I'd be like, you know what? Let the economy take the hit. That's pretty reasonable. That's not at all what the fuck he did, and you know it. I think that you're using those victims, you're using those slaves to further an ideology that you actually believe in for other reasons, and you've got the floor to try to convince me otherwise.
Sure. Yeah, so Trump didn't make an actual statement that we are doing it for the sake of actually ending slave labor. Yes, correct.
Yeah. He looked at he went and looked at the trade deficit between one country and another and used that to calculate what the tariffs should be, which makes no fucking sense to do at all for any reason.
Yeah, well, I believe there's a total of I think there's 56 countries that are utilizing slave labor. So one of the reasons that he did it was tell you what, let me address your claim. You're saying that I am hiding behind the ideology by saying that he did it for the slave labor. I'm utilizing the slave labor as a reason to say it's okay. No, because when Trump did this, he didn't do it just for the slave labor. He did it for drugs, things like that.
I don't believe that that's the reason that you support it.
Absolutely, it is.
Just don't
What would
believe
be
you.
what would be the alternative? Why would I want to pay more money out of my pocket?
I don't know. I sit around and I spend a lot of time trying to understand the perspectives.
Okay, listen.
Because if you cared about the safety of children, you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump. That's fucking absurd.
We can address that in just a minute, but I think that it'd be stupid to say that I didn't vote for. Sorry, I don't support the tariffs for any reason, because then I'd just be paying more money for nothing. I don't think he did it for no reason. He tariffed countries that are literally bad for America. China, for example, they manufacture 90.
You can pick. He tariffed everybody, so yes, you can pick countries where like maybe a tariff makes sense, or maybe that's a bad country, or maybe something evil happens there. But the problem is that he didn't do anything that specifically targets those countries. He just did blanket tariffs to fuck up like the entire global economy. Like it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Every single country, the return tariffs on us were much higher, so I think they was justified regardless.
How do you feel? How do you feel about the prison system in the United States?
The prison system?
Yeah.
On which aspect of it? Just like
slavery?
Its entirety?
Slavery.
Oh, I think that's justified.
Okay, so you're not anti-slavery.
Well, wait, I believe that if you commit crime,
right. Yeah, I agree. That's something that's wrong with the Constitution. I think we need an amendment to address that. I don't think we should allow slavery. I don't think that slavery is a sensible thing to use as punishment for a crime in this country. I think that leads to really bad power dynamics that lead to continued institutionalized problems that are harmful to marginalized groups. So yeah, I don't think we should have slavery. So just to be clear, you are not against slavery across the board.
Well, the way you're wording it, let me say it this way. I think there's two things. I think that what you're calling slavery.
You said a whole bunch of shit at the beginning of this call and then buttoned it by saying you are against slavery, aren't you? So I'm pulling the same trick on you, and you don't like it.
Wait, but Oscar, I am against the slavery. I don't think you're understanding.
You're not against slavery across the board, though.
Wait, people in prison systems, they're not being forced to work; they're getting paid to work.
What does it say?
Slavery.
What does it say? What doesn't it say in the Constitution about slavery? What's the wording? Do you remember?
Abolished. I don't know.
No,
I don't know the actual. I don't know. It's abolished, but there's a certain provision that people utilize.
Yeah. I'm cheesing with you a little bit. I don't know the wording either. I don't have it memorized. But the Constitution is specific that slavery is allowed as punishment for a crime. Yeah.
I don't know if that's exactly how it is, but I believe that I think that someone forfeits certain rights when you actually violate certain laws.
I agree. I'm not saying that it's not necessarily okay to take rights away from people who committed crimes. That'd be silly. I'm saying that we shouldn't enslave people who've committed crimes.
Well, we can come to the okay. Yes and no. You and I can both agree that if somebody unalives like a bunch of children, they should be forced to be slave work. Yeah.
No, I actually I don't
really?
think I don't think that's a sensible thing to do with child predators. Like I'm not gonna like mourn the fact that a child predator has to be enslaved, but I would still mourn that we lived in a system that enslaves criminals, because I think that that's a bigger problem for bigger reasons.
Really? Okay. I mean, I guess what are the reasons? I'm just curious. Oh, actually, no, that's getting too far off. Okay. Yeah. So, do you agree that the countries that he did tariff, okay,
all of them,
every country he tariffed, okay,
all of them, all the countries,
it did benefit us in the long run.
No,
it will. I believe that Americans will be able to actually bring a lot of more small businesses back. Like, I can give you numerous examples.
Then why are there so many local manufacturing bankruptcies as a result of the tariffs?
Because it's a double-edged sword. Some places will be affected negatively, but in the long run, people benefit.
Right, and I don't think that that's sensible, because we could argue that the tariffs would potentially benefit local businesses if Trump and his administration, or people who support these ideas, would stay in charge forever. But they're not going to, which is why companies are not investing in local manufacturing, because they don't expect these tariffs to last, because they are so negative for the economy as a whole that any sensible administration that follows up this one is going to undo Trump's work. So the people are not motivated; they're trying to last until it's over. As a matter of fact, that is what is happening as a result of his tariffs policies. So you can say that it would be nice if people would think about the tariffs in the way that you do and open businesses because they're happening. But as a matter of fact, that is not the effect of the policy.
I almost feel like it should necessarily follow from doing it. But okay, if you're saying that otherwise, I haven't seen the actual closings in factories and places like that.
You aren't aware that in 2025, there were more American manufacturers that declared bankruptcy than in any other year since 2003, with the exception of, I think, 1 year during the 2008 recession, 2009, somewhere around there.
Well, they're filing bankruptcy. Is that like a... Okay, no,
that means that their businesses have failed.
No, I understand, but sometimes they can file bankruptcy in a way where it's just actually to reconsolidate debt and like fix things.
No, it's not. No, it's not because they're like so successful that they need to declare bankruptcy to restructure. That's fucking made up bullshit. No, it's because
Donald Trump did that.
It's because the goods that they need to buy to manufacture their goods are too expensive. Because even local manufacturers still need to buy a lot of their aggregate raw materials from overseas. Like for example, some of the most important technology that we're working on in the United States right now, some things that I would love to see manufactured in the United States, lithium batteries. Lithium batteries are so fundamentally important to all this cool technology that we're using to increase the prosperity in the country. They go in things like electric cars or manufacturing robots and our smartphones, laptops, all that stuff. Lithium batteries are really important to this information economy. And cobalt, there's like cobalt and cadmium, like a bunch of precious metals that go into certain types of lithium batteries. And we're tariffing the shit out of these poor countries where they mine cobalt. Now, I will actually say I'm on your team with the slavery issue because there's ethical concerns around the mining of those metals. But I don't think that we're doing anything about the slavery there. We are just making it so that they're going to sell those precious metals to companies like China and Taiwan, where they manufacture other. Actually, I don't know if they do batteries in Taiwan. My point is that it doesn't make sense to me to tariff a country that is the only source of a good that we need to do manufacturing that we want to do here, because there's nowhere in the country, in the United States, where it's economically viable to mine cobalt or these sorts of things, or cadmium. Sometimes I think cadmium. Sorry, I'm mixing up my chemistry. My point is, these tariffs don't fucking make sense for actually getting people to make things here, because even if we manufacture things here, many of the raw goods necessary for manufacturing those things are things that now have their prices increased because of tariffs.
Okay, fair enough. Damn it, Oscar, you got some good points. Damn it. All right, tell you what, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to come back a third time with a new topic, and I'll see if I can get you on that one.
Okay.
All right, man. All right, take care. Love you. Bye.
Goodbye. Carson, get the fuck in the queue, you loser. Isaiah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. $4 to say, I love listening to your lives. Please look at my Discord message if you have the time. And then the username. I will. I go through the Discord messages periodically. Been a busy couple of weeks, though, these last couple. I've just been, like, falling fucking behind. Did I read Nicholas? I think that I did. Yes, I did. Thank you very much, everybody, for going to the link tree in the bio and supporting the show. Alex sent $5 to say, so glad I found this channel. Keep it up, Oscar and team. Did I already read that one, or did you send it somewhere else? Anyway, keep cooking them, Oscar. That's from Matt for $5. Thank you, Matt. Alicia Viper sent $5. Do the McDonald's Islands use slave labor? Free the penguins. Funny. We shouldn't joke about slavery, though. All right. Next caller. I just want, because Carson is just so upset in the chat. And Will's yelling at him in all caps, but Will's allowed to because he's a mod. Lucky Phil sent $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say tariffs just force them to make the same goods cheaper with lower margins. So some more slave labor, dumbass. Carson's right. I was stuttering. I was tripping over my speech a little bit. Still managed to fucking get the W in the call. Yay me. And yay Lucky Phil for sending me that those donations on Buy Me a Coffee. I appreciate that. I also appreciate him staying up late to see the show because he lives in fucking Australia. But no, Carson's a coward. So we're gonna talk to Papa Baggins. I'm going to see what they have to say. Yo. How old are you?
36.
Are you a Trump supporter?
God, no. I just wanted to pose a question for that last misogynistic trash before the Italian guy.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, why are they so concerned about a consensual sexual relationship with, with women or whatever, and not worried about a pedophile, rapist president? I don't get it.
I'll never fucking understand it, man. I mean, like, sometimes I get it. Sometimes it's real clear. It's like, oh, it's because you're also a rapey pedophile. That makes sense that you support the rapey pedophile. The people who, like, kind of brush it off the table and say that they're, like, interested in getting they're so interested in getting the illegal immigrants deported that they're, like, okay with the president being a rapist or a pedophile, like that to me is just, like, I just can't fucking understand it. Can't fucking understand it at all. But anyway, I tried. Jojo sent me $10 on YouTube Super Chat to say, hi, Oscar. Wanted to let you know that listening to you is therapy for me, and I appreciate you so much for what you do. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I'm not a professional, but if it soothes you, that's good. That's a win. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the $10. And thank you, Raven, for making sure I marked that. But oh no, if I didn't mark it, maybe I would have read it twice. Maybe that would be nice. Anyway, we're going to talk to King Kong 23666, and he's going to tell me how old he is.
Hello,
how old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, I support his conservatism. I support his, his border security.
What has he done for border security?
So we passed a Big Beautiful Bill Act, which actually gave funding towards the border. And since there's been zero illegal border crossings, and we've given hundreds of thousands of new jobs for police officers who've joined ICE to get illegal immigrants.
That's not true.
Okay, I mean, you can say it's not true, but it, pretty much is true.
Hundreds of thousands of new ICE agents?
I mean, there's probably thousands, maybe, and maybe not hundreds of thousands, but thousands.
Before Trump took control recently, there was something like 20,000 ICE agents. There's something like 30,000 ICE agents, and they are trying to increase those numbers, but not currently at any rate that's near that. Where'd you hear those numbers?
So I didn't hear I just knew it was thousands, so that's just more job creation in this economy, which is pretty good for...
Stop. We're big boy adults on this big boy adult program about talking about American politics and things that affect people's lives in this country. Why would you just go from thousands? Because it is thousands. You're right. He has hired thousands more ICE agents, and the things that ICE agents are doing, which I think you might be aware of my opinion on the sorts of things that they're doing, those sorts of things are scaring people away from coming to the country, which I don't think gives us good border security, because it just means that the illegal immigration is going to start again when we have a new administration that isn't doing these sorts of things. But I just want to go back to this thing. Yeah. Why would you call into a show and say that he's hiring hundreds of thousands of new ICE agents when that's just you assuming because you heard thousands?
Well, with data centers, he's created hundred thousands more jobs with data centers.
Yeah, but we were talking about how many ICE agents there are. Why did you tell me that there
Trump has been the greatest?
Why are you telling me that there are hundreds of thousands more ICE agents when that's not true? I'm not interested in a pivot to another topic. Why would you go and spread such disinformation?
Okay, so it might have been it might have been a little bit of a lie.
It wasn't a little bit of a lie. It was an exaggeration by a factor of 100.
It's still job creation, and
but you lied. But you were wrong by a factor of 100. You made up that it was 100 times bigger than it actually was.
Can you admit that it's job creation?
Let's talk about job creation. I created a job for myself. My job is running this show. Do you think I'd still have that job if I exaggerated numbers by 100-fold when I talked about them?
I think you do. I think you come up here and you victimize the right.
I'm sorry. Do you think that I exaggerate numbers by 100-fold?
I mean, I think you probably said quite a few wrong things before. We all say wrong things. We can learn from saying those wrong things. You're on the wrong side of your political leaning. We can maybe
do I exaggerate numbers by 100-fold?
Well, we've seen instances like Mohammed Omar. He said he didn't.
There's this one particular number that's really stuck in my head, which is I often talk about how Trump pulled like 12 million people off of SNAP benefits, which isn't true. I keep mixing it up. It was 3 million with the big beautiful bill. 12 million referred to. I think that had to do with the number of people he pulled off healthcare. See, I mix the numbers up sometimes, and when I do, the chat erupts. They're like, "Oscar, that's wrong. You got the number wrong," and I'm like, "Oh shit, my bad." Again, why do you think that you're credible to me as somebody that I'm going to talk to about numbers because you came up and exaggerated a really important number by fucking 100-fold? I have to scrutinize every fucking word you say now. Okay, which I already do, but I really have to just call bullshit on everything you say and check everything because you were wrong by a factor of 100.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you know who Muhammad Omar is? He's a Minnesotan Somalian. Do you know who that is?
Muhammad Omar?
Yeah. If you don't know, he stole over $28 million from Medicare people in Minnesota. And, that's just kind of what the left is, leaning towards. They're letting these Somalians come into their country.
I'm sorry.
Like we've seen the daycare centers.
Yeah. If
28 million. Look him up. Please look him up.
Okay. Here. Yeah, we can look him up. I'll get a tab.
Look up Mohammed Omar.
Okay. Yeah. He belongs in prison. I'm so glad that the fraud rate here is so much lower than it is in a place like Florida. I'm so happy for that.
There's more people in Florida.
Fraud rate implies per capita. Has to do with
per capita. There's more people in Florida than Minnesota.
Yeah, but I mean,
because no one wants to live in that shitty state.
But even, what do you mean it's shitty? We have the third highest HDI. It's lovely here. Third highest of all the states.
It's cold.
Yeah. I like Florida stinks season. I'm sorry. Is the problem criminality of Somalians, or is it that it's cold?
Look up Mohammed Omar. I mean, Somalians take up 78% of welfare. That's stealing from you, stealing from your tax dollars.
No. Stop.
I know you don't pay a lot of taxes.
Stop. Camera on.
Can you pull up
camera? No. No, I've
Yeah, this is what you do when you get cooked.
No,
This
I'm
is
not.
what you
No,
do
what
when you
you're
get
doing
cooked.
is gish galloping. You're bringing up more things than I have time to respond to, and you're doing it in a way
Because you're
that's
getting cooked, Steve,
If
from
you
American
want to
Dad.
keep cooking me, then fucking turn on
You
your
look like
camera so we
Steve
can make
from
fun of your
American Dad, dork.
You're making fun of my appearance with your camera on. At least people can still see that you're a bitch for doing that. Turn your
All right,
fucking
look up
camera on.
Muhammad Omar. You said you were
Camera
gonna-
on.
let's-
Can we get
you
some
said you were
camera
gonna look
emojis
up
in the
Muhammad
chat? Can we
Omar.
get some baby bottles? Can we get some runners because he's gonna run by not turning on his camera? Let's get the whole assortment. Actually,
you don't know
fish
who-
emojis. Let's see some flounders while we're at it.
78% of Somalian immigrants.
Pick your favorite
are on
emoji that you
welfare.
use for this type of bitch and put it in the chat so he knows he's a bitch, and let's see his pretty little face.
How
if he
many
wants to
how many
continue the
illegal
conversation.
immigrants are on? How many illegal immigrants steal from our economic system?
Very few,
What's the
because they have
percentage?
no access to economic programs like government subsidies. Turn your fucking camera on if you want to talk
So, like,
about
they
it.
don't get housing, they don't
Camera
get
on.
hotels, they
Shut
didn't-
your mouth. Camera on. Tell me why you are not turning on your camera. Tell me why
you're
you
not
don't
talking
want
about
your
Muhammad
political
Omar.
positions associated with your face. Tell me who it is in your life that you're afraid will stop talking to you if they find out that you are who you are on TikTok Live. And do it
Who
with
am
your...
I?
I don't know. Turn your fucking camera on.
So exactly.
Turn
look
your
up Muhammad Omar.
Camera.
Look up Omar.
Camera.
If you look up
Camera.
Muhammad
you
Omar,
need
I
to
will.
turn your camera on.
Can we
Show me
make a
you have a
deal?
fucking spine. Show me you care about any of this shit. Show me that you're not just a fucking racist troll who thinks it's funny that people are suffering out there. I'm going to continue to
Who's
think all those
suffering?
things
This
about you.
economy
The
is doing way
thousands
better
of
than Joe
people who
Biden.
watch this show are going to think that you're a total fucking bitch who doesn't care about the suffering of individuals in this country unless you turn on
one's
your
suffering.
camera. Shut your fucking mouth, dude. They shot a
one's suffering
motherfucker
in this
10
country.
times down the fucking street from where I fucking live.
Yeah, because they tried to hit him with a car.
Yeah,
Don't
turn
hit-
on
don't
your
hit-
fucking
don't-
camera if you want to talk
don't
about that
vehi-
shit.
vehicle manslaughter.
You are what is wrong with this country. You know that,
Renee
right?
Good
Do you
attacked that
understand
officer.
that you are wearing the Klansman's hood in 2026 by hiding behind that
No,
little fucking
not at
camera
all.
button? You
Not at
fucking...
all.
Oh, not at all? Fucking
Not
prove
at
it.
all.
Prove it.
Not at all.
Can we... Here, don't put them all together because I don't want to get flagged, but just everybody put 1K in the chat. Can we just get 1K from everybody in
Look
the
up
chat?
Muhammad
Can
Omar.
we just get a bunch
Look
of
up
letter
Muhammad
K's in
Omar.
the
He
chat?
was a Somalian immigrant
Can we
that
get
was
this
stealing
guy
from
wears
your
hoods?
tax
Can we
dollars.
get say this guy like wearing white gowns? Can we get some? There we
Look
go.
up-
Thanks for
look
all the
up
K's in the chat.
Muhammad
Look at
Omar.
that. K. 1K. Dude, seriously, they wore Klan masks in the 1800s. You're wearing a mask on TikTok Live right
What-
now.
what Renee Good
History
say?
will
She
talk
said,
about
"Drive,
the
baby,
Klansmen of
drive."
2026,
She said,
and
"Drive,
you
baby,
are
drive." Now she's
one of
6
them.
feet.
Turn
Now she's
on
6
your
feet
fucking
under.
camera.
She's
Not
getting
doing
eaten
it.
by fucking
I'm not
roaches.
interested in a word you have to say,
She's
bitch.
getting-
Nobody's
she's getting
impressed.
eaten
You
by
think you're
roaches
big?
because
You
she
think
tried
you're
to
important?
attack a
You think
federal
people give a
agent.
shit what you fucking say? Get out there in the streets. When this
She's
shit
6 feet
escalates, I
deep.
will be out there fighting for my fucking community,
And you'll
you
get
will be
laid out.
hiding
Please
at home
attack an ICE
like
agent.
a bitch.
Please
You
attack a
are.
federal agent.
Nobody.
Please attack a federal
nobody,
agent. You will end up
Nobody
like
will
Renee
save
Good.
you when they come for you because they won't know who to save. You fucking coward. Turn your fucking camera on.
Renee Good is 6
Turn
feet under
your
getting
fucking
eaten
camera
alive
on.
by cockroaches.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you don't want the consequences in your life that there would be if people knew who fucking said that. The First Amendment doesn't protect you from the government. Best we
He
can
said,
tell,
"Drive,
nothing.
baby, drive."
First Amendment's supposed to protect you from the government. It doesn't protect you from being a racist, misogynistic piece of fucking garbage.
See, this is what-
you will
this is
be
what happens.
abandoned by the
Liberals
people in your
crash
life.
out
You
for
will
no
spend the
reason.
rest of your fucking life in shame because of the things that you've said on this show, and you don't want that. So you wear the hood of not turning on your camera, just like the fucking Klansman. Don't be like the fucking Klansman. Turn your camera on.
Why are you such a bottom for illegal immigrants? Why are you
Dude.
like taking it from illegal immigrants, huh?
Why the fuck, when I point out that you're being a fucking
You're literally
Klansman, do you
arching
start
it for
talking about
illegal
having sex
immigrants
with me?
stealing from
What
you.
is the fucking obsession with whether or not I'm a top or a bottom? You want to go on a fucking date
definitely
with me? You gotta take your mask
Hell
off so
no.
I can decide if you're pretty enough to go on a fucking date with me. Turn your fucking camera on.
Dude, you're crashing out.
Yeah, I'm crashing the fuck out. It's people like you who warrant a crash out. I mean it when I say that you're what's wrong with this country. You are the everyday German who supports what
Renee
Hitler is
Good
doing.
said,
Shut
"Drive,
your
baby,
fucking
drive,"
mouth and
and
turn
now
your
she
fucking
is
camera
dead,
on.
baby dead.
I don't care that you say that. I want to know that you
Alex
stand on
Creddy,
business and
it was pretty
believe that
fucking
shit.
good what happened
Okay,
to
just
that
so you know, I know
fuckface.
you're excited that I'm getting elevated. I'm not actually fully upset. Like it's performative.
Right.
So like I know you.
Can we get back to the?
I just want to make sure you understand that you didn't actually get the W of making me lose lose.
And that Detroit mayor.
I just want to make sure you. What's going on with my mic stand today? My mic stand is more upsetting to me than you are. I just want to make sure you understand that I'm not actually like elevated and losing control of myself. You don't actually get that W. I'm just really good at performing on my show. So I'm gonna go back to telling you that you're a complete bitch for not turning on your fucking camera.
Also, not being able to say Renee.
Dude,
good.
that shit gagged him. He thought I was out of control. That's funny.
He can't even say Renee good. properly and thinks that he is cooking.
She attacked a federal agent.
Turn your fucking camera on!
It's been proven
I don't give a shit what you have to say until you turn on your camera. Turn it the fuck on!
That federal agent had internal bruising from
shut
Renee
the fuck
Good
up.
bumping
Nobody
into
gives
him.
a fuck what you have to say because
you don't like
you are
facts.
a cowardly... You don't like people who are not you having rights and having happy, healthy lives. And that's demonstrated clearly by the shit that you said.
Name one person
Shut
that
your
doesn't have a
fucking
right.
mouth and turn your camera on. Nobody gives a fuck what you have to say, you fucking cowardly bitch. I'm not gonna see you out on the streets. I'm not gonna see you representing your community. I'm not gonna see you carrying a fucking box of food into a fucking food shelf. I'm gonna see you fucking with your dick in one hand and an Xbox controller in the other and your eyes on a fucking TikTok live that you're halfway paying attention to because you don't actually give a shit about what's happening in the world. You just think it's fun that people think this shit is important.
You're gonna go
so you
out
come
and
on here
protest
and
for
fuck
illegal
around
immigrants
for
like
fun,
Mohammed Omar
and that is
stealing
fucking
$28 million
reprehensible.
from Medicare.
Shut your
I think
fucking
you're a
mouth.
piece of
Nobody
shit.
gives a fuck.
I think you're a piece of shit.
Oh yeah,
because
you think I'm a piece of
you
shit?
are a
Who
piece
the
of shit
fuck
because-
cares?
Because there's Medicare fraud being
Oh, let's
happening
fucking
in
talk
your
about
own
it with your
state.
fucking camera on. Show
And
me that you
Mohammed Omar
stand. Show
in
me
the
that you're
Daycare
anything
Learning
other
Center.
than a racist little bitch and turn your camera on. Show me that you
Look up
actually
Mohammed
believe
Omar,
this fucking
please.
thing.
Please look up Mohammed Omar. He stole
I will
$28
do
million
that. I will
of Medicare.
do that happily.
Cancer survivors.
I will do that happily if you turn your camera on. Do it.
So
Coward.
you're fucking a bitch.
Coward. Tell me in the chat who's a bitch. The caller who won't turn on his camera. Wait, oh dude, shit, hold on. I found a picture of my Discord found a picture of the caller. We got him. Wait. Oh dude, this is so cool. Dude, the Discord's so quick at finding these people. Oh, he ran. Oh, dude, this is so cool. We found a picture of him. I know I'm not a big fan of doxing, but hold on. There we go. Oh, dude, he's so pretty. Dude, okay, wait, guys. Oh, we got him. Found him. Hell yeah, dude. I love that he ran when I said I found a picture of him.
What a little bitch. Also,
Oh, man.
he's still mad about the Minnesotan fraud, but the ringleader was a white lady.
Amy Bach, who I literally attended her fucking sentencing. They didn't let me in the room, but I was there. There's that caller. Splinter, you're banned from the show. Get the fuck out of my queue. If you like the way I handle those bitches, you can go to the link tree in the bio and like support the show or whatever the fuck you want to do.
If he's banned, tell me so I can actually ban him.
No, Splinter's soft ban him. I want him to keep watching.
Fair enough.
I want him to keep watching.
He's big mad in chat.
Oh, is he? He's still here?
He says, "Wow."
Which user was which username was he? Is that
He's Splinter, yeah.
He's Splinter.
Like blowing up chat right now.
No, yeah, because Splinter thrives on attention, so it like hurts his precious little feelings that I don't give it to him anymore, which means I should probably stop talking about him. Thank you, Isaiah, for the $5 on Venmo. I already read that one. My mistake. Let's hop over to YouTube Super Chat and see what's going on there. Dude, I love that he ran when I was kidding. I didn't have a picture of him, but he was like, "Oh no!" He was so. I wish his camera's on so we could see the look on his face. But yeah,
he ran before you could hear the brick he shit hit the ground.
Oh man, he was like, "Oh no!" Oscar's Discord is powerful. Oscar's Discord is powerful, but we don't use it for doxing unless you commit a crime or admit to a crime. We did catch one rapist. We got something of a score there. Good citizen, thank you for $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Just curious, what did you teach? Love your broadcasts. Most recently, I was a substitute teacher at a high school, so I taught a little bit of everything. But I got the job as like their primary substitute teacher because I have a lot of diverse teaching experience, so I was able to teach a lot of different classes. I was like able to actually teach the curriculum in the classes. I have a lot of history teaching public speaking. That's a program I ran for a long time. I used to teach computer programming to little kids. And then other than that, it's been pretty like a lot of like substitute or like general admin work for schools. So I've done a lot of that, a lot of early childhood care too. Like I was a preschool teacher for a long time. Anyway, I'm Matt McMillan sent $5 to say, "No words, dude, just take my money." Appreciate you. Girl Jet sent $5 to say, "This is the same party that cries about political violence, by the way, talking shit about Renee Good's corpse." Yeah, fucking serious. I bet that guy would lose his fucking mind if I told a Charlie Kirk joke. Holy shit. Dude, Splinter, thank you so much for all the engagement. We're going to talk to Cindy. You can see what she has to say. No, I don't think she meant to join. I think she was just liking the screen. Choice. You have the choice to engage reasonably on the show. I don't yell at everybody. I felt like yelling today. How old are you? Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a toddler teacher in the school. Yeah, it was a toddler room. It was 1 to 2 year olds. But these days I am still a toddler teacher. I do spend most of my time educating toddlers. DZ. DZ, is DZ a friendly?
DZ is an uninformed young person.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember which one of those types of callers this is, but perhaps he'll remind me. How old are you? He's teacupped right away. You got to come back to TikTok. Come back to TikTok. No. Goodbye, DZ. You can get back in the queue if you want, because I know I've spoken to you before. You're a good caller. But get back in the queue if you want. We got user. He said in the chat to accept me, which usually means that I need to hover the disconnect button. So we'll see what user is going to yell the moment the mic is open. Hello? How old are you?
20.
You a Trump supporter?
No.
Why did you want to call in?
I'm just curious why you say fuck ICE.
Because they violate the Constitution.
Have you agreed with ICE in past administrations, or is it just the way that the current
I think that ICE exists as the result of an overzealous response to 9/11, because that's when DHS was expanded in that way. So I think that it probably doesn't make sense to have our they're like an institution or an agency that's specific to immigration enforcement. I'm not going to die on that hill though. I could be pitched an ICE I'd be happy with. And I didn't have any particular issue with the way that Obama used ICE. So that's the one that people bring up a lot because his deportation record was pretty strong. So yeah, it's not that I'm against the idea of enforcing immigration laws. It's that I don't like the current immigration laws. But even if I did, I still think that the ways that they're being enforced is dangerous and unlawful, unconstitutional.
Okay, what is some of your ideas, the way that you would like to see the current immigration laws or changes to some immigration laws?
I think that I think that we, in recognition of the fact that the immigration system has been broken for a very, very long time, and in recognition of the fact that in the decades to come, we do need some immigration, we do need some replacement for our ever declining birth rate as we become a more and more prosperous country. I think the most sensible thing to do with the 12 million illegal immigrants that are here is to let like 11 million of them stay.
And what about the others?
The other ones should probably be deported.
In what way?
Like on a plane to the country they came from.
So in the cases where ICE isn't executing in violent ways or deporting illegal immigrants in violent ways currently, you agree with that?
No, I think that they're also using the immunity that's been given to them by the federal government to behave in ways that are terrorizing to communities.
You think that is every single ICE agent, or it's just...
I think that every single ICE agent is somebody who works at an organization about which I'm able to say things like the things I am saying, which I consider tantamount to sweeping. Like, even if they're not doing any of the bad stuff themselves, that's like saying that you only swept the floors for the Nazis. You got to quit your job. If your workplace is up to the type of shit that ICE is up to, you got to quit your job or you're a bad person. I don't care how important it is. I don't care how hungry your kids are. Go find another job.
Okay, that's a fair point, but you just said that some of them are executing immigrations in the way that you would agree with.
I'm saying, some of the deportations that are happening, I'm okay with, but my issue is that these are people who have authority over civilians. These are law enforcement officers that execute the laws of our land, and I don't want anybody who is okay with the way ICE is functioning right now to have that authority. Period. To be involved in it. I think every single one of those people needs to no longer work for the government.
Okay, so who would be doing the immigrations that you would approve of? Would it not be law enforcement agents, or would it be?
Well, but they would by definition be law enforcement agents if that was their job. I'm saying that if I ran for president and I won and I took over the country and I took over the executive branch and I said all right, let's figure this out. I would want there to be, I would work with the legislative branch to change some of the immigration laws in a way that I support, and then I would try to create an immigration enforcement system that doesn't violate anybody's constitutional liberties, illegal immigrants or otherwise, and focuses really on deporting dangerous criminals, which I don't think Trump is doing very effectively at all.
Okay, so you think that all illegal criminals that wouldn't be staying would be the violent ones, and specifically, or you would be including non-violent ones?
Well, I shy away from words like all, because it's a big problem. You've got 12 million people, so it's hard to come up with perfect solutions. But no, I think if all you did is illegally come here, I don't think that's like I said, the system is so broken, and we do have a need for hardworking immigrants. Just in terms of what we can expect like our socioeconomics to look like over the next few decades. So I just think it's like the most reasonable solution to make America a better place would be to let most of them stay.
Yeah, I don't think it's reasonable to obviously get rid of them all. I don't think that's plausible either.
Uh-huh.
All right, cool. You stood on your beliefs. That's all. I just wanted to question you on some things.
Cool. That all?
Yep.
Goodbye. Thank you for hopping up. Thank you, Pat, in the chat for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. I don't know if he was talking about Ilhan Omar, but I'm pretty sure her current net worth is 30 mil because her husband is wealthy. Yeah, I don't think he was either. That previous caller, not this one, not the caller one call ago, but the one before that. Ilhan Omar married somebody whose net worth was $30 million. So Republicans like to say that her net worth has gone up by $30 million while she's been in office, which is just disingenuous because, so she married a rich guy. Donald Trump's net worth has more than doubled. It's gone up billions of dollars during his current presidential term. So whenever somebody says that Ilhan Omar made herself rich by being a senator or a representative, I like to point out that Donald Trump did that worse, if you think that. And he actually did it by stealing from the American people, whereas she just married a guy who was already worth that much money. No wealth changed hands to get her that net worth. Your net worth just coalesces with whoever you marry. So, for all we know, they have a prenup and she doesn't have access to that money, right? Like, it's not, I don't know. That'd probably be reasonable. If she's not worth $30 million and he is, probably should get a prenup. Anyway, Good Citizen sent $10 on YouTube Super Chat to say, I am a 70-year-old Caucasian lady and you give me hope. Trying to be hopeful about how things are fucking going in the country because things are going in a pretty fucking crazy way. Jackson sent $20 on Venmo to say, I got into it with that kid in the DMs. His profile picture was Charlie Kirk. He immediately insulted me about my lips. So I told him stop being hateful and come out of the closet already. Got the hard R. That's why his profile picture is of himself now. Very funny. Very funny. Georgia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Georgia said, what's more, 3.2 million in fraud or 1.6 billion? Rick Scott just entered the building. Caller was a baby back bitch. And I'll say it, Charlie Kirk is delicious worm food. Well, that's the thing. If you make fun of the fact that Renee Good, my fucking neighbor, is 6 feet deep and getting eaten by the worms, I'd be like, I don't know, Charlie Kirk is getting his fucking wormholes fucked in hell by Lindsey Graham. Then, like, I'll say some crazy shit. I don't give a fuck. Come at me, people who think you're not allowed to joke about the dead. The president jokes about the fucking dead. People who call into my show joke about the fucking dead. You guys aren't fucking precious. Ross sent $5 on Cash App to say it's bitch coward day. It sure the fuck is. Lots of bitches today. Can we put that in a YouTube thumbnail? I might risk the monetization to do it. Because yeah, I've got a lot of bitches on the line today. Kathleen sent $10 to say W performative crash out. Love for you, Oscar. Okay, the gag of turning off the crash out for like 10 seconds to show that I'm in control. I love it. It's a shame that it's always happening when their cameras are off, because my fucking God, it makes them fucking upset. That was bait, by the way. I know that clip of what I just said about Charlie Kirk is going to float around. Here's my prediction. People are going to play that back to me, and we're going to talk about it. I invite that. We're looking for fresh callers. Come talk to me. We'll talk about Charlie Kirk. We'll talk about whether or not I think the First Amendment protects my my disdain for him, or the fact that, like, generally, I'm just not even the type to, like, make a Charlie Kirk joke. It's really just that people come to me and like, make fun of my dead neighbors, my dead community members, other people who I care about the deaths of. So it's like, you know what? Let's see. Saucy
is DZ.
Saucy is DZ?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Different account.
Yeah.
They said in the chat that they'll talk about Kirk, right? Is that where we're going? Did it work?
Yo,
how old are you?
Yo, I'm 27, bro. You can hear me?
I can hear you well. Do you support Trump?
I've talked to you before. I don't support Trump anymore, but I voted for him.
Thank you, Lucky Phil, for the $2 on Hold on. I missed the donation. Lucky Phil sent me $2. I just wanted to read it because he said, damn you for still being on at 4:45 a.m. Going to 5 a.m. in Australia. Okay, yeah, sorry. I just wanted to read that before we proceed. What were you saying?
No, I lean more conservative, but I'm not dead set on conservative talking points and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
But do you, like, are you glad that Trump is president instead of Kamala Harris?
I think we would still be in conflict in Iran if we had Kamala Harris. I don't think some of this ICE stuff would be going on.
Well, so I can disagree with you.
I'm pretty certain, bro. She was pretty hardcore.
Yeah. I think it's fair to say she's a Zionist, but I don't think it's very likely that she'd be in the war with Iran if she was president. But even if I were to say that she was, all right.
I don't know, bro. You think a big neck gave her that phone call, bro? You think she's turning it down?
My point is that even if we were to concede for the sake of argument that she would start the war in Iran, that means that we have a president that would start the war in Iran, and we have a different president, potentially, who would also start the war in Iran. So we have to compare other things. I would say I would probably rather Kamala. I mean, I still think we would be in the Iran conflict, though. That's about all I got to say. Only negative. Right, but like, how do you, given that you think that they were both pretty equal, it sounds, on Iran, why does that lead? What's the reason for Trump then? I don't understand.
When I voted, or now?
Oh, and I'll correct the chat. I don't think she's like personally a pro-Israel Zionist. I do think the leftists are right about her ilk, like not addressing the Zionist problem in politics, and with her as president, I could say that she's like.
Well, actually, my big reason with Kamala is they kind of slimed out Biden too, bro. Like, that was undemocratic what they did. He won the primary. He should have been the president candidate. Like, that was messed up and I think that Biden was honestly on Trump's team at the end.
Kamala Harris found out very briefly before. I guess this is just her story, but like, as I understand,
that's her story, bro.
He backed down, and then there was like a little period where we didn't know who was going to take.
He never backed down though. He never backed down. He said that.
He did. He released a letter.
The party made him step down.
Are you claiming that? Because like everybody who's close.
No, the party made him step down.
You're interrupting me. You're not letting the conversation flow. He said that he was backing down. He released a letter, and the people close to him
after pressure from the party.
Yeah, there was pressure from the party for like a year. There were people who had been saying that he shouldn't run at all. There was all sorts of pressure. There's a lot of pressure after the debate.
More pressure.
Right. Okay. So like, a politician did something that the public wanted, but he still decided to do it. Like, what is your argument?
I don't think he decided to do it. I think that he was made to do it.
Okay.
Let
Biden fucking retire in peace. Why did you vote for Trump?
I would have voted for Biden, bro. That's what I'm saying, though. Like, I'm saying that I would have 100% voted for Biden.
That makes me think that you're racist or sexist, probably.
That's the wrong assumption. You can't assume that for people just for saying that.
I just
bro.
did assume that.
That's the problem with the left. That's a big issue with the left.
I announced that it was an assumption. I clarified that it was like that. That's my assumption. I'm giving you an opportunity.
Yeah, no, but I think that's the wrong assumption to have.
I just can't understand.
100%.
I can't understand why you were like, yes, Biden, and then Kamala Harris took his seat, and you were like, nope, gotta vote for Trump now. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. I felt like that was
unfair on how they slimed Biden out. I think that they unfairly made him drop out. Is that wrong? Is that a wrong assumption?
Yeah, I think that I don't think that you can assume that. I don't think you should assume things about people's actions. I think that if I assumed something about you, it would hurt your precious fucking feelings, and we're not allowed to assume what people's intentions are. But you're here saying that Biden's intentions are this or that. No, dude.
No, we know politics are pretty
Answer me this.
Though,
why? Answer me this. Why were you so upset when I made an assumption about you just now? But you're sitting here making
it's the wrong assumption about being racist.
Stop
bro.
cutting
That's
me
not
off.
An assumption I want on me.
You got mad at me for making an assumption about you. Why are you making an assumption about Biden?
Because I'm not assuming that he's racist or something. Like, I can read in between the lines on this. There's literature. There's a bunch of articles.
Okay, and I was reading between the lines on what. Why are you allowed to read between the lines about Biden, but I'm not allowed to read between the lines about you?
Because it's on different. It's a personal issue, and this is politics. This is a public issue.
I'm sorry. I take politics very fucking personally. I live in this country. How you doing, Hector?
Yeah, me too, bro. I don't know what the issue is.
I don't feel. Shut the fuck up! I'm talking to my friend Hector, you son of a bitch who has no manners.
What's up,
Hector, I felt like I was doing a little better. I didn't quite need the rescue as much as I did the last time you were on my show, but I do like talking to you. How you doing, Hector?
Wait, rescue is wild, sir. I just came up here because I had a question for him.
Okay. This one's not a rescue. I consider the previous one a rescue, if people remember the last time Hector was on my show.
That guy was just nuts. He said that he would have voted for Biden over Harris, and I really want to unpack the reasoning behind that decision. That was directed towards you, Saucy.
Her as the VP couldn't do shit for the border.
Okay, so
is that a good enough argument right there?
It's a horrible one, actually.
She was in charge of the border under Biden. She was in charge of the border under Biden.
You'd be incorrect. So if
Is
the
that
entire
incorrect?
argument against Joe Biden was that he was a failure at the border and Kamala Harris was
I didn't say that
vice
about Biden.
president-
I said that about Kamala.
Well, no. The Republican argument was very much that he was weak on the border, which is not really true. But then his vice president.
That's not me making the
literally be
argument, bro.
Dude, I gotta just moderate and say, Saucy, I don't use the mute button on my show. But like, let him fucking
That
talk.
boy
dude.
Will does. Okay, but why are we arguing what Republicans are saying? What I'm saying?
Just let him talk. Let him finish a sentence before you respond to it. If you're gonna interrupt somebody to get a word in edgewise, do it between sentences. That's what I
At
do.
least
I'm
make
really
sense
good
when
at
you're
interrupting, and that's why like one of the reasons I'm good at this show. But I do it in between sentences, which makes it easier for the fucking audience to follow.
So do you believe that Kamala Harris was the border czar?
The border czar?
Yeah.
I don't know what that term is. I don't follow Red. Like I don't. I'm
You
not
said
in
she
the
was put in
MAGA.
charge of the border.
I don't follow a bunch of MAGA accounts, bro. I don't know what
Okay,
border
cool.
czar means.
Fascinating. Okay, so you believe that she was put in charge of the border, correct?
I thought she was. Is she not?
You thought she was?
Was she not given that task by Biden?
You have an entire argument against Kamala Harris over a thought.
I thought she was.
Fascinating. So who would have put her in charge of the border?
Joe Biden. He's in charge of foreign policy.
I'm going
pretty
to
sure.
entertain your logic here. I'm going to entertain your logic here. You're dead wrong, but I'm going to entertain it. If Kamala Harris was put in charge of the border by Joe Biden, and then she failed at the border, that would have been a bad appointee by Joe Biden to direct border issues, right?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. But for some reason, you still would have supported him over Harris. Fascinating. So overall, your argument is false. Kamala Harris was not put in charge of the border because the vice president doesn't have executive powers over those positions whatsoever.
He can if the president gives it to her.
What she was put in charge of was something called the root causes strategy, which is where she started the Partnership for Central America. She was addressed migration from the Northern Triangle of Central America, and she did it through a diplomatic lens because that's all a vice president can do. That was allocating funding.
The vice
That was
president can have
allocating funding. I'm
power
not done.
delegated from the president.
From the private and public sector, where she was able to get over $9 billion in investments to those regions to encourage jobs, to encourage education, and other things that would have kept people in their regions. That's what she did. In no way, shape, or form was she, quote unquote, in charge of the border. That would have been someone over DHS when it comes to enforcement. So, no. Do you have another
Well, she had that
reason?
title that she was in charge of the border, bro.
No, she did
If
not
I'm
have
lying,
that
I'm
title.
lying.
You are.
I'm
Also,
lying, I'm
it's not
flying,
even a
bro.
matter
That's
of
the way
a
they
lie.
promoted it.
You opened up with the fact that it was a thought. So it's null and void at this point.
I didn't say it was a thought. That's what the
You
assumption I
literally
was
did
working
say,
under.
you said you thought. So
I mean,
it
I
was a
said I
thought.
thought. Yeah, like I was working on that
if it was
assumption, bro.
if you thought, then it was a thought, and it would be an incorrect thought, not rooted in reality or something you can confirm. So what is your other reason for voting for Biden over Harris?
He's teacupped, but I detect a lack of sincerity in his reasoning.
Yeah, me too.
There's
I think you called it. You called it.
The root causes strategy, bro. She was put in charge of the root causes.
What did I just say?
I know, but that's the main thing.
What did
to
I
work on
just
the
say?
border.
You didn't even know what that was until I mentioned it.
No, I knew that she was promoted, like the way that they promoted.
What
her
did
for a
I
little
just
bit. Like,
say
she
the
was
root
the
cause
main
strategy
person that's
was?
going to oversee the border.
What did
issues
I literally
under
just
Biden.
say? The root
And
cause
then
strategy.
she kind of failed at that. Well,
Are
then
you
what's
listening?
wrong with
I need
my
you to start
argument?
listening.
Then what's wrong? What did I
listen
say
to
that was wrong,
comprehend.
brother?
Listen
What did
to
I say that was
comprehend,
wrong? If
not
she's like the
respond.
face
I
for
literally
being
told
over
you
this thing.
every single thing you said that was wrong.
Okay,
I
then what
told
did
you
I say was
exactly what it
wrong?
is. You teacup for 2 seconds to Google something and you came back with the same wrong assertion.
What's
What did
wrong
I
about
say
it?
the root cause
What's
of
wrong?
strategy was?
What's wrong about it?
What did I say the root cause of strategy was?
I'm not listening, bro, because I don't care. I'm just saying what.
Oh,
what
okay. So you,
yeah, he doesn't give a shit. He's not interested
No,
in any
I
kind
do
of meaningful
care.
conversation.
Because y'all don't give a shit about my fucking argument. The way
Oscar,
that they packaged
Oscar,
it and
would
the
you
way that they
say,
sold it
would
to
you
the
say
public
if you
was
requested
the
up
way
on a
that
panel
Kamala Harris
to
was
engage in a
fucking-
conversation about someone with politics and political candidates, but you're ultimately not listening to the responses of the people talking to you? Would you
No,
say
I
that as a
am,
person
brother.
who wants to
I'm
have a genuine
ignoring you
conversation?
because you're
I
not
so
ignoring my
often, dude,
conversation.
Saucy, I need
You're
you to shut
ignoring my
up, dude,
conversation.
Saucy. To
Well,
answer
why
you,
do y'all
Hector.
have to shut up? Why can't I speak? Why can't? Okay, so the way
Why
the
is it
Democrats sold us this idea.
Saucy, why is it that you have so much to say when me and Hector are talking, but so little to say when it's your turn?
Because I know I just let y'all talk and I let y'all respond, and then I start talking, and then y'all start going.
See, you're not even listening to what I'm saying enough to like respond to like the burn that was about your behavior during this conversation. Like when you have the floor, you offer nothing.
Y'all aren't letting me
you say
rebuttal.
You don't care. Here, you're doing it right now. Like what the fuck? Like
because I don't. If y'all aren't gonna let me respond, why do I care to listen to y'all? That's like my point.
You literally bulldozed me the entire time I was responding to you, and now you want your
No,
full
you
floor
didn't. I
not
let
to
you
respond
talk.
to anything that we've said, but just to come up with some BS that you didn't know.
Saucy mishearing
I am saying the way that the
is actually
Democrats
peak too.
sold. Yeah, it is peak.
No,
The way
you
that the Democrats
you
sold
responded to
idea
the
of Kamala Harris
accusation
being over the
incorrectly
border
because
was
you
like
weren't
she was
fucking
the
listening to
center-
the accusation.
Because y'all aren't listening to my argument. The way that they sold it and packaged it.
No one sold anything.
In the
You
media.
fell for propaganda. That's the entire point. No one sold
That's what they're
anything.
selling. The Democrats
No one sold
pushing this
anything.
propaganda,
That's
brother.
what the Republicans sold you.
No, they didn't. The CNN pushing this, saying, "Oh, we got Kamala Harris
Nope,
over this."
you cannot find a
Oh.
single article where CNN refers to her as a border czar.
I'm not CNN. Does
I was about to say that's an empirical claim. We could check. We could check if CNN is the source of this information about her being the border czar, being responsible in this way. But you know that that's not the case, which is why when Hector called it on you, you
No, it's like New York Times or something.
or something is really a convenient thing to slip in at the end there.
It's very different. Media source. I follow leftist media sources a lot more than right wing ones.
Do you think that the New York Times is leftist?
It used to be. I think it's more right now.
Yeah.
At the time, though, I think, it flipped big in like 23, 24 when Trump was about to run again.
No, Hector, I wish this conversation was going somewhere, but I do have to wrap pretty soon. Are you going live today, Hector?
I actually am, and this is not really fruitful. This kid is.
Are you about to go live? Or are you going live right now?
Oh, yeah, it'll be in an hour.
In an hour. Okay, I'm gonna give.
I said the way that this was promoted to the American people was like that Kamala Harris was over the border, like she's gonna be the one that you brought your problems to, type stuff. That's all I'm saying. That's the way that was sold to me.
Yeah,
I don't know why you stop bragging about being a moron and falling for propaganda. It doesn't look good on you.
He's so proud of the fact that somebody convinced him of this bullshit, and he can't even tell us who it was who did that to him. But on that note, I do have to wrap the show. It's the end of my 4 hours. My ass tired. Time for me to do some video editing and stuff.
Oscar's got to rest. He's been cooking all day, bro. Let him rest. I appreciate you letting me out, man.
Love you, Hector. I'll kick you for the algorithm.
Everybody give Hector a follow.
Yeah. Get in the chat, Hector, so everybody can click your name. We suspect as debate hosts that if you kick the guest instead of letting them leave, that it shows the algorithm that like the host is in control of the show instead of people want to leave. It's a little superstitious and speculative, but that's all. That's the only way that we can really be in terms of the TikTok TOS. So I am going to tell everybody that we are going to be doing a raid of my buddy Joey. I'm going to put his username in the chat, and I want people to spam it so that people can see it. It's Joey Does It with an underscore between Joey and Does. Somebody let me know in a quick hurry if I got that wrong. But we are going to raid Joey, so I'm just going to take a second and thank a couple people and give that little bit of an ad read, but I want to see people showing up in Joey's chat in just a moment. Pat in the chat sent $5 to say, anybody that says that civil rights act was a mistake deserves zero respect, whether alive or dead. Trump's a Zionist through Epsteinian coercion. Epsteinian coercion. I absolutely agree. Thanks for that. And thanks, Jessie, for the $10 on Venmo. He said, just got back from vacation and I missed you, bud, with some happy emojis. Good to see you back, Jessie. I appreciate you. I appreciate your contributions to the show, and I'm glad to see your name again. And I hope you had a fantastic vacation. If you want to become one of the donors, you can go to the Venmo. You can go to the link tree in my bio, find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. And you can get your message read on the show. Follow me on all the other things, but we're going to be rating at Joey Does It, at Joey_Does It. I'm going to get offline, and then I'm going to pop that live open, and I should see him awful happy that all the Oscar viewers have shown up. So all 500 of you should go there, and he should be like, wow, that's a lot of viewers, because I really like Joey. I was listening to his show the other day, and I thought this guy deserves a raid, so I'm glad that he's online right now. Without further ado, I'll see you over on Joey's live. Goodbye, TikTok, and goodbye, YouTube.